Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not
You will bring the jury.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
We're getting commentary on the case. Not him, he Anglican boy, he's verbal sloppy.
That's literally not true.
I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Is that correct?
Oh, for Trump's sake.
Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Great to have you here this morning. Happy Monday to you. Trying to get everything straightened up and in order for you so we can enjoy watching court together. Finally this morning I got the updated decorum order from the judge. Better late than never, I guess. With his wording on the seating and basically oh, you don't see the top of my screen. That's because I haven't started it yet. Thank you for reminding me. It's one of those days. All right. Thank you, Red Pen. We'll get it up here. All right. It's a crazy morning. Let's turn the music down for a second. In our morning email we got from the PIO from court this morning from the Kouri Richins trial, we had a couple bits of information that are I think are wrong. Well, one particularly, and it has to do with which feed we're supposed to be monitoring. So I am watching both feeds. One of them is somebody's laptop, and one of them is the bouncing live view. To see what's going to happen, because they gave us the old feed as saying that's going to be the one going forward, which I don't think it is. I think they made a typo. So I'm watching both feeds. As soon as we do get something from court, we'll bring it to you. Also, let me get this. Hang on just one second. Let's get Top Mark Media ready to go. Okay. Hold, please. I can't type and think at the same time, so... There we go. Boom, 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 boom. It's all good. Visibility. Time it's going to start is 10:15. Done. All right, we're good. Okay, I'm going to start this recorder even though there's nothing coming in. And we'll get that set up. So, okay. All right. How's my neck? Terrible. I'm sorry. It's terrible. I couldn't get a hold of my chiropractor acupuncturist dude to try to get it worked on, but hopefully soon. All right. Good morning. Good morning, by the way. Happy Monday to you. Speaking of Mondays, it is definitely a Monday. I know this because there's like tornado warnings all across my state, and it's headed my direction. So if we could just have them go around me, that would be perfect. That would be perfect. Let's see. Good morning. First in chat, Kim R. Kim, hang on just one second. Let's get you up on the screen. There we go. Kim, congratulations. First in chat comes with its punishment as well as its privileges. The privileges, not much, but the punishment, we'll talk about that. Everything IP-related worldwide is your responsibility for the rest of the day. Yes. Those asking if Selena made it in, yes. And let me explain how this went. The judge, and I could read you the decorum order, so word for word if you'd like. But he says this. He says, regarding seating, ready? Seating in the courtroom, wristbands. 24 wristbands for the Kouri Richins family and friends will be provided to Catherine Nestor each morning. 24 wristbands for Eric Richins' family and friends will be provided to Miss Heidi Nestle each morning. So Nestor and Nestle are the two. Yeah, not Nestle, either one of them. Spectators interested in receiving a wristband must coordinate with Miss Nestor and Miss Nestle. So the spectators have to get in through talking to one of them. They are allowing spectators that way. They're just, making sure the family gets it first. So Selena has coordinated. She has sent me a picture already this morning that she has a wristband. She will be in the courtroom. She did do that coordinating. I don't know which seat they're going to put her in. I don't know which row they're going to put her in. I'm guessing because the Richins family is pretty much using up all their passes. It will probably be all the spectators will be seating in the court Eric's family is using up all the wristbands, so all the spectators will probably be seated in the Kouri Richins family section if they don't use theirs. Doesn't mean anything. That's just the seats that were available. So that's where we're at with that one. Did R.A. get his ears lowered? I did. Mrs. R.A. does that for me. No charge. I love that. Some favorite haircut. Free 99. All right, as we get ready to begin court today, which is closing arguments already. Holy cow! This was supposed to be a 5-week trial. Only took about 3, but here we are. We're at closing arguments already, and I'm here for it. I'm excited. Good morning, beautiful people. Good morning to you, Christy Robinson. Amy P., member for 11 months, says this has been a great day for closing arguments. I love it here. Thanks, all right. Thank you very much. Thanks for being here. Let's see. It's not that whatsoever. It's the judge has 2 people designated for the seats. Those 2 people are going to give out their wristbands to public after the family who wants to be there gets them first. That's it. That's how it goes. And it's probably going to be a packed courtroom. Is Selena from media? No, media is restricted to the front row. Their seating was decided Wednesday of last week for this week. And there is a very limited room next door that they can sit and watch in on a little tiny screen as well. All right, we have a couple of birthdays to celebrate this morning. Then we're going to kick things off with video from the courtroom, which should be coming to us very shortly. So let's do this here real quick. Why is the judge changing the feed? It's not the judge. It's the PIO. Who I think, so we're getting this, which is good. That's a good sign. Okay, we've got it. It's the same feed we had before. It's not the old one. So we've got it sorted out, and we're on it like Blue Bonnet. Not a sponsor, by the way. Birthdays. Let's do the birthdays really quickly, and then we can go to court. So we have Aaron, K-Girl 182, Londa, and Shelby. All names I can pronounce, which I can appreciate. You can pronounce them too, and please do. As we all stand up, take a deep breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with the neighbor, and warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. All right, join with me, sing happy birthday to these folks, and we're going to be watching court today.
All you have to do is put it on there.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
So this is the near?
Happy
near. Can you hear?
Dear Aaron, K-Girl 82, Londa, and Shelby. Happy
I didn't know you
birthday to you. We've got a hot mic during the
far?
birthday song.
Check 1 2 check.
Near, far. It's working.
Turn. Check 1 2.
Lectern.
Check.
We hear you. The mic check continues. A couple snaps on the witness desk. Good. Aaron, K-Girl 182, Londa, and Shelby, happy birthday. There are many wonderful days, but today's your special day. And I realize there are a million places you could be and a million people you could have celebrated with, but you chose to be here with us. The privilege, pleasure, the honor, the joy is ours, and hopefully we can turn that joy back to you, make your day just a little more special. Begin by helping yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP Village Inn, Waffle House, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlap's House, Andy's Grill, Bob Evans, and Cracker Barrel. There we go. Mic check is hot. Now we go dark, and we're back. It's looking good. Dancers are doing their thing. What time is court today? Court's going to start in 15 minutes, roughly. Add Veda worship to the birthday list. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Veda worship. Happy birthday to you. There we go. We got it. It is the second time we've sung to Veda worship this year because we made a mistake earlier. I remember. All right, we're good. So happy birthday. Let the dancers do their thing. Drum solo for the big finish. I hit my knuckles. That was bad air drumming when he hit my knuckles on the desk. But there we go. We're all exercised and ready for the day for court to begin. Happy birthday, all who are celebrating.
You look good.
What a great way to start the day. Of course, now I need my fan on. It's way over there. Hold, please. All right. That was weird. I turned on my fan and it sort of sat there and started spinning slowly. And then it's like, okay, I'll go. Now we have a cool breeze from the direction the tornadoes. Direction from the tornadoes are coming from. So, all right, fancy that. Thank you for the kind words. Do you like the roof? Are they done? The roof is done. It's brand new. It's on my house. Those that have followed the saga of my home buying experience on this channel, knowing that I bought this house, 1915 historic home, beautiful. When they first built it, I'm sure it was amazing. Since then, it's needed a lot of work. Day one, 7 years ago when we bought this house, they said, inspector said, you need a new roof, like right away. Last weekend we got it.
Plate on a hoop.
We've been patching it. We've been hoping and praying and tarps and everything else, trying to keep the water out. But we finally got a new roof as the tornado sirens go off. And it has not had time. It's asphalt shingle. It has not had time or temperature to seal yet. And we're about to get the strongest winds we've had probably in a year today. So wish my new roof luck. But Cat Grow member for 15 months. Thank you very much, Cat Grow. Welcome. Good to have you here. The roof's on your house. Yes, it is. The Airbnb roof is fine. It actually, I have to tell you, the green shingles, I thought I got like a sort of whitish gray shingles, like a light gray on a white house. It turns out when they showed up, they opened up a bag of shingles and they were lime green. Those were not our shingles. Thankfully, those were not our shingles. Those were the shingles they used to hold the bottom of the ladder in place when they climb up 2 stories. Whew. I did order the light gray shingles, which turn out to actually be darker than the house, so it looks great. It's just not black. I'm happy with them. I love them. There's no green tint at all. It's not the lime green roof after all. So great news there. Yeah, Blackbird, it's sealed enough. It's got new tar paper and everything. Had to replace a bunch of plywood that was rotted out. I got a FlashForge 80X, 85X, and now I'm addicted. Thanks, all right. Denise, that is awesome. Denise, I forget what I'm supposed to say. Mine is currently printing as we speak. I went and bought 3 new nozzles for it, so I could print finely printed items up to like large fast print items. So I've got like a 0.25, a 0.4, and a 0.6, I think, are the diameters. My son is like, he's burning. He's like, Dad, I need 2 more spools of white. I'm like, 2 more spools? You're going through like 4 kilograms a week? Anyway, so I've ordered him some more white, but it's all good. I love those printers. My son's loving it. He's making signs for his friends. Like he's made some of those little signs around the house, like watch out for falling objects, and he sets it up like underneath the where the stairs landing is, and don't drink out of this. And he sets it up in the bathroom on the toilet, and he's got all these funny signs around the house. Well, now his friends want them, and so he's printed them for his friends. You're not supposed to subject a new roof to high winds for the first 30 days. Everyone knows that. Greeners, what's the worst that can happen? We have a newbie, Hannah Sheridan, asking about birthday song. Welcome to the channel. Hannah Sheridan, is it your birthday today? I'm sorry if we missed it. It's there. Can we get some confirmation, yes or no? Printed call signs, I could do that. Oh, that's just the white. He's also burning through the black, and he wants clear, like transparent, which I haven't got him yet. He's like placing his orders like I'm just the piggy bank buying PLA. It's good, though. I love it. He's very creative. Lindsay Bay says, since the defense directly examined staking during the prosecutor's case, doesn't that mean they actually did put on a case and Bloodworth could do a rebuttal in closing? He could, but it would be limited to that presentation of staking. And he already did rebut that witness because he went back on redirect if he wanted to. So I don't think they would do a rebuttal for that reason. He's already said they won't, but interesting thought. Do you think the jury charge will take long? Based on what I've heard, I think we're right around 60 pages. Some of those pages are not complete pages, like they're like a third of a page or half a page. I would be surprised if I'd be surprised if it took 2 hours. I would be extremely surprised if it took less than 45 minutes. So that's my over and under for you there. Yeah, green roof, not for me. Luckily, not for me either, which is good. So we got a picture of the roof. The problem is the roof is way up high, and I am way down low. I have not flown my drone yet to get the picture. I can do that probably. Well, nothing like tornado day to fly a drone in, right? I might have a picture I can post here. No, I only have pictures of it being replaced, like during the tear-off. Oh, wait. I don't want to show you this one because it shows all the moss on the side of my house. In this segment, R.A. ordered his sons 4 more kilos of white stuff. You took it out of context, Greeners. You make it sound bad. Welcome. Fred Smith recently clicked the subscribe button. Thank you, Fred. Good to have you here. We're about to start court, and I'll shut up and we can listen to the judge and everything else that happens in court in just a moment. But until then, I'm going to talk just a bit. The moss, we fixed the moss by, we use something called like Wet It and Forget It or something. It's the name of the product. It's basically like a little cleaning solution that kills moss, but you just leave it on the side of your house and then the rain washes it off. Or you can pressure wash it off if you want. But the problem is I'm only 6'2", and even with the sprayer wand and the pressurized backpack, I can only spray up to about 10 feet. And I've got another, 15 feet of house siding that I need to spray on the shadowy side where moss likes to grow. We need to see this roof. Okay, I'll show you, but don't at me for the moss. Okay, hang on. It's not the best picture either. Okay, transferred.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
Oh, this house started more than 110 years ago. Can someone tell me why my phone shows the picture right side up, but the computer shows the picture crooked, like sideways, and I have to take it out and save it, open with preview, rotate, save it again?
You are banished from the state of Georgia.
Hello?
Hang on. Open with. Maybe it's better to just show it to you sideways. That would be great. There's my house sideways. That's the roof color.
No. Hello.
I'm not sure why it's looking like that, but that's. If you were to see my house in person, the pointy little triangles go up, not sideways. So it is actually a right side up house. That's post tornado. Yes.
In front of the Walmart.
Oh my goodness.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
No, I don't remember that.
No. Hello.
All right, hello. I hear you. I'm going to turn the sounds down just a little bit. They're getting to be a little much. My phone has it the right direction. Like you open it on the phone and it's always right side up, but you put it in the computer and it becomes not right side up. Never known anyone to live in a sideways house before. It's probably why it was so cheap when we bought it. think I saw the ladder upside down. I need to see that again. That ladder, it's like spreads out on both ends. It's a strange ladder. I think it was a weird. It seems like it's a bad idea, especially as you get up near the top. If you get too off center, you'd fall. It's not green. Catherine, I agree. It's not green. The shingles that they used to hold the ladder up were green. Sorry, but light roofs get too dirty. It's okay. I'm worried about the heat, not the dirt.
You look good.
Plus, it's high enough that not much dirt gets up there. We hit 69,000. Next goal is 70,000. Yeah, we're about 1,000 away from that, though. So we've got, I think we're at 69,067 people as of this morning. Let's see. Big Sky says, did you see my text over the weekend about the judge limiting who will be in the gallery today? I did. We talked about that as it happened because we watched him give the order live in court at the end of the day. And I also got the decorum order, which actually lets public in. And we have Selena, who's going to be in the courtroom. She's already got her wristband, so she'll be there. How far is your safe place? Can you get there quickly? I'm in my safe place. My office is the safest place. I'm surrounded by heavy equipment. We bought it. Didn't you buy it behind Mrs. R.A.'s back? Just because Mrs. R.A. had never seen the house before I purchased it does not mean I bought it behind her back. I told her I was going to buy it, and she gave me the nod. When she gives you the nod, then you just buy it, and I did. Hey, all right, all my 15-year-old wants for his birthday is for you to sing him happy birthday on March 24th. Tell you what, HRK, only because March 24th happens to also be my birthday. Let's do that. We'll sing happy birthday for sure. HRK, we need to get your 15-year-old, just first name only, on the birthday list for sure. And then you've got to be here. You got to be here for sure. So public wasn't kept out like he said. Family just prioritized. He sort of, well, he did say they're reserved for the family, but then he gave the tickets to two people and said, you handle this. And so by talking to them, Selena was able to get a ticket and get in. Let's see. Nina says, I'm a dude and only 5'3". You know how annoying it is to look up to everyone I meet. It's nice to have people look up to me. What can I say? And it's only for my height. Will Nestor do a 2-week closing? I believe what I heard, big fan of Justice. Thanks for being here, by the way. We're actually going to get Ms. Lewis for closing this time. Let's see. Check top mark. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. On air. Go live. Whew, that was important that we get that. Okay, thank you. Where would I be without my mods? You guys are amazing. Did Selena get in? Yes, she did. There are people. She knows people up at the courthouse now because she's been there like almost every day of court, and so as a result, she is. They're like, "Hey, you're going to be here, right?" They were like, "We were wondering if you were coming." So, let's see. Do we believe that though that we'll get Lewis? Yes, I think so for sure. You'll be Nestor, you say? Nestor took 3 hours on her opening statements. Closing arguments can be longer, I think, and there's no time limit. Sadly, there's no time limit. So I'm fingers crossed that we get done by lunch and the jury can deliberate around lunchtime. We could be here all day for sure. AJ, Red Sox member for 7 months. Thanks for the distraction. Trying to stay awake. Hypersomnia bites. I'm sorry. I have the reverse. Well, it might be the same. I sleep a lot. Like I went to bed probably 6 o'clock last night and woke up at 8. So, Catherine, member for 10 months. Welcome to the gallery. Thank you as well. Golden Girl's here. Thank you for the super sticker, Golden Girl. Thank you. Closing for me needs to be short and sharp. I can't stand long closing, says Jan. I just can't handle another Paul Canero closing statement fiasco. Oh, I think there might be some fireworks in the closings. I'm excited for that. And by the way, Golden Girl, I'm not sure if you know this. You probably do. This is your third super sticker on a live stream. Thank you very much. Southern CJB, member for 5 months, says, oh, hey, 5 months. I'm on my way. Oh, to be an OG. Hang on. My insurance agent's on the phone.
Hello.
Well, we're not.
And unfortunately, you have
in front of the Walmart.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
Record in 231-500-139. Mr. Burmister's looking at me. Oh, okay. Counsel for the state are present. Counsel for the defendant are present, along with Ms. Richins. We're set this morning for a closing argument. Mr. Bloodworth, is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
We are.
Okay. Anything before we invite the jury in? Mr. Bloodworth?
No, sir.
Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. Cody, we're ready for the jury. Oh, all right. Very good. Well, so it goes. While I have this moment, if one member from each of your respective teams would plan to meet with Brittany after closings are complete, just confirm that we have consensus regarding the exhibits that we're sending back into the jury room.
Yes, Your Honor. Can we address physical evidence as well? I don't think we're requesting to send any physical evidence back, but I'm not sure.
For example, the glassine bags of the gummies, etc.
Correct.
Okay. I wasn't planning to send those back, Ms. Lewis.
That's fine.
Okay. Very good.
Your Honor, is the court sending a computer back for the kind of audio-video files? Got it.
We have an air-gap computer that will not attach to the internet or connect to the internet, that they'll be able to use to view files off a thumb drive.
That's a tech term.
Right, Your Honor.
Meanie Banana upgraded to the jury. Thank you so much, Meanie Banana. Mathis. Shout out to fellow law-abiding dog walkers. Let's go metal detecting. Saw some amazing finds over the last week, including gold coins, some great historic Civil War stuff. There's been a lot of metal detecting in my area recently with, I believe, a convention of sorts happening. Let's do be kind to people. Thank you for the reminder, True Crime Addict. Nikki, OG, member for 35 months. So close to the new courthouse. Still absolutely love it here. Appreciate you so much. All right. Nikki, thank you. Thank you very much. And congratulations in advance. Next month's the big one. Simply Nikki also gifted a membership. So we have Nikki and Simply Nikki. Appreciate it. We're just waiting for the jury here, I believe. How's the volume? Are you guys good over there? Turn it up just a tiny bit.
Have a seat as you come in, please.
Selena is in her regular spot.
Have a seat, please. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We will begin this morning with jury instructions. Then we'll take a restroom break, and then we'll proceed with closing arguments. You have a copy of the jury instructions on your chair. You're welcome to read along, but you're not required to. You'll be able to bring those back with you into the jury room to review during your deliberations. And we can fast forward to instruction number 13. The preceding pages before instruction 13 are just a written copy of the jury instructions the court gave prior to opening statements. Closing roadmap. Members of the jury, you now have all the evidence. 3 things remain to be done. First, I'll give you additional instructions that you will follow in deciding this case. Second, the lawyers will give their closing arguments. Prosecutor will go first, then the defense. Because the prosecution has the burden of proof, the prosecutor may give a rebuttal. Finally, you will go to the jury room to discuss and decide the case. You have 2 main duties as jurors. The first is to decide from the evidence what the facts are. Deciding what the facts are is your job, not mine. You are the exclusive judges of all questions of fact. The second duty is to take the law I give you in the instructions, apply it to the facts, and decide if the prosecution has proved the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You are bound by your oath to follow the instructions that I give you, even if you personally disagree with them. This includes the instructions I gave you before trial, any instructions I may have given you during the trial, and these instructions. All the instructions are important, and you should consider them as a whole. The order in which the instructions are given does not mean that some instructions are more important than others. Whether any particular instruction applies may depend upon what you decide are the true facts of the case. If an instruction applies only to facts or circumstances that you find do not exist, you may disregard that instruction. Please perform your duties fairly. Do not let any bias, sympathy, or prejudice that you may feel toward one side or the other influence your decision in any way. You must also not let yourselves be influenced by public opinion. Regarding closing arguments, when the lawyers give their closing arguments, please keep in mind that they are advocating their views of the case. What they say during their closing arguments is not evidence. If the lawyers say anything about the evidence that conflicts with what you remember, you are to rely on your memory of the evidence. If they say anything about the law that conflicts with these instructions, you are to rely on these instructions. During the trial, I've made certain rulings. I made those rulings based on the law and not because I favor one side or the other. However, if I sustained an objection, if I did not accept evidence offered by one side or the other, or if I ordered that certain testimony be stricken, then you must not consider those things in reaching your verdict. As the judge, I am neutral. If I have said or done anything that makes you think I favor one side or the other, that was not my intention. Please do not interpret anything I've done as indicating that I have any particular view of the evidence or the decision you should reach. You must base your decision only on the evidence that you saw and heard here in court. Evidence includes what the witnesses said while they were testifying under oath and any exhibits admitted into evidence. Nothing else is evidence. The lawyer's statements and arguments are not evidence. Their objections are not evidence. My legal rulings and comments are not evidence. In reaching a verdict, consider all the evidence as I have defined it here and nothing else. You may also draw all reasonable inferences from that evidence. Regarding items not admitted into evidence, transcripts, police reports, or other written, audio, or visual materials may have been referenced during the trial but not admitted as exhibits. It's common during deliberations for jurors to ask to review these materials or to have transcripts of what witnesses said during trial. These materials, other than what may have been admitted as exhibits, may not be requested as part of your deliberations. Regarding witness credibility, in deciding this case, you'll need to decide how believable each witness was. Please use your judgment and common sense. Let me suggest a few things to think about as you weigh each witness's testimony. How good was the witness's opportunity to see, hear, or otherwise observe what the witness testified about? Does the witness have something to gain or lose from this case? Does the witness have any connection to the people involved in this case? Does the witness have any reason to lie or slant the testimony? Was the witness's testimony consistent over time? If not, is there a good reason for the inconsistency? If the witness was inconsistent, was it about something important or unimportant? How believable was the witness's testimony in light of other evidence presented at trial? How believable was the witness's testimony in light of human experience? Was there anything about the way the witness testified that made the testimony more or less believable? In deciding whether or not to believe a witness, you may also consider anything else you think is important. You do not have to believe everything that a witness said. You may believe part and disbelieve the rest. On the other hand, if you're convinced that a witness lied, you may disbelieve anything the witness said. In other words, you may believe all, part, or none of a witness's testimony. You may believe many witnesses against one, or one witness against many. In deciding whether a witness testified truthfully, please remember that no one's memory is perfect. Anyone can make an honest mistake. Honest people may remember the same event differently. Evidence has been presented that a witness was previously convicted of a crime. This evidence was brought to your attention only to help you evaluate the credibility of that witness. Do not use it for any other purpose. It is not evidence of anything else. An informant is someone who provides evidence against someone else for a personal reason or advantage. The testimony of an informant alone, if believed by the jury, may be of sufficient weight to sustain a verdict of guilt, even though not corroborated or supported by other evidence. You must examine and weigh an informant's testimony with greater care than the testimony of an ordinary witness. You must determine whether the informant's testimony has been affected by self-interest, by an agreement they have with the government, by their own interest in the outcome of the case, or by prejudice against the defendant. You should not convict a defendant based on the unsupported testimony of an informant unless you believe the unsupported testimony beyond a reasonable doubt. A person may testify under a grant of immunity, that is, an agreement with the government. Their testimony alone, if believed by the jury, may be of sufficient weight to sustain a verdict of guilt, even though it's not corroborated or supported by other evidence. You should consider testimony given under a grant of immunity with greater care and caution than the testimony of an ordinary witness. You should consider whether testimony under a grant of immunity has been affected by the witness's own interest, the government's agreement, the witness's interest in the outcome of the case, or by prejudice against the defendant. On the other hand, you should also consider that an immunized witness can be prosecuted for perjury for making a false statement. After considering these things, you may give testimony given under a grant of immunity such weight as you feel it deserves. You should not convict a defendant based on the unsupported testimony of an immunized witness unless you believe the unsupported testimony beyond a reasonable doubt. Remember, The fact that the defendant is charged with a crime is not evidence of guilt. The law presumes that the defendant is not guilty of the crime charged. This presumption persists unless the prosecution's evidence convinces you, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the defendant is guilty. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof that leaves you firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt. There are very few things in this world that we know with absolute certainty, and in criminal cases, the law does not require proof that overcomes every possible doubt. If the evidence leaves you firmly convinced that the defendant is guilty of the crime charged, you must find the defendant guilty. On the other hand, if there is a real possibility that she is not guilty, you must give the defendant the benefit of the doubt and return a verdict of not guilty. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty and denies committing the alleged crimes. Every crime has component parts called elements. The prosecution must prove each element beyond a reasonable doubt. Until then, you must presume that the defendant is not guilty. The defendant does not have to prove anything. She does not have to testify, call witnesses, or present evidence. Regarding direct and circumstantial evidence. Facts may be proved by direct or circumstantial evidence. The law does not treat one type of evidence as better than the other. Direct evidence can prove a fact by itself. It usually comes from a witness who perceived firsthand the fact in question. For example, if a witness testified that he looked outside, saw it was raining, that would be direct evidence that it had rained. Circumstantial evidence is indirect evidence. It usually comes from a witness who perceived a set of related events, but not the fact in question. However, based on that testimony, someone could conclude that the fact in question had occurred. For example, if a witness testified that she looked outside and saw that the ground was wet and people were closing their umbrellas, that would be circumstantial evidence that it had rained. Before you can find the defendant guilty of any charge, there must be enough evidence, direct, circumstantial, or some of both, to convince you of the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. It is up to you to decide. You have heard evidence that before or after the alleged acts charged in this case, the defendant may have done the following: made false statements connected to the financial affairs of her business, engaged in an extramarital affair, or made false claims about whether she was the sole author of a book. This evidence was not admitted to prove a character trait of the defendant or to show that she acted in a manner consistent with that trait. You may consider this evidence, if at all, for the limited purposes of determining motive, intent, preparation, plan, knowledge, identity, absence of mistake, or lack of accident. Keep in mind that the defendant is on trial for the crimes charged in this case, and for those crimes only. You may not convict the defendant simply because you believe she may have committed some other acts at another time. Regarding fact versus expert witnesses. There are two types of witnesses: fact witnesses and expert witnesses. Usually a fact witness can testify only about facts that he or she can see, hear, touch, taste, or smell. An expert witness has scientific, technical, or other special knowledge that allows the witness to give an opinion. An expert's knowledge can come from training, education, experience, or skill. Experts can testify about facts, and they can give their opinions in their area of expertise. You may have to weigh one expert's opinion against another's. In weighing the opinions of experts, you may look at their qualifications, the reasoning process the experts used, and the overall credibility of their testimony. You may also look at things like bias, consistency, and reputation. Please use your common sense in evaluating all witnesses, including expert witnesses. You do not have to accept an expert's opinion. You may accept it all, reject it all, or accept part and reject part. Give it whatever weight you think it deserves. You have heard the testimony of law enforcement officers. The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that his or her testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. It is up to you to give any witness's testimony whatever weight you think it deserves. Regarding the defendant not testifying, a person accused of a crime may choose whether or not to testify. In this case, the defendant chose not to testify. Do not hold that choice against the defendant. Do not try to guess why the defendant chose not to testify. Do not consider it in your deliberations. Decide the case only on the basis of the evidence. The defendant does not have to prove that she is not guilty. The prosecution must prove the defendant's guilt beyond reasonable doubt. Regarding conduct and mental state, a person cannot be found guilty of a criminal offense unless that person's conduct is prohibited by law and, at the time the conduct occurred, the defendant demonstrated a particular mental state specified by law. Conduct can mean both an act or the failure to act when the law requires a person to act. An act is a voluntary movement of the body, and it can include speech. As to the mental state requirement, the prosecution must prove that at the time the defendant acted, she did so with a particular mental state. For each offense, the law defines what kind of mental state the defendant had to have, if any. For some crimes, the defendant must have acted intentionally or knowingly. For other crimes, it's enough that the defendant acted recklessly or with criminal negligence or with some other specified mental state. Later, I'll instruct you on the specific conduct and mental state that the prosecution must prove before the defendant can be found guilty of the crimes charged. The law requires that the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant acted with a particular mental state. Ordinarily, there is no way that a defendant's mental state can be proved directly because no one can tell what another person is thinking. A defendant's mental state can be proved indirectly from the surrounding facts and circumstances. This includes things like what the defendant said, what the defendant did, and any other evidence that shows what was in the defendant's mind. Some definitions. On or about includes any day that is near the day alleged in the information. For pecuniary gain means for the acquisition of money or something of monetary value. Attempt means the actor engages in conduct that constitutes a substantial step toward the commission of the crime and intends to commit the crime, or, when causing a particular result is an element of the crime, acts with an awareness that her conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. Conduct constitutes a substantial step toward the commission of the crime when it strongly corroborates the actor's required mental state to commit the crime. Utter means any intentional act that puts a writing into circulation and implies, by word or action, that the writing is genuine. Unless these instructions give a definition, you should give all words their usual and ordinary meanings. Elements of Count 1, criminal homicide, aggravated murder. Kouri Richins is charged in Count 1 with committing aggravated murder between on or about March 3rd and March 4th, 2022. You cannot convict her of this offense unless, based on the evidence, you unanimously find, beyond a reasonable doubt, each of the following elements. Kouri Richins intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Eric Richins under one or more of the following circumstances: for pecuniary gain or by means of the administration of any substance administered in a lethal amount, dosage, or quantity. After you carefully consider all the evidence in this case, if you are convinced that each and every element has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant guilty. On the other hand, if you are not convinced that each and every element has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. To find the defendant guilty of aggravated murder, you must unanimously agree the prosecution has proven at least one circumstance listed and element 3 beyond a reasonable doubt. You must also unanimously agree which circumstance or circumstances the prosecution has proven. You will mark your decisions.
It's an interesting one.
Elements of count 2, attempted criminal homicide, attempted aggravated murder. Kouri Richins is charged in count 2 with committing attempted aggravated murder on or about February 14, 2022. You cannot convict her of this offense unless, based on the evidence, you unanimously find, beyond a reasonable doubt, each of the following elements. Kouri Richins attempted to intentionally or knowingly cause the death of Eric Richins under one or more of the following circumstances: for pecuniary gain or by means of the administration of any substance administered in a lethal amount, dosage, or quantity. After you carefully consider all the evidence in this case, if you are convinced that each and every element has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant guilty. On the other hand, if you are not convinced that each and every element has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. To find the defendant guilty of attempted aggravated murder, you must unanimously agree the prosecution has proven at least one circumstance listed in element 4 beyond a reasonable doubt. You must also unanimously agree which circumstance or circumstances the prosecution has proven. You will mark your decisions on the verdict form. Definitions of mental state related to counts 1 and 2. For the purposes of counts 1 and 2, a person acts intentionally or with intent when her conscious objective is to cause a certain result. A person acts knowingly or with knowledge when the person is aware that her conduct is reasonably certain to cause a particular result. Elements of count 3, insurance fraud. Kouri Richins is charged in count 3 with committing insurance fraud between on or about January 29 and August 31 of 2022. You cannot convict her of this offense unless, based on the evidence, you unanimously find beyond a reasonable doubt each of the following elements. Kouri Richins, with intent to deceive or defraud, intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly devised a scheme or artifice to obtain anything of value by means of false or fraudulent pretenses, representations, promises, or material omissions, and the value of the property, money, or things obtained or sought to be obtained is or exceeds $5,000. After you carefully consider all the evidence in this case, if you are convinced that each and every element has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant guilty. On the other hand, if you're not convinced that each and every element has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. Elements of count 4, insurance fraud. Kouri Richins is charged in count 4 with committing insurance fraud on or about June 14, 2022. You cannot convict her of this offense unless, based on the evidence, you unanimously find, beyond a reasonable doubt, each of the following elements. Kouri Richins, with intent to deceive or defraud, presented or caused to be presented any oral or written statement or representation as part of or in support of a claim for payment or other benefit pursuant to an insurance policy, certificate, or contract. Knowing that the statement or representation contained false, incomplete, or fraudulent information concerning any fact or thing material to the claim, and the value of the property, money, or things obtained or sought to be obtained is or exceeds $5,000. After you carefully consider all the evidence in this case, if you are convinced that each and every element has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant guilty. On the other hand, if you're not convinced that each and every element has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. Elements of count 5, forgery. Kouri Richins is charged in count 5 with committing forgery on or about January 29, 2022. You cannot convict her of this offense unless, based on the evidence, you unanimously find beyond a reasonable doubt each of the following elements. Kouri Richins, with purpose to defraud anyone, without the authority to do so, did make, execute, or utter a writing so that the writing or the making, execution, or utterance purports to be the act of another person. After you carefully consider all the evidence in this case, if you're convinced that each and every element has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant guilty. On the other hand, if you're not convinced that each and every element has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty.
Those are the 5 charges.
Definitions of mental state for counts 3, 4, and 5. For purposes of counts 3, 4, and 5, a person acts intentionally or with intent when her conscious objective is to engage in certain conduct. A person acts knowingly or with knowledge when the person is aware of the nature of her conduct, or is aware of the particular circumstances surrounding her conduct, or is aware that her conduct is reasonably certain to cause a particular result. A person acts recklessly when she is aware of a substantial and unjustifiable risk that certain circumstances exist relating to her conduct, but she consciously disregards the risk and acts anyway, or her conduct will cause a particular result, but she consciously disregards the risk and acts anyway. The nature and extent of the risk must be of such a magnitude that disregarding it is a gross deviation from what an ordinary person would do in that situation. Conduct means either an act or an omission. Separate consideration of multiple crimes. The defendant has been charged with more than one crime. It is your duty to consider each charge separately. For each crime charged, consider all the evidence related to that charge. Decide whether the prosecution has presented proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of that particular crime. Your verdict on one charge does not determine your verdict on any other charge. Regarding jury unanimity. Because this is a criminal case, every single juror must agree with the verdict before the defendant can be found guilty or not guilty. That is, you must be unanimous in your verdict for each count charged. To help you in reaching unanimous agreement, I recommend that you not commit yourselves to a particular verdict before discussing all the evidence. In addition, you may not use methods of chance, such as drawing straws or flipping a coin. Rather, in the jury room, please consider the evidence and speak your minds with each other. Listen carefully and respectfully to each other's views, and keep an open mind about what others have to say. If there is a difference of opinion about the evidence or the verdict, do not hesitate to change your mind if you become convinced that your position is wrong. On the other hand, do not give up your honestly held views about the evidence simply to agree on a verdict, to give in to pressure from other jurors, or just to get the case over with. In the end, your vote must be your own. A unanimous verdict must reflect the individual, careful, and conscientious judgment of each juror as to whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty. In making your decision, do not consider what punishment could result from a verdict of guilty. Your duty is to decide if the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Punishment is not relevant to whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty. Let's pause there for now. That went a little quicker than I anticipated. Mr. Bloodworth, would you like to proceed?
27 minutes. Holy cow.
Yes, Your Honor, we may proceed and then maybe take an intermission.
Understood.
Here we go. Bloodworth is up. Scott is moving into position.
No problem.
We lost power. We just need to plug in under the desk here. Podium lectern has been moved to face the jury.
We sure did.
The objection count right now is at 264 for this trial.
Mr. Bloodworth, would you like me to publish the slide deck now?
Yes, Your Honor, please.
There you are.
So I'm surprised that was a quick instruction.
Kouri Richins feels aggrieved and is thus an intensely ambitious person. She feels aggrieved because growing up, her father was an alcoholic who traded parenting for prison, and her mother a gambler who traded parenting for a casino. Kouri Richins thus worked for her aunt, cleaning the homes of rich people in Park City. She was not beneath those homeowners, but she felt that she was. This fueled in her an intense desire to appear privileged, affluent, and successful. She met Eric Richins. He was a successful business owner. He had money. They had a son, married, and had 2 more sons. Kouri Richins was on her way. But she was unhappy. She wanted to leave Eric Richins, but did not want to leave his money. Their prenuptial agreement meant that if she left him, she would also leave most of his money. So, Kouri Richins took $250,000 in equity out of Eric Richins' home without him knowing it, so that she could start her own business and earn enough money to leave Eric Richins. Kouri Richins is intensely ambitious. First with Eric's money and then other people's money, Kouri Richins carefully curated the facade of a privileged, affluent, successful business owner. Behind the facade, however, Kouri Richins was incompetent. She took tremendous risks. She borrowed money by any means necessary at exorbitant rates. She gambled other people's money and lost. Her business was imploding. All the while, Kouri Richins was more interested in spending time with Josh Grossman than Eric. She dreamed of living in the Midway Mansion with Josh, running it as an event center, farming and raising kids, Eric's kids. But she did not have the money to leave Eric or the money to salvage her business. Kouri Richins is an intensely ambitious person. She is a risk taker. There was a way forward. Eric had to die.
A gun may be fired in a flash of anger, or a rock carelessly hurled, a shovel swung in sudden fury, but a homicidal poisoning requires a calculating intelligence.
As Judge Mrazek just instructed, there are 5 counts. And each count has a series of elements. The state has to prove each count and each element of each count beyond a reasonable doubt. That is our burden. In this closing, we will go count by count, and then within each count, element by element, to show to you how the state has met its burden of proving aggravated murder, attempted aggravated murder, 2 counts of fraud, and forgery. That, again, is the reasonable doubt instruction that Judge Mrazek just read, and you will have back with you in the jury room. Judge Mrazek also read this instruction on what evidence is. and it's usually testimony and exhibits. To reiterate, what the attorneys say is not evidence. And as I asked you in opening, please focus on the evidence. Throughout this presentation, I generally use this format for slides. And so everybody understands where we are, the count, and then the element within the count is at the top in the red banner. We then quote some witness testimony, and we cite it because it's the evidence that matters. So that you'll have the exhibits back with you when you deliberate. And you can reference them. Usually it's a transcript, page, line, number of the testimony. We also publish exhibits. And usually we'll have an exhibit number down here. If there's an exhibit, whatever, 2-5, so you can reference it.
It's a great use of PowerPoint so far.
Let's begin with the aggravated murder count. The evidence will prove that Kouri Richins was the person who committed the aggravated murder. The evidence will prove that she intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Eric Richins, here by means of administering to him the illicit street drugs that she purchased from Carmen Lauber. She intended to kill him with the illicit street drugs. It doesn't matter what illicit street drugs. We'll get into it more. It doesn't matter if it was the propofol, if it was the fentanyl that actually killed him, if it was oxy or some other illicit street drugs. She bought illicit street drugs to kill Eric Richins. That's what matters. That's murder. These two elements are just murder. Right? If we hide this, that's a murder charge. Here we have an aggravated murder charge, and the state will prove two separate and distinct aggravators. The first is for pecuniary gain. This is a why aggravator. Why did Kouri Richins kill Eric? For money. The second aggravator is a how aggravator. How did she do it? Here, by the administration of any substance, here it happens to be fentanyl, but it could be any substance administered in a lethal amount. Either one of those aggravators are what transforms this case from a murder case to an aggravated murder case. So, first count, first element, was it Kouri Richins? Yes. The state has proved that Kouri Richins had the means, here the fentanyl, the illicit street drugs, the motive, here money, and a fresh start at life, and the opportunity to kill Eric Richins. She was the only other adult in the home at the time. Nobody else killed Eric Richins. Now, intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Eric Richins by administering the illicit street drugs. The state will prove with all kinds of evidence, testimony, exhibits, patterns of her behavior, and what each of us know about humans, that she intended to cause Eric's death. She intended it probably as early as December the 7th, 2021, when she booked a trip for her and Josh Grossman to the Caribbean for April. People don't book that trip. Kouri Richins did not book that trip thinking Eric Richins would be alive in April. She booked it knowing he would not. In December, before Eric died, before Kouri Richins murdered Eric, she told her friend, Becky Lloyd, in many ways it would be better if he were dead. That proves she intended to cause his death. This was the New York Life policy that covered the C&E buy-sell agreement. And on January the 1st, 2022, Kouri Richins changed the life insurance beneficiary on Cody's policy from Eric to her. The evidence proves that Kouri Richins didn't understand that was Cody's policy. And when she figured it out, she went ahead and changed it back. Because she planned to murder Eric. She did not plan to murder Cody. But she planned to murder.
Eyebrows have made an appearance.
Kouri Richins asked two people, Ayden Jeffs and Carmen Lauber, for the Michael Jackson drug. Kouri Richins was a suburban mother real estate agent. She does not know a lot about the illicit street drug world. But she knows Michael Jackson died from taking drugs. She doesn't know how to order a street drug, but she knows she wants the Michael Jackson stuff. She knows she wants it because it is lethal, it is fatal, it kills. And she wanted lethal, fatal death.
As opposed to the non-lethal, non-fatal death.
Kouri Richins is intensely ambitious. She wanted the perfect life, or at least the appearance of the perfect life. And for her, that meant Josh Grossman. But first, Eric had to go away.
So with these transactions, when Carmen hit you up, what did she tell you?
She just told me that she had a friend that wanted,
Did she ask for blue specifically or fentanyl specifically, or did she ask for oxys, or what did she ask for?
No, I think she might have asked me for blue. I can't remember.
But you sold her M30s, right?
Yeah, I told her what she knew what she was buying.
Okay, so it wasn't like she's asking for oxys or something like that, and she got the M30s.
Right, no.
Okay. So she knew that there was fentanyl in those pills.
At Kouri Richins' request, Carmen Lauber purchased illicit street drugs from Robert Crozier. It's those illicit street drugs that killed Eric Richins. It's those illicit street drugs that Kouri used to murder Eric Richins. And while there may be some question as to whether she specifically ordered fentanyl or she knew she was getting fentanyl, the evidence proves she at least knew it. She wanted fatal, lethal, illicit street drugs. And all the testimony from Carmen Lauber, Robert Crozier, digital forensics, we'll get into it, all confirm that Kouri Richins ordered and received illicit street drugs, and that those street drugs contained fentanyl. Illicit street drugs is all that matters. But you heard the testimony that despite confusion in what people were ordering, people were getting fentanyl. The fake M30s looked like the real, the fake M30s looked like the real M30s, Everything on the street
Why
in
are
early
they doing
2022 had fentanyl. That's how we know that it was this purchase
They showed his face.
that ended up killing Eric.
They
It's the fentanyl.
They put the
We can
undercover's
trace the
picture
fentanyl.
on there again.
Next slide. The digital forensics corroborate Carmen Lauber's testimony that 5 days before Kouri Richins murdered Eric Richins, Carmen Lauber purchased for Kouri Richins fentanyl from Robert Crozier at the Maverick in Draper. The call detail records show an extraordinary amount of overlapping communication between Carmen Lauber, Kouri Richins, Carmen Lauber, Robert Crozier during that time. We, of course, don't have the communications. Carmen Lauber deleted them because they were evidence of a drug deal. Kouri Richins deleted them because they were evidence of a drug deal and a murder. Robert Crozier said he had lost his phone. But that's an extraordinary number of communications. We know that Kouri Richins, the evidence proves that Kouri Richins used a Moscow Mule and a shot to administer the fentanyl to Eric. She writes it in her orange notebook where she journals what happened the night she murdered Eric. It's a self-serving journal. We'll discuss that down the road. But she wrote Moscow Mule and a lemon drop shot. And that is consistent with all the toxicology. Again, in the notes that investigators recovered from the kitchen cabinet in Kouri Richins' home, she wrote Moscow Mules. Lemon water, vodka, and rum. She left out the main ingredient, which of course is the ginger beer. But there was ginger beer. We know that from the Cock and Bull that OME investigator Cam Sessions found in the trash can in the kitchen. It's interesting that Kouri Richins wrote vodka, in parentheses, rum. The evidence may show that the Moscow Mule she made that night was ginger beer and fentanyl. The lemon drop shot may be lemon and fentanyl. Notice that here she writes drink in bed. We'll come back to that in a minute. The Cock and Bull, as I mentioned, corroborates at least a Moscow Mule. And that we know the cause of death from the death certificate was fentanyl. The fentanyl and the illicit street drugs that Kouri Richins got from Carmen Lauber, who got from Robert Crozier. We know that Eric ingested the fentanyl from the Moscow Mule, the lemon drop shop, or both. Medical examiner Dr. Pamela Ulmer toxicologist Brianna Peterson, chief medical examiner Dr. Eric Christensen, all testified that the 20,000 nanograms per milliliter of fentanyl, an extraordinary amount, in his stomach indicates oral ingestion. Indeed, Dr. Christensen not only testified to it, he told Kouri Richins that in their phone call that she recorded. Ms. Peterson's testimony, as well as Dr. Christensen, also proves that the fentanyl was illicit. Again, illicit coming from the street, illegal street drug, illicit fentanyl. And it was their testimony, right, was that there was not only fentanyl in the toxicology, but there was norfentanyl, which was a marker of an illicit fentanyl. There's also acetylfentanyl as well. But it's the norfentanyl that is a marker of illicit fentanyl, which completely tracks with how Kouri Richins got the illicit street drugs. We also know that Kouri Richins intended to kill Eric Richins because the toxicology contained quetiapine.
Your Honor, we may have lost the audio. Let's reset. My apologies.
Is an antipsychotic medication.
Last one. What is quetiapine? Quetiapine?
Quetiapine is an antipsychotic medication. It's called Seroquel.
Okay. I gotcha.
It's a prescription, mental health medication that's prescribed for different things.
I gotcha.
The quetiapine in the toxicology for Eric Richins shows that Kouri Richins was involved because she was prescribed quetiapine. Now, this conversation that she recorded with Dr. Christensen is also very insightful. She pretends to not know what quetiapine is. It's her prescription. Of course she knows what it is. She pretends to not know what it is to cover up her involvement in putting the quetiapine inside Eric's body. She feigns the ignorance. She covers up her conduct in murdering Eric Richins in several ways throughout, beginning the night she murdered him, all the way through the walk the dog letter. In the orange notebook, she writes, she jumped out of bed, ran, turned on the lights, grabbed her phone, and called 911. The evidence proves that is not true. The evidence proves that when she returned to their bedroom, Kouri Richins says she was in Ashton's room. There's no evidence of that. But she returned from somewhere to their bedroom, unlocked her phone, put it on speaker. There's no call detail records showing a call at that time. but she may have called on Wi-Fi. Somebody. That would not appear in the call detail records. It would appear on her phone if her phone had not been deleted.
Objection, Your Honor. These are facts that are not.
Please have a seat.
She then unlocked her phone again at 3:08, 3:10, 3:15, 3:19, 3:19, and then 15 minutes later, she called 911. That is not immediately called 911. Perhaps she was staging the scene during these 15 minutes. We're going to discuss the 911 call in a minute. This is a receiver activation. At 3:22:12, when we're in the 911 call, she's on receiver on her phone. The 911 call operator asks her, "Are you on speakerphone?" She says yes, no. She's on receiver. Before we play this, sorry, we're going to listen to the first part, actually most of the 911 call again. I ask that as you listen to it, you'll hear the first minute. The first minute is not the sound of a wife becoming a widow. To echo her friend Chelsea Barney, the first minute is the sound of a wife becoming a black widow. Listen to how Kouri Richins, on the 911 call, immediately presents, very soon after the call begins, presents her alibi narrative. Listen to how she tells the 911 dispatcher where she was when Eric died. She is distancing herself. Rather than, he's not breathing, he has no pulse, I have to figure out what to do, I need help, she's saying, hey, look, I was not there, I was in my son's room. That's her alibi. She's distancing herself from the time and the place that she murdered Eric. The 911 call operator asks her to perform CPR. Notice how she distances herself from that. No, I don't know how. No, he's too heavy. No, I can't move him. She is not immediately trying to revive him. We're going to run a clock from the time that the dispatcher asks her if she can start CPR to the time she purportedly starts it. It's 6 minutes. Listen, please, to the portion of the 911 call where the operator instructs Kouri Richins how to remove Eric from the bed. Listen how the dispatcher says, move to the side of the bed. Kouri Richins says she does. Remove the pillows, pull the arm, pull the leg, lift up the sheet, pull him off. If Kouri Richins is following the instructions of the 911 dispatcher, Eric Richins' body is on the floor on the side of the bed, not the foot of the bed where it was found. Listen also to her choice of language. She has dehumanized Eric Richins. When she is talking about removing Eric from the bed and she is protesting and she is saying she cannot, she is not saying, I can't move him. She is saying, I can't move it. Eric is no longer a him to him. She murdered Eric. Eric is an it. Finally, listen to when she says she is performing CPR and the phone is on speaker. The phone's not on speaker. Determine whether she's performing CPR. Okay, Scott.
My husband's not breathing. He's cold. Okay, what's the address? 282 Willow Court. 282 Willow Court? Uh-huh. Okay, what's a good phone number in case we get disconnected? 435 671. Okay, it's going to be in Francis. Okay, tell me exactly what happened. I don't know. I just came in. I was sleeping with my kids. Okay, I can't understand you. I need you to take a deep breath. What's going on? I don't know. I was sleeping in with my kids. I just came in our bed, and I turned over, and he's just cold. He's just cold. Who's cold? My husband. I turned the light on him. And he's not breathing? No. He's not breathing? No. I need you to confirm it for me. Is he not breathing? No. Okay, can you do CPR? No, I don't know how. You don't know? I'm going to tell you how to. Are you willing to do CPR? Yeah. Okay. If there's a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it. No, thank God. Available? Okay. I'm sending the paramedics to help you now. Stay on the line and I'll tell you exactly what to do next, okay? Okay, are you right by your husband right now? Yeah, he's so pale. His mouth is open. Okay, listen carefully. Are you able to lay him on the floor or the ground? On the ground? I'm just shaking. I can't touch him. I can't. You can do it. You can do it. You need to calm down, okay? He's yellow. We need to help them. I can guide you through CPR. Take a deep breath for me. I'm here with you. He doesn't have a pulse. He doesn't have a pulse? No. There's no pulse. Okay. I'm here with you. I didn't hear anything. I was just going to... I'm here with you. We need to get him help. I know. If you need to put me on speaker, put me on speaker. I'm gonna guide you through CPR, okay? Okay. Tell me when you've done that. Okay, I'm ready. You ready? Okay, he's on the floor? He's on the bed. Okay, are you able by any chance to move him on the floor? Let me try. There's spots on it. I don't know what's happening. Okay. I'm here with you. You're not able to move him to the floor? No, go out. Don't come in here. Oh my God, my sister. You're not able to move him to the floor? Just listen carefully. We just need to get him on the floor. Don't worry about hurting them. No, he's just bloody. Is he still on the bed? Yes. Okay, if there's a sheet or a blanket under them, can you loosen it from the mattress? Yes. Okay, stand at the side of the bed closest to them and remove anything under their head. Okay.
Okay? I need you to pull the sheets towards you and slide them off the bed. Don't worry about him falling. We just need to help him now.
Okay.
Tell me when he's on the floor.
I can't move it. It's just dead weight. Like it's just...
You're not. If he has sheets under, pull them to the floor. Don't worry about hurting him.
Can you please send somebody?
Okay, I have the ambulance that's on the way. Okay, there's another way to do this, okay? Grab their feet. Grab his feet.
Okay.
Slide them towards you until they're just off the bed. How old is your husband?
39.
39?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, were you able to put his feet off the bed?
I'm pulling.
Okay, now grab the arm closest to you and pull the rest of the way off the bed. Again, don't worry about the fall. We just need to help them now. I have the ambulance on the way. I just need you to do this, okay, so we can get the help for him.
Okay.
Once they arrive, they'll take over. We just need to start CPR now. You are doing great, okay? I just need you to get him on the floor.
I think that's when he fell.
Okay, from the floor.
You got him on the floor?
Yeah.
Okay, listen carefully, okay? Make sure that there's nothing under his head. Is he laying flat on his back?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, just listen carefully and I'll tell you how to do chest compressions, okay?
Okay.
Place the heel of your hand on the breastbone. This is in the center of the chest, right between the nipples.
Okay.
Put your other hand on top of that hand.
Okay.
Okay? Start pumping the chest hard and fast, at least twice per second, and 2 inches deep.
Okay.
Okay, start counting out loud so I can count with you, okay? We're gonna count 1, 2, 3, 4, okay? Let me know when you're ready.
1,
1, 2, 3, 4. One, 2, 3, 4. Count out loud so I can hear you. I'm counting with you. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. If it's easier for you, am I on speaker?
Yes.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Do you know if the front door is open?
No, it's locked.
It's locked. I need you to go. Is there anybody else within the home or is it just you?
It's all my kids.
Okay, are one of them old enough to go unlock the door?
She just did.
Yeah, it's unlocked.
It's unlocked now?
Yeah, he's here. He's here.
Okay.
The protesting that was part of the 6-minute delay in Kouri Richins performing CPR. I can't move it. It is just dead weight. Contrast that 911 call with her self-serving text message to her best friend, Chelsea Barney. I tried so fucking hard to save him, his lifeless body on my bedroom floor. I pumped so damn hard, so hard, screaming at him to come back to life, that I needed him. None of that happened. She's covering up her involvement in murdering Eric Richins. Recall the alibi narrative at the beginning of the 911 call. Her letting the 911 operator and everyone know that she was not with Eric when he died. I was somewhere else. I was distant in place and time. When she calls her father-in-law, Eric's dad, Gene Richins, what does she say right at the outset? I was sleeping with Ashley and I came into the room. Gene, I wasn't there. Wasn't me. When Eric's sister Katie arrives, he wasn't breathing. I went to bed. I was in Ashton's room. He was having nightmares. I wasn't there. It was not me. Her alibi. Her cover-up. This is the written form that sheriff's deputies gave Kouri Richins early morning of March 4th to write out what happened. It says, describe in detail what you saw, know, or heard of the incident. Where does she start? Eric and I put the kids to bed around 9 p.m. We had a drink. In Kouri Richins' mind, that's when the incident started. It was the drink, and she knew it because she put the fentanyl in the drink. She didn't start with, I walked into the bedroom at 3 a.m. My husband was not breathing and cold. Describe the incident. The incident for her begins around 9:15 when she has the drink, because she knows that is in fact when the incident began. And then more of her self-serving alibi narrative. It wasn't me, I wasn't there, before she gets into really what matters. Intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Eric Richins. We know it was intentional because she planned the immediate reaction. When she spoke with Eric's sister, Katie, very shortly after medical examiners rolled Eric Richins' body out of his home for the last time, she told Katie that she was going to plan the she was going to follow through with the purchase of the Midway mansion. She was going to sell the home that she was living in. And she had a plan for running Eric's business, C&E. The morning of Eric's death. She had those plans in place because she knew she was going to murder Eric. She had already thought about not only murdering him, but what I'm doing immediately after murdering him. Her plan with the Midway mansion is consistent with her dream of living there with Josh Grossman, running it as an event center, farming and raising Eric's kids. Her plan to sell the home she lived in proves that she had no idea that home was in a trust. And she couldn't sell it. Her plan on running Eric Richins' half of C&E shows that she did not understand the buy-sell agreement, the life insurance coverage on the buy-sell agreement, or that that life insurance coverage went to the trust, not her. The morning Eric died, she had a plan on how she was spending Eric's money and didn't realize it was trust money. We know that Kouri Richins intended to kill Eric. The evidence proves that she intended to kill Eric, in part based on her conversation with Josh Grossman shortly after killing Eric. Kouri Richins asked Josh if he had ever killed anybody. Killed was her word. Not have you ever lost a loved one. How do you agree? Not have you ever walked in and found a dead body unexpectedly. Not how do you respond to a tragic and horrible accident. It is have you killed? And then she asked how it made him feel. She asked that because she was working through her own feelings on killing and wanted Josh to help her work through those feelings. And never mind that that's a highly selfish question. She's worried about working through her feelings on killing. Never mind Josh Grossman's feelings on having had to have killed in service of his country. It was her feelings that mattered. The walk the dog letter. There's a lot to unpack in this. But right now, let's unpack the fact that Kouri Richins says Eric gets pain pills and fentanyl from Mexico. She goes on to talk and says, Eric finally told me and asked if Carmen could get him some pain pills and fentanyl from Mexico. Some refers back to pain pills in Mexico from fentanyl. Sorry, pain pills and fentanyl from Mexico. Kouri Richins knows 4 months after she's been arrested for Eric Richins' murder, a year and a half after she murdered him, she knows that she bought fentanyl, and she has to explain it. And how does she explain it? A year and a half after murdering Eric Richins, she blames it on Eric. Oh, I bought it for Eric. That's the sum of the evidence. Her self-serving statement asking her brother to testify falsely that she brought it from Eric. For Eric. Year and a half after she murdered. Kouri Richins did not tell the 911 dispatcher, hey, I just bought some fentanyl for Eric. She didn't tell the paramedics, he might be dying from the fentanyl I just bought for him. He didn't tell the deputies that responded. He didn't tell Detective Woody. He didn't tell Dr. Ulmer. Didn't tell Christensen. Didn't tell her friends. Didn't tell her family. All the off-ramps she had the opportunity to take to say, hey, I bought the fentanyl for Eric. She doesn't, because it did not happen. She did not concoct this story until a year and a half after she killed him. And it is a story. It's a fake story that she wants her brother to testify to. There are, of course, other inaccuracies. Kouri Richins in the Orange Notebook writes, self-servingly, when the EMT walked up to me and said he didn't make it, we did all we could, I lost it, I immediately ran to the bathroom. This is the video of when the EMT walked up to her. We'll stop it there. We could play it for several more minutes. She doesn't immediately or otherwise run to the bathroom and throw up. When people make up stories, they are inconsistent in the retelling. Here, in the Orange Notebook, Kouri Richins says they make the Moscow Mule and the lemon drop shot in the kitchen, and then they go to bed and brush their teeth. Here, they drink it in the bedroom, not the kitchen. Kouri Richins tells her attorney, it's on the right, she tells her attorney that Eric was on the phone when she went into Ashton's bedroom. But Eric Richins' phone activity tells a different story. Kouri Richins repeatedly said that she went into Ashton's bedroom 9:30, 9:45. Eric was off the phone before 9. In the Orange Notebook, Kouri Richins says that Eric was awake when she went into Ashton's room. And that rambling phone call with Bryce Knutson that Chelsea Barney recorded, she suggests that he was asleep because she says when she returned to the bedroom about 3 a.m., Eric was in the exact same position as he was when he fell asleep. That means she was there when he fell asleep, not in Ashton's room. Her story is inconsistent in the details. That proves that much of it is fake. We've read text messages throughout this presentation. We'll continue to publish some more for you to read. None of those text messages were recovered from Kouri Richins' phone. They were recovered from Eric's phone, Chelsea Barney's phone, Josh Grossman's phone, but not Kouri Richins' phone, because they were deleted. That is part of her cover-up. When comparing the contents of the phone with few to no text messages, with the contents of the call detail records, with thousands of text messages. That's how we know they were deleted. When Detective Woody executed the first of the search warrants on April the 13th, 2022, and she informed Kouri Richins that toxicology showed that Eric died of fentanyl poisoning, Detective Woody seized her phone. On her phone that she got to replace the seized phone, on the phone that Kouri Richins got to replace the seized phone, these are the searches. What was Kouri Richins worried about? She was worried about the police recovering all her deleted text messages. Why? They're inculpatory. They would further prove that Kouri Richins bought drugs from Carmen Lauber to then murder Eric Richins. Her phone searches reveal what she was thinking. She's worried about being investigated. She's worried about having to take a lie detector test. She's worried about my office. She's worried about her seized electronics. Prison is on her mind. So is money. She's interested in the life insurance. We don't know precisely when these searches were conducted. It's just not in the digital data. We have the data we have. But we do know that she hasn't been paid out yet on life insurance. And she started getting paid out in June of 2022. And this phone she got in April of 2022. So the inference is that these searches occurred between April and June of 2022. This one's the most insightful. If someone is poisoned, what does it go down on the death certificate as? She didn't search if someone accidentally ODs. She doesn't search if somebody is dead for unknown reasons. She searches if somebody is poisoned, because that is what happened. Now we have to prove that Kouri Richins intended to murder Eric Richins, which means we have to prove that Eric Richins did not commit suicide. Kouri herself says he didn't. No mental health concerns. But the other evidence proves it as well. Eric had every reason to live. The first three of which are Carter, Ashton, and Weston. He was a phenomenal father. He protected his boys. He put his money in trust mostly for the benefit of them, to protect them. He was a protector. He's not leaving his boys. He was also planning for the future. He was a successful business person, and he and Cody had future business plans. He had future plans with his sister. They were planning family vacation to Disneyland. He was planning on buying a cabin in the Uintas with his father for the family. Every shred of evidence in this case proves that Eric did not commit suicide. This wasn't an accidental overdose. Eric Richins did not use drugs. He did not use illicit drugs. Set aside THC gummies. Kouri Richins said no, never to Deputy Wynn and paramedic Offred. These are people that it would have made sense to tell he used illicit drugs to in the moment as paramedic Offred's trying to save Eric's life. But no, she was honest. Nope, never. Same thing with Dr. Ulmer as they're reviewing the toxicology and trying to explain the fentanyl, right? Dr. Ulmer's like, well, there's this fentanyl, really can't explain it. Did he do illicit drugs? No, never. Grossman, she's honest with anybody. She's honest with Grossman. No, Eric did not use drugs. Her best friend, another person she's honest with. Nope. Life insurance company? No. Chief medical examiner? No. And every bit of evidence that came into this case, everyone who testified and knew Eric well, his friends, his family, no, Eric didn't use illicit drugs. Not even prescription drugs. Your Honor, this might be a good place to take a break.
Let's do it. Folks, one moment, just a friendly reminder. Don't talk about the case. Don't allow anybody to talk to you about it. Do not do anything with your devices during this break related to this case at all. We'll return at 10:20. Please rise for the jury.
We get a 15-minute break. The prosecution has gone 1 hour and 2 minutes into their presentation so far. They're about to, let's see here.
Court's in recess until 10:20. Thank you.
Try to grab a screenshot of what they just posted right before they reset for the break. It looks like we're going into, what is that? Kouri Richins' financial implosion. Oh my goodness. Starting in 2021 with some of the transactions he's got, the fees that were charged, and the amount that she had to pay. This is a downward spiral. As far as the state's presentation so far, this is a pretty tight PowerPoint, and you know I'm a harsh critic of PowerPoints, right? There aren't a ton of really good ones. And generally, court is one of the worst places to use a PowerPoint. The state's doing a good job here, though. This is a very well-crafted PowerPoint. It has key steps, and I think most important is that Mr. Bloodworth is not reading verbatim every word that comes across the PowerPoint, right? That is what puts everybody to sleep. It kills the joy, right? It's a downer for sure. Mr. Bloodworth is able to maintain his pacing, which is slower but quite deliberate, and then use the PowerPoint for cues, but build his own phrasing for the argument that he's making, which is then supported by the PowerPoint. So it's keeping interest, at least with me, very well. It is a lot of pages. We might get tired of this eventually, especially when we start getting into what the next screen looks like, which is just a ton of words, a lot of dates and numbers and everything else. That doesn't work very well. But the hour flew by, says Lindsay Bay. Great what drawing out very important points, discrepancies in Kouri's story with how things were and what she said how things were when she recounted it to someone else. The number of times she told various people that Eric never used drugs, and then she had to change her story to say that he did. This is a very good closing so far. We've got a couple things that Kouri's not too happy about as he's made these arguments. Even once at the defense's huddle, they decided, should we object to this? Ms. Lewis objected. She's going to give the closing, not Ms. Nestor. So Ms. Lewis objected, and the judge shut her down almost before she had finished making the objection and said, sit down. Yeah, and it was facts, not in evidence. I think Mr. Bloodworth at that point was pontificating on what could have happened during that time regarding a phone call that could have been made over Wi-Fi and why it would not show up on the phone. But there is evidence of the speakerphone being activated at that time, which could support that. So quite interesting that the judge shut her down. How is defense going to do? Because this is going to be PowerPoint versus PowerPoint. We know both of them have displays. The state, I'm sorry, you made another boo-boo, and you went and put the picture and name of the undercover officer up on the screen as a quote from him. You would have thought that you wouldn't do that, but they did. So I'm not sure if we're going to get instruction. It's just a tiny little thumbnail. It might be okay. We'll watch and see if we have to clip that out later on, but that happened. So thoughts on us hearing the unlocking of the front door when she was supposedly doing CPR? NJT and FLA. I don't even know how to say your name. Yes, I think at the idea, as soon as the dispatch asked if the door was locked, I think Kouri immediately got up. We can almost hear, the only time we hear urgency in her voice is she's sort of hustling to the door, and the dispatcher is saying, is there someone else in the house that can unlock the door? Insinuating that it's very important that you keep doing CPR right now. That those compressions, at the boom, 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 and the 2 inches deep need to continue. That's the priority. But send one of the little kids to unlock the door. They can handle that. It's important you stay this. Instead, she gets up and she runs and she unlocks the door, and she does let someone in at that time. That's the first person who responded to the scene. I think that was a off-duty or a firefighter who arrived in his personal vehicle, and she's like, "Oh, he's in here." So as that call proceeded, which we sort of ended at about right there, she's telling the person who she's letting into the house where Eric's at that point. So it gets a little confusing in the conversation. The dispatcher doesn't know that yet because she hasn't got reports that anyone has arrived yet, because the ambulance, the medic, the car with the radio saying, yeah, we're here, Marcus, show us has arrived, has not made that call yet. The Daffy says, I don't believe she was doing CPR. For those who have done CPR, it sure didn't sound like it. I think we've got Selena on the phone. Just one second.
Call from Selena.
Hey, Selena. How are you doing?
Hey, I only have a second.
Yeah.
So, good grief. I am and I'm going to do another news interview at lunch.
Okay.
With the same lady, because you said you were the first one in line and the only one and the last one, only one of the public to get in. I just want to share this real quick. It's never, her family was trying to find me all weekend and let me know that they were going to give me a wristband. And so they said they saw my truck here on the 6 o'clock news, and they knew I had shown up. And they're like, we are so glad you showed that to see that you're here. And I got my wristband, and yeah.
We're glad you got in. That is awesome. Glad you're there. I know that it was up to the families. The order just came out this morning. I texted it to you, and it basically says that the two representatives giving out the wristbands get to choose who else gets them. So after the family gets it, then they get to choose. So there might be more members of the public showing up, as assuming
there are some waiting. But as far as Kouri's sister, she said no one else has spoken to her. She wasn't planning on giving out any more wristbands. So
all right.
She may change her mind.
Yeah, and you might be the only one. Selena, we're glad you got in. Thank you very much. I know you've got to get back in just a minute.
Kindness goes a long way is all I can say,
Yeah. Interesting. Well, this is...
Oh!
Yeah.
I've got to go real fast.
Okay.
The man sitting on the same row as me in the blue shirt is Mrs. Lewis' her husband.
Okay.
And then the other two sitting to the right of me on the very end are somehow related to Miss Nestor. So
awesome. And we see
just
Sky
giving you
there.
that heads up.
Sky's there.
Okay.
Her old attorney. So.
Oh, yes, I forgot that was the most important thing I was going to tell you. Sky is there sitting by the family. Yes, she is.
All right. Selena, get in there. I know you don't want you to miss your seat, so thank you very much.
No,
we'll
I got
to,
and I need to get to the rest of them. Okay, talk to you later.
We'll see you. Bye.
Bye.
All right, so our court watcher is the only member of the public, aside from family members who are there, with the exception of some people who are connected to the case. Either previously. Sky Lazaro is there. She's in person, and as well as Ms. Lewis's husband came to see. I guess that's like, going to school to watch your kid perform, right? But, supporting the wife. So that's awesome. Who's the old guy wearing the headphones in the audience? I believe that's a family member, and the headphones are just hearing, for hearing impaired people. It just amplifies the courtroom sound. Sky is there. Yes, hopefully they'll pan over and show Sky again when we get back to court. We'll watch. I'll see if I can point her out. She has like jet black hair, so she's easy to spot. All right. So Sky is with Eric's family. No, Sky is with Kouri's family. Sky was Kouri's previous lawyer who was conflicted off the case and withdrew. She's there, I guess, as a sign of support. We'll ask more about the jury on the lunch break, but it's bring your family to work day. Yes, Sky was oh my goodness, a firecracker of a lawyer. Ms. Nestor is as well, but Sky had she had a bite to her. She could really go after you, and she would have been fun to watch in court as well. I like Ms. Nestor as well. They're both very good, very aggressive lawyers. So it's good. Sky's sitting next to Kouri's mom. Right, she's closest to the aisle. At least she was last time. Cindy, enjoy the moment. Gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much. Judge is coming back right now. How many till we reach? We need about another 1,000 until we reach 69 or 70,000. So it might, maybe next month. We'll see. Kouri's definitely wishing she could have kept Sky. The conflict means she couldn't have gone forward, and we don't know exactly what the conflict was. It might have had something to do with the walk the dog letter. So, not sure there. Ed Horak, I missed your comment here. Let me see if I can find it really quickly. Let's see if RA looks at my comment. I'm looking. There's just a lot of them. Just one second. Can I call you on Discord? I have 20 years experience in allies. Yes, we can do that, but probably after the break. If you've got the pond command. Let's see. We have a Discord just for voice for the channel. Judy says, member for 28 months makes you an OG. Wow, what a day to celebrate 28 months. Huge RA. Go Pickle Place. Malice people, rock on. Thank you very much. I struggled over the words there. There's the link. Josh is bringing up the pond link, so Discord for voice will be available here. Man. Keeping an eye on the weather as well, as we've had a number of tornado warnings on the western side of the state moving my direction. We just need it not to interrupt what we're doing. If it starts getting close and getting bad, I'll actually be setting up both a gas-powered generator and a Starlink out in my yard, just as failovers, so that we don't lose our feed. Commands are not working. I'll fix them here. The commands actually stop working when we have too many people use the sound effects for some reason. I don't know why. I'll bounce them real quick and get them back up. But the sound effects tend to break the tool. It's like it's got a limit of how many can happen each live stream. Lumia Stream wants me to turn on voice commands using like Morgan Freeman's voice. I don't think I'm going to use that anytime soon. All right. Commands should be back up. There's the Discord link. Let's see. We've got 2 minutes.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
All right. Jessica, 10 years sober today. That is awesome. Congratulations. That deserves a party sound. That is really cool. Congratulations. You're in the pond. Let's see what we can get.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
Hey, this is RA. We've just got a second before the judge comes back. Is this Adhorak? Adri Horak? Audrey. Hello?
Yeah, Adri Horak. Yes. Hi, nice to meet you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you very well. You said you've got years of experience analyzing voice. Is that correct? Tell me a little bit more.
Yes.
Can you turn off your
Yes,
TV
so
or the live stream
basically,
because it has a long
Bob
delay?
has been analyzing voice behavior.
So if you can just listen on the Discord and talk on the Discord.
Okay.
Because that would cut out like a 5-second delay.
I don't hear you.
You can't hear me?
Okay, now I can hear you.
Okay.
I think.
Is that better?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, way much better.
All right, we've got it figured out. We
So-
might have to go to the next break, but tell me a little bit what your experience tells you about this case so far.
Yeah. So basically, my job has been in between banking for refunds and also, I forgot the English name at the moment, but for fraud. There we go, fraud. So basically, when people call you, the most important part is to know the inflections of the person, if they are really in suffering. Are they under stress, or are they actually like, how can I explain it? How are they feeling throughout the voice? So one of the things is that when you try to create transactions and refunds, I have heard way much more passionate customers asking for a $50 refund on their credit card than what Kouri Richins has done in the 911 call. You can tell by her inflection, obviously, that when she's actually doing CPR, she's not doing CPR at all. Like immediately, one of the things that I actually realized was that the inflection of her was completely out. Even when she ran to the door, you didn't hear her run to the door. You didn't even hear Eric actually even falling down on the floor. And this is one of the things that, are you using a microphone that it actually takes everything away from your background? Or are you having it on the... yeah,
Mr.
okay.
Bloodworth, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, sir. You're welcome.
Ms.
Bye.
Lewis,
Bye.
let's do it.
Okay, Mr. Bloodworth's going to continue. We're going to restart the clock at 1 hour and 2 minutes so far. Let's give them just a minute. Jury's going back in.
Please have a seat as you commit. Please have a seat. Mr. Bloodworth, you can make sure that mic is still on, and please proceed. Very good.
Thank you, Your Honor. Recall at the outset of closing when we were looking at the aggravated murder charge, I mentioned the first two elements are murder, and then we get into the two aggravators. So the closing up until now has been the murder charge. That is straight murder. But the state, of course, has charged aggravated murder. So now we'll talk about the two aggravators. The why aggravator, money motive, and the how aggravator, administering any substance in a lethal amount. You'll recall Brooke Carrington's testimony. And when she began her forensic accounting analysis, this drew her attention. The number of overdraft and non-sufficient funds transactions beginning in April. That jumped from 1 in September to 37 in October, beginning in October. That jumped from 1 in September to 37 in October to 77 in December. And Brooke Carrington's analysis was the beginning of the downward financial death spiral. Then Ms. Carrington analyzed the overall debt, and it showed a growing debt picture nearing $8 million in debt when Kouri Richins closed on the Midway Mansion. All the while, she's not paying it off. She's barely sending her creditors any money. And it's never an increasing amount of money. It's flat. The payday loans particularly showed distress to Ms. Carrington. This isn't a traditional mortgage. This isn't even hard money lending. This is, give me money today, I'll give you money when you get paid at an extraordinary, exorbitant interest rate. And when Brooke Carrington saw this, she sees the line here go flat. Payday lenders would no longer lend to Kouri Richins. She was barely paying them off, or barely paying towards them. Kouri Richins lost money flipping homes. You heard Brooke Carrington testify about the extraordinary growth and unsustainable level of growth for even sophisticated business people. Kouri Richins is not a sophisticated business person. She didn't even understand fundamental accounting, fundamental tax reporting. Brooke Carrington plotted out the profitability analysis of each of Kouri Richins' home flips. Kouri Richins, when she bought a home, when you total up the home she bought and the loans she took out, she started her projects $2 million in the hole. When she was finished her projects, of money that Brooke could trace to expenses, she could only trace about half of it to expenses because Kouri Richins did not conduct normal accounting. Kouri Richins lost $469,000 on her home flips. But recall that Brooke Carrington testifies there's this other pot out there of $400,000 that I know she lost. I just can't trace it to a particular project. When you add those up, it's nearly $900,000 loss in flipping homes alone. Recall that Brooke Carrington said that does not count the foreclosures. While deliberating, you'll have this, and on the second page, you'll see all the foreclosures. She lost millions more in foreclosures. To include foreclosures on Chelsea Barney's home and the Midway Mansion. Kouri Richins would borrow money by any means necessary. 6 times she submitted inaccurate bank statements to lenders to get money. Those bank statements reflected her business account and balances in C&E's business account. This evidence proves the level of financial desperation that Kouri Richins was in late 2021 and early 2022. The next level of financial desperation is taking $45,000 of your best friend's hard-earned cash tips from waitressing, telling her that you are going to apply that as a down payment to a mortgage on her house where she lives with her partner and her children. And then diverting part of it to pay off Fund 5 Merchant, a payday lender. And spending the remainder of it, as Brooke Harrington testified, on expenses to rehabilitate homes and servicing existing debt. Then, telling your friend, your best friend, since middle school, that you applied the money to the loan, here's the deed, sign the deed, and then not filing it. And you will see, if you review that, Brooke Harrington's schedule that had all the property transactions, you'll see that not only did Kouri Richins not file the deed, she took out another loan on the house. That's the loan that was foreclosed on, that resulted in Chelsea Barney, her partner, and their children getting evicted and losing their life savings. That is the next level of financial desperation that Kouri Richins was in January 2022. There's the tax liabilities. In the grand scheme of the amount of debt, $150,000 in tax liabilities is de minimis, but they were on her mind. There's an interesting little nugget here. She underreported her expenses in flipping homes to her tax accountant, which resulted in her paying more taxes than she would have. One would think a sophisticated business person would think to limit their tax liability. That's not what interested Kouri Richins. What interested her was the appearance of success in business, the appearance of affluence. And by underreporting her expenses, it looks like she made more money than she did, and she appeared more successful than she was. Because she cared not about being successful, she cared about her facade. She cared about appearing successful. You'll recall that C&E distributed $36,000 to pay some of this $150,000 tax liability, which Kouri Richins then diverted to close on a home. And her tax liability was on her mind 2 days before murdering Eric Richins. She spent over an hour and a half on the phone with the IRS. It was on her mind because if the IRS moved on her tax liabilities, Eric would find out. She had to fix it with the IRS before Eric found out. You're familiar. Kouri Richins needed cash immediately when she murdered Eric. Eric's long-term earning potential, immaterial. She wanted to close on the Midway Mansion. She had no money to refurbish it, to flip it right away, to run it as an event center. But she was going to close on it. She needed money now. Doesn't matter if Eric's going to earn a ton of money down the road. That does not help her now with the Midway Mansion. It does not help her now with servicing her existing debt. She needs money now because she's closing on the Midway Mansion on March the 4th. And when she closes on the Midway Mansion, it's worth $2.9 million. She's borrowing $3.2 million. None of it's her money. She's reaching into other people's pockets to get that money. Not only does she want money to purchase the Midway Mansion, she wants $87,000 for herself. She takes out $87,000 at closing, and how does she spend it? Servicing existing debt and expenses for rehabs. She ultimately closed on the Midway Mansion the day after she murdered Eric. There's an interesting thought here. Did she close on the Midway Mansion in spite of murdering Eric? Or did she close on it because she murdered Eric? She hedged. She was supposed to close on the 4th. She didn't want to close until she knew Eric Richins was dead. Because she knew she would have his money. She knew she could do something with the mansion. And that's why when everybody else signed on the 4th, or in advance of the 4th, she signed on the 5th. It's unconscionable that she closed in spite of his death. It's unconscionable that she closed because of his death. This is probably Kouri Richins' true plan for the Midway Mansion. And if Eric had not put most of his assets into trust, it could have happened. Recall Brooke Harrington's testimony that after closing on the Midway Mansion, Kouri Richins' liabilities were right about $8 million, and she was in the hole $1.6 million. Her net worth was negative $1.6 million when she murdered Eric. And that her business was in financial distress, her financial enterprise was collapsing, had been collapsing, and but for a significant infusion of cash and capital would continue to collapse. That significant infusion of cash and capital was supposed to be Eric Richins' money. You have a fortunate perspective during this case in that you get to observe the defendant. You get to observe Kouri Richins. And you observe her affect with some, when some witnesses testify, and you observe her affect change when other witnesses testify. You observed that when we played the 911 call during trial, her affect was flat, no emotion.
Is there going to be objection here?
You also observe that when Brooke Carrington testified about the financial distress of her business, she was exercised, because that testimony pierced her facade. It pierced her facade of being a successful, privileged, and affluent person. It was a narcissistic injury. She was bothered because the world saw that she is indeed not a success and not affluent.
Defense is trying to figure out how they can object
The
to
bulk
this.
of Eric Richins' estate was in insurance coverage. Some of it got paid out to the trust, some of it got paid out to Kouri Richins. Kouri Richins knew this, knew that much of his estate was insurance coverage. And different than taking money from Eric's home equity, different than taking money from Eric's bank account, to take Eric's insurance money, Eric has to die. Now for the aggravator of administration of any substance in a lethal amount. The substance here happened to have been fentanyl, could have been any part of the illicit street drug that she bought, happened to be fentanyl that she administered in a Moscow Mule and a shot or a shot. But we know that's how she administered it because it was in his belly. We know it was a lethal amount. The death certificate, fentanyl killed him. That's the substance, lethal amount. Can be as small as 3 nanograms per milliliter. And in this case, he had 15. 5 times what can be a lethal amount. That, by the way, is not an accident. That amount of fentanyl shows that Kouri Richins wanted Eric not only dead, but good and dead. Now, count 2, the aggravated murder.
That was all the first count.
The elements are the same as count 1. The only difference is attempt. Attempt requires, as the court instructed, a substantial step. There's plenty of substantial steps, from ordering the drugs to making the Moscow Mule. Here, the aggravated murder count proves the attempted aggravated murder count and vice versa. The commonalities between Kouri Richins' conduct are not coincidental. In each instance, she purchased drugs from Carmen Lauber a few days out. In each instance, she spoke with the IRS a few days out. Taxes were on her mind. Eric would find out if the IRS was after them. In each case, she had an immediate financial stressor. We just discussed closing on the Midway Mansion. If you look at Brooke Carrington's materials, she had a note due on Chelsea Barney's house shortly before February the 14th. She had an immediate financial stressor in each instance. In each instance, she administered the substance in a way that Eric would ingest it. On Valentine's Day, it was a sandwich. When she murdered him, it was a drink. Notice that she learned from her mistake. One can season a sandwich with fentanyl. Eric can eat it, tell something's wrong, set the fentanyl-laced sandwich aside. You throw a lemon drop shot back. By the time Eric would notice, the shot was in. It was in his body. Moscow Mule, just to be good and sure. In each case, she leaves Eric alone. She distances herself from the dirty deed. She leaves the bedroom when she murders him. She leaves the county when she attempts to murder him. That's part of her alibi. Not only can she not be present, she has to be distant. So that when she calls 911, she says, I wasn't even there. I was in Utah County. And in each case, she has a delayed response, right? It's the delayed response in calling 911 when she murders him, and it's her delayed response in returning home when she failed to murder him. The element of, again, is it Kouri Richins? Yes. She is the person with the means, the motive, and the opportunity. Nobody else. The means, illicit street drugs in the sandwich. The motive, money, fresh start at life. The opportunity, she left the sandwich in Eric's truck. Intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Eric Richins, right? It's attempt, so attempted to cause the death of Eric Richins. The same reasons. She told Becky Lloyd it would be better if he were dead. She wanted the Michael Jackson stuff, the lethal stuff, the fatal stuff, the stuff that kills. She wanted Eric Richins' life insurance. You only get life insurance when Eric's dead. The commonalities persist. Kouri Richins ordered fentanyl from Carmen Lauber, or ordered something from Carmen Lauber, the Michael Jackson stuff, the fatal stuff. Carmen says, I told her I could get her fentanyl. She said, okay, get the fentanyl. But she ordered illicit street drugs from Carmen Lauber, who got them from Robert Crozier at the Maverick in Draper. Again, the volume of calls during the drug purchase between both Kouri Richins and Carmen Lauber and Robert Crozier and Carmen Lauber. And recall, we don't have the content of the texts because they were deleted from Kouri Richins' phone, deleted from Carmen Lauber's phone, and Crozier lost his phone. The IRS was on her mind. She called him twice, 3 days before attempting to murder Eric Richins. We know she placed the call to the Mirror Lake Diner to order a potentially fatal sandwich. We know that Kouri ordered it. Kouri picked it up in person. It was swiped. Don't know if you can tell that's Kouri Richins' signature, but notice it's one stroke. There's no pen lift. We'll talk more about that in a minute. Kouri Richins then distanced herself. She left the sandwich for Eric, and she drove an hour away to meet up with Josh Grossman on Valentine's Day. There's another commonality between the attempted murder and the murder, of course. They're big days. Losing your husband on Valentine's Day, that garners extra sympathy, extra attention. Losing your husband the same day you're supposed to close on the biggest purchase of your life, that garners extra attention. The type of attention that Kouri Richins relishes in. You heard Kouri Richins testify how Eric was a cowboy when it came to injury or illness. He worked through it all. He cowboyed up. Cowboys don't go to the hospital unless they're near death. They don't even think about going to the hospital unless they're near death. And at 11:33, Eric's thinking about going to the hospital. And then all the activity, the physical activity on his phone ceases for 87 minutes in the middle of a busy workday. Shortly after activity resumes in Eric's phone, he calls his best friend and business partner Kouri Wright. Recall Kouri said he could hear the fear in Eric's voice, a fear he'd only heard twice before, both times associated with death. A fear he heard when Eric told him his mother had passed away, and a fear he heard when someone who struck Eric's truck in an automobile accident, and Eric thought that person might have passed away. He then spoke with his hunting buddy and close friend, Josh Kays. You know and learn a lot about somebody when you hunt together and travel together. And Josh Kays said Eric sounded somber and serious. Josh asked Eric perhaps the two most pertinent questions: if he was going to the hospital, and what was he going to do about it? Let's turn to alley staking, singular, not plural. Clearly close with Kouri. Friends since middle school. You observed the banter when Miss Staking was testifying, the banter between her and Kouri Richins. It was friendly. She's still friendly with her. And Allie Staking testified about how a week or two after Valentine's Day, when Kouri Richins attempted to murder Eric, when I questioned her, she said, well, Eric jokingly, kind of jokingly, maybe jokingly, said that Kouri Richins tried to poison me. Perhaps joking. But Kouri Richins' reaction is what was important here. Kouri said no. She got defensive. That is not what happened. It was like an allergic reaction or something. It wasn't at all dramatic. She is covering up her poisoning him. Then when defense counsel questioned Mistaken kind of backed off the jokiness of Eric's comment and attributed the jokiness to everyone else. Ali Staking said, well, defense counsel questioned, what did he tell you? That he believed Kouri had tried to poison him. Maybe it was one of those joking things like, I'm sending a message to Kouri Richins. I know what you tried to do. I'm joking about it, but I'm going to let you know. Maybe he was serious. Either way, comes back to Kouri Richins trying to poison him on Valentine's Day. Kouri Richins repeatedly tries to cover up that she tried to murder Eric on Valentine's Day. She says she was home with him. She tells her best friend, Chelsea Barney, I was home with him. She was not. She was with Josh Grossman. She did not come home until after 6:30 p.m. She was saying he never broke out in hives or used an EpiPen. That means he broke out in hives and used an EpiPen. When she spoke with her mother on August the 22nd, when she says she didn't put a love note and the sandwich in the front seat of his truck, she put a love note and the sandwich in the front seat of his truck. She is trying to distance herself. She is trying to cover up. She is trying to deflect. When Eric said he was thinking about heading to the hospital, what did she say? Take a nap. Call me when you're up. She's saying that thinking he will take a nap and not wake up. When he does, Eric texts Kouri. He's asking if she's home because he had just said, I'm going to hospital. Then he had stopped communicating, or he said, I'm thinking about going to the hospital, and then stopped communicating for nearly 2 hours. He's figuring she was coming home to assist him, but she wasn't. She's in Provo waiting for a cabinet installer guy. Maybe. She says then she's going to head home in 20 minutes. Nearly 2 hours later, question mark, where are you? You were heading home 20 minutes ago. She responds, what? Thanks for answering. Did you call? You didn't call. She thinks he's heading home. She's not. She's trying to figure out what to do. She's trying to figure out what to do because Eric survived. She had not planned on that. She is delaying to make her plan. And then at 6:34, Eric texts, we're headed in there. Food is on the front seat of his truck. The same place she left the poisoned sandwich with the love note. Eric Richins is telling her, I know what you did. That is the attempted aggravated murder. That is the attempted murder. Now, of course, we have the two aggravators. They're the same Same as with the aggravated murder. The money motive, same. Similar financial distress, same. There's also the first start at life motive, right? That hasn't changed a bit. Josh Grossman, it's Josh Grossman on Valentine's Day, and he's Josh Grossman on March the 4th. Money motive the same, fresh start at life motive the same. Now the second aggravator, administration of any substance in a lethal amount. Recall Dr. Eric Christensen's testimony that hives, EpiPen, all consistent with an opiate-like or an opiate allergic-like response, a pseudo-allergic response. Hives, EpiPen, along with zero activity, shows that Kouri Richins attempted to administer the illicit street drugs that she bought 3 days earlier from Carmen Lauber in a lethal amount. She just failed. Next slide. Okay, the insurance fraud. There are two insurance frauds. Let me distinguish them, please, for you. The first one is a scheme charge, a fraud scheme. The second one is a fraud claim charge. Count 3, the scheme charge relates to the $100,000 True Stage policy. We're going to put it up in a minute. The fraud claim charge relates to the $250,000 True Stage policy. The forgery, which we will get to, is a forgery related to count 3, the scheme charge. Let me unpack them now. Okay. Different than the aggravated murder and attempted aggravated murder, I'll address all elements of the insurance fraud scheme kind of at once because they all jump out of this single page. And the scheme is quite simple. Kouri Richins wanted to murder Eric Richins, thus took out an insurance policy on his life to get money for murdering Eric Richins. Then she murdered Eric Richins, and then she submitted a claim to get the money. That is the scheme. And we know it was Kouri Richins because everything on this application for this $100,000 True Stage insurance policy returns to Kouri Richins. Kouri Richins received the application because she was a member of PedFed. The application was addressed to her at her work address, so she would have been the one to receive it. If there was any questions about it, any further follow-up mailings about it, they would go to her and not to Eric. This applicant information is all her, but the partner information is all her as well. Her work address, no email address where they could contact Eric. We'll get to the Social Security number in a minute. The primary phone, that's not Eric's phone. You'll see that Eric's phone is 801-792-9317. And when you look at this closely during deliberations, you'll see that was originally a 7 that she later marked up to read like an 8. She initially wrote his correct phone number. then did not want anyone from True States to call him, so she changed the 7 to an 8. So that Eric would never know that this policy existed. After Kouri Richins took $250,000 out of Eric's home equity, he put all of his insurance that he knew about into the trust. If Eric had filled this out, the beneficiary would have been the trust, not Kouri Richins. Then we'll get to the signature. That's the fraud count 5 as well. It plays into this. We'll talk to it during count 3. But it's also the freestanding charge in count 5. Let's go to the next page. The Social Security number was blacked out for privacy reasons on the application we just reviewed. But you'll recall Ann Coates testifying that the last 6 digits were transposed. We all know our own Social Security numbers. We often get a little bit confused on our spouses. Eric did not sign the application. Matt Throckmorton, the handwriting expert. Eric did not sign it. It was probably a simulated forgery. Recall his testimony that Eric Richins has pen lifts in his signature. The forged one didn't have any pen lifts. You'll see Kouri Richins' signature throughout this case. No pen lifts. Then, Kouri Richins filed a claim for this $100,000 True Stage policy. It's actually the same claim for both policies. And she said she really does not know where her husband, Eric, got the fentanyl from. Of course she knows. She ordered it from Carmen Lauber. That is the fraud scheme. Plan to kill Eric, fill out life insurance so I can get money for killing Eric, kill Eric, and then claim the money. Now for the insurance fraud claim count 4. This is the True Stage $250,000 policy. This is the claimant's statement filled out. Kouri Richins beneficiary, Kouri Richins email, Kouri Richins address. Everything about this claim says Kouri Richins is submitting this claim. And then, like before, the fraud here, the falseness of it is she says she doesn't know where the fentanyl came from, when in fact she ordered illicit street drugs from Carmen Lauber. And indeed, later in the Walk the Dog letter, admits to asking Carmen for fentanyl. Finally, count 5, the forgery charge.
Last charge.
We've discussed most of the forgery when we discussed count 3. But there's this without the authority to do so element. It's not a forgery if Eric gave Kouri Richins permission. The state has to prove that Kouri Richins did not sign Eric's name with permission. with authority. All of the evidence in this case proves that Kouri Richins does not ask for permission, she takes. She took with the home equity loan. She took other people's money. She's a taker, not an asker. Finally, like I mentioned earlier, Eric Richins, the evidence proves, would have put the trust as the beneficiary, not Kouri Richins. If he had given permission, it would have been permission to make the trust the beneficiary. That's the forgery charge. Let's please now turn to Kouri's motive for a fresh start at life. You heard the instructions. The state does not have to prove any motive except for the pecuniary gain motive because it's an aggravator. But motive explains why Kouri murdered Eric Richins, why she attempted to murder him. Motive explains a lot here. These texts at this point are familiar. The day after Kouri Richins speaks with Becky Lloyd and tells Becky Lloyd she would be better if Eric were dead, she texts Josh Grossman that she's in love with him, a man not her husband. If I was divorced right now and asked you to marry me, would you? That's the day after the attempted murder. If he could just go away and you could just be here, life would be so perfect. We're familiar with this text. We've read it already today. I ask you to read it again. This time, replace the word divorce with the word murder. This graphic shows a juxtaposition between Josh and Eric that is insightful to what Kouri thinks about each of them. In each instance, she is texting, well, she is kind of simultaneously texting. These are laid out chronologically. She is simultaneously texting with both Josh and Eric about closing on the Midway mansion. And she's so excited she is so excited texting with Josh. I can't believe it. I want to celebrate with you. Love you, love you, love you. Thank you for always being my support, shoulder, and rock. I need you all the time. Some things I could never do without your encouragement. You have no idea how much I appreciate you. Eric tries to reach out. You want a shot? Can't. Sorry, busy. Then right back to Josh Grossman. To me, you're worth millions a year. I'm honored to be your best friend, your lover, your go-to. Life is going to be different, I promise. You're one hell of a patient person. I hate your hard days. I wish I could be there to turn them around for you. Can I try Friday? Give me a few days. Hang in there until then, please. By Friday, of course, Eric Richins was dead. Kouri had murdered him. She's right. Life's going to be different. She promised him. It was. Then, 16 days after Kouri Richins murdered Eric. Are we there yet? And then 1 month later, Kouri's ready for Josh to be her husband. Josh Grossman loved Kouri Richins. He believed that she loved him. Not sure that's true. You saw him testify. He was gutted. As a grown-ass man, gutted. You also observed Kouri Richins' affect when he testified. Flat. The evidence proves that Kouri Richins murdered, attempted to murder Eric Richins, and that she committed 2 counts of insurance fraud and forgery. The evidence does not support any other rational explanation.
He's just under 2 hours on his time.
The state, since its opening statement, has stressed the requirement to consider the evidence that has been admitted and not what the attorneys say. What the attorneys say, insinuate, speculate, is not evidence.
He's written his closing.
Please let me show you why the state has stressed this. In the defense's opening statement, counsel said that the evidence will show that Kouri Richins had a 1/2 interest in the Willow Court home. There is no evidence of that, and indeed contrary evidence. Defense counsel said that the evidence would show that Eric was always checking Kouri's phone. There's no evidence of that. Defense counsel said that the evidence will show Eric and Kouri Richins went to marriage counseling. There's no evidence of that. Defense counsel said that the evidence will show in the few weeks before Eric died, his closest friend thought that he and Kouri Richins were the happiest together that the friend had ever seen. There's no evidence of that. Defense counsel said that the night Eric died, he and Kouri Richins had their drinks and set their cups in the sink. There's no evidence of that. Defense counsel said that the evidence will show that the cups were sitting in the sink and the nanny put them in the dishwasher the next morning and they still had fluid in them. There's no evidence of that. Defense counsel said that Eric talked to a friend named Scott Wagner at 10 p.m. the night he died. There's no evidence of that, and indeed contrary evidence. Defense counsel said that the evidence would show Eric unlocked Kouri Richins' phone at 10:30 p.m. the night he died, and this is the last thing that he did. There's no evidence of that. Defense counsel said that the evidence would show investigators interviewed Kouri over and over and over again about what happened the night that Eric died. There's no evidence of that. Defense counsel said that the evidence would show that law enforcement secretly recorded Kouri Richins' phone conversations for over a year after Eric died. There's no evidence of that, and indeed contrary evidence. Defense counsel said that you will hear Kouri Richins telling her family that she purchased pain pills for Eric at his request. You did not hear that, although she did write it in the Walk the Dog letter 4 months after she was arrested. In listening to defense counsel's closing argument, please only consider the evidence that has been admitted.
Wow, that's a way to drop the mic right before the other side gets up. Looking at the time, Judge.
Ms. Lewis.
Your Honor, could we address something outside the presence of the jury before
Of
we
course.
start?
Folks, let's give you an opportunity to stretch your legs, use the restroom. Please rise for the jury.
They're going to try to make an objection here. It most likely will be at sidebar. Let's see if they do it in open court. I'd love to hear this. One hour and 57 minutes for the prosecution.
Your Honor, at this point, we'd like to make a motion for mistrial and make a proffer on it.
Oh.
First of all,
wow.
At multiple points in the prosecution's closing, he made efforts to dehumanize the defendant. In fact, calling her a black widow, comparing her to a deadly spider, calling her a narcissist when there's been no evidence introduced to support that, no expert testimony, nothing of the nature. Furthermore, it's completely improper for the prosecution to comment on her demeanor while she sat at counsel table. That's a comment on her failure to testify. Asking the jury to take into consideration facial expressions, which in his opinion may or may not have happened. I don't know what he's basing that on, but it's improper, and it's our suggestion that is a comment on her failure to testify by revealing what her response to testimony was, is calling upon her to testify in this case. Furthermore, in the closing, there was wild speculation on what was in Kouri Richins' mind, completely made up by Mr. Bloodworth with no evidence whatsoever to support it. Also, Mr. Bloodworth wrongly told the jury that giving any illicit street drugs to Mr. Richins was sufficient to support aggravated murder. That, in fact, is not true. The only drug that would support aggravated murder would be fentanyl. What he said to the contrary is not consistent with the court's instructions, and we would ask that that be corrected with a curative instruction, that they should follow the court's instructions on what it takes. It would not be sufficient if she bought some other type of drug that did not cause his death. That's just not the law. Let's see, just a moment.
Closings are not evidence.
That's it, Your Honor.
State.
Mr. Bloodworth. Forgive me. I need a little bit more detail as I go through these.
Yeah.
Which of these do you want a curative instruction regarding, and which of these are you moving for a mistrial on?
Moving for mistrial on all of it, Your Honor. The curative instruction, I think, is required by the wrongful information that giving him any illicit street drug is sufficient to support aggravated murder. That's just not true. And that's super important, because if they do believe that, there is evidence to make a finding that there was oxycodone. And there was no oxycodone found in his body. So that can't support a conviction. So that's what I think requires the curative instruction. The rest of it, I don't know any way you can cure it, Your Honor.
The Utah Court of Appeals disagrees with you regarding the prosecutor's comments. A long line of cases talk about the potential prejudicial effect of an improper comment by a prosecutor only being able to be measured after the defense gives its closing and the state gives its rebuttal, and we consider any curative instructions. What's your alternative position there? I could, for example, instruct the jury that Mr. Bloodworth's observations of Ms. Richins' demeanor are not evidence, and they are to rely on their observations of Ms. Richins, if any, only.
I just don't even think that her demeanor is proper to rely upon because she didn't
Certainly
testify.
can be. I mean, she burst out in laughter during the showing of the decedent's body. I don't think it would be appropriate for me to tell the jury you can't possibly consider that.
I'm sorry, but I have no idea what you're talking about. I totally trust you, but I have no recollection of
hypothetical.
any laughter when his body was
No,
shown.
it was a hypothetical, Ms. Nestor.
Oh,
to
thank
probe
goodness.
the bounds of your categorical statement that the jury can never consider the defendant's demeanor. at
I'm
trial.
sorry. I thought you were saying she did that, and I was just horrified.
Please
so.
stay focused.
But I am focused. I just misheard you.
Wow.
I mean, is what you're asking me is, do we want a curative instruction now? Do we want to wait until later? Is that what the court is asking?
Right.
Court's indulgence for just a moment.
Please don't grab the mic like that.
Okay, I think we do want it now, if we can get one now.
Let's hash that out for a second. What I proposed was an instruction that the jury may rely on their own observations, if any, of Ms. Richins' demeanor in trial, but they cannot rely on counsel's statements regarding what Ms. Richins' demeanor was.
That's not what they wanted.
I want to be clear, there were no comments regarding her silence.
Well, I mean, it's our position that when you comment on how she looked while she remained silent at counsel table, that is a comment on her silence in our estimation. But I agree that he didn't say anything specifically about silence.
I just got a tornado watch
That
warning.
instruction would be preferable to no instruction, I think.
Okay. And then the Black Widow comment was connected to comments that were made by Chelsea Barney, correct?
I mean, they came out of his mouth in closing.
And he specifically referenced Chelsea Barney's testimony. Is it your position that Chelsea Barney never used that phrase or words?
I don't recall her saying that, but it's been a long trial, and I would not want to make that I 1,000% am sure, but I certainly don't recall that.
It was in the recorded phone call with Bryce Knutson.
And then everybody is speculating as to defendant's state of mind. It's one of the factual issues that the jury will have to determine according to circumstantial evidence because, as we instruct them, there's no direct evidence of what's in her mind. Why was anything that Mr. Bloodworth said regarding the inferences that can be drawn regarding her state of mind inappropriate?
Because they were made up out of whole cloth with no evidence to back it up.
You're going to have to be more specific.
So he went to great lengths to fantasize about what she was thinking about when there's been no evidence to that. He could have certainly said, look, she could have been thinking this, she could have been thinking that. He didn't. He gave them what was in her mind, which is just based on things he made up in his own head, not based on evidence.
Why aren't they all based on his view of the evidence that came in at trial? Was there any references to evidence that did not come in?
Ms. Lewis is miking up, getting prepared to give the
Well,
closing for the
first of
defense.
all, calling her a narcissist, I mean, that didn't come in. There was no testimony that she's ever been diagnosed to have a narcissistic personality disorder. There's no evidence at all about her mental condition. And then when he talked about her putting the reasoning why she picked certain days to get more attention, nothing about that has ever come in to play, ever.
That's argument, though.
I mean, that's just one of many. He went through lots of scenarios about what she was thinking as if it was a fact, and it wasn't. So, I mean, I think he can encourage the jury to use circumstantial evidence to try to reach their own conclusions, but he can't say this was in her mind when he doesn't know.
Okay. Anything else?
I think that's it, Your Honor.
Mr. Bloodworth, go ahead, sir.
Your Honor, were there any particular points that defense counsel raised that remain unresolved in the court's mind?
Any objection to the proposed instruction regarding the jury must rely on their own observations, if any, of defendant's demeanor, but cannot consider counsel's statements regarding her demeanor?
No objection.
Okay. And then the statement regarding giving any kind of illicit street drug is sufficient to show the murder count. Talk to me about that. I did catch that comment. They're not making that one up. Now, there was more, and in the total course of
not making that one up.
The state's initial opening, I think you made it clear that you were encouraging the jury to make specific findings beyond a reasonable doubt regarding each required element.
Mm-hmm.
There was that initial comment, though. I don't think an instruction regarding having trouble crafting a curative instruction that doesn't just give a theory of the case. What's your view of this?
Your Honor, I don't think anything needs to be cured. The state does not have to prove that the defendant intended to murder Eric Richins with fentanyl.
True.
The state only needs to prove that the defendant intended to murder him with the illicit street drugs that she purchased from Carmen Lauber.
And that they contained fentanyl. Yeah.
Well, on the second element or the aggravator? Because there's a distinction there.
I think on both. She has to actually knowingly or intentionally cause the death for count one. So if she buys something that she thinks is OxyContin.
Correct.
And intends the giving of the OxyContin to kill him. And it turns out that what she got was blue M30s that had fentanyl and it killed him. The difference between aggravated murder and murder is irrelevant. She has committed an aggravated murder. The distinction, I think, that I acknowledge is that she doesn't have to intend to kill him with fentanyl. Correct. She has to intend to kill him with poison. Even if she thought she was getting one and got the other.
Correct.
As long as it worked,
Correct.
She committed the crime.
Correct.
That's the state's position.
And I think that's what I said throughout.
I think that is the weight of the argument overall that you made.
If there's a particular sentence I said that is different than that, then I agree we should cure it. But I don't think I said anything different than that.
On this one, Ms. Nestor, I think the better course, rather than for the court to insert itself at this point,
say the judge
is to allow the rest of closing to play out, and we can readdress this issue at the end.
Okay.
I expect that this issue will get teased out in detail through Ms. Lewis's closing and the state's rebuttal. Give me a moment to collect my thoughts regarding the others. All right, thank you. Court will be in recess until... Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, can I just maybe say one thing?
Yes, please.
Sit back down.
The state did not refer to the defendant as a narcissist. The state said that that was a narcissistic injury.
Right, I got it. Okay, I'll be back.
5 minutes.
11:40, please. We'll be in recess.
8 minutes. All right, so a surprise motion here between the state's closing and the defense closing. Defense has made the motion for mistrial and asked for a curative instruction at the same time, which is basically the lesser of the two that they can grant. The motion for mistrial basically listing a list of grievances they have against Mr. Bloodworth in his closing, and some of them I think they have a point with. I also, it rubbed me wrong when I heard Mr. Bloodworth saying, pay attention to how she acted during the, her affect, her face. Watch her facial expressions is what he said. You saw her making the faces, right? The defendant has the right not to testify, and she exercised that right not to testify. If you then include the faces that she made, is that taking that right away from her a little bit? Now, I understand the judge's position. Had she burst out laughing and said, ha, 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 he got what he's coming to him, or something from the bench, or from the defense table when she saw the autopsy photos, the judge, I think, would be right in saying, yes, you can consider that. But I just don't know. Interesting. I will say that the prosecution did a great job pointing out the inconsistencies and how they draw, connecting the dots with string, because they have to, right? This is a circumstantial case. They have to connect the dots, and it will take that. There's no juror who's going to stand up there and said, I walked in here and Kouri Richins was innocent unless proven guilty, and you have proven to me by hard factual evidence that I just can't dispute that she is guilty. They're going to have to look at some circumstantial evidence and say, this circumstantial evidence proves to me that she is guilty. I'm not nervous, and I realize I've been watching the responses on Twitter all over the place, and it's all over. There are some people who are saying the prosecution that was the worst closing ever, and it was everywhere. Nothing was proven. And there are other people who are saying, Kouri, goodbye. This is it. This is your last moments of free air outside of a jail. She chose to testify with her face. Isn't facing the accuser in the court of law inferring observation? I think it's inferring observation the other way. You're allowed to observe the accuser, the witness. That's why the witness takes the stand and is there under observation. Tried to tell my wife her behavior was narcissistic. Not her, but I still got the couch, says Greeters. It's a subtle distinction here. Thought it was an excellent closing, says Dana, grand jury. Prosecution dropped the ball, says JM. It's gesturing to the jury to try to influence them without testifying. Is that like having her cake and eating it too? Getting to make the faces to sway the jury one direction or another, but not being subject to cross-examination? Felt like the closing was great, says the family. Recovery Addict, but don't you agree the defendant's demeanor is the jury's purview, such as the judge said about reactions? That is significantly different than saying she didn't testify, so convict. I wish I had the instructions. Let me pull up the Mujis real quick. Utah Model Jury Instructions. I think we're on what edition? Second edition? I don't know. We're looking for criminal, and I want to see defendant testifying. Let's see. Instruction. Does anyone know what CR number defense this is going to fall under on the Mujis? Might be closing. Closing instructions, CR 200. Witness credibility. Presumption of innocence. Defendant testifying, CR 221 or 211A. The defendant testified at trial. No, they did not. Defendant testifying, defendant not testifying is B. A person accused of a crime may choose whether or not to testify. In this case, the defendant chose not to testify. Do not hold that choice against the defendant. Do not try to guess why the defendant chose not to testify. Do not consider it in your deliberations. Decide the case only on the basis of the evidence. I think that's the key sentence there. The defendant does not have to prove that he or she is not guilty. The prosecution must prove the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. I think decide the case only on the basis of the evidence is is the key part, because her facial expressions were not evidence. If she had taken the stand, then it's fair game. Then you've got witness credibility, right? You've got let's see, the things to consider about witness credibility. How good was the witness's opportunity to see, hear, and otherwise observe? Does the witness have something to gain or lose from the case? Does the witness have any reason to lie or slant the testimony? Does the witness have any connection to the people involved in the case? Was the witness's testimony consistent over time? How believable was the witness's testimony in light of other evidence? Was there anything about the way the witness testified that made the testimony more or less believable? All these things, I think that would be fair game of a witness on the stand. Let's see. It's getting mighty gray outside. We've got tornado watch going on right now. Their demeanor in court is always at risk, which is why lawyers tell their clients not to react. We're talking demeanor versus testimony. Laura, I agree, but where Mr. Bloodworth said, pay attention to, recall this, and set it forward like it was evidence, I think that's where the line got crossed a little bit. She wanted the jurors to see her faces. Fair game to call her out. Does facial expressions seem petty to anyone else? As a juror, I wouldn't care. I agree with trying to influence the jury with expressions. I think she was wrong in doing it, and it should have been called out by the prosecution and then the judge. Did they not object at the time so they could make the motion for mistrial? I think it's possible during the closing, they didn't object to all of these things by Mr. Bloodworth. First, because the first one got shut down almost as soon as they got it out of their mouth. And second, they wanted to group them all together so they had a more compelling case than one individual complaint. What he says is not evidence, though. Her demeanor is potentially influencing the jury, says Knitting With Me, so it's fair game to consider it. Darling, I don't have a safe space. I'm sorry. I have a house that survived 115 years of bad weather. Judges here, it looks like we're coming back. Let's see if we go straight to Ms. Lewis, or if he wants to address these issues after the defense finishes their closing and we get the rebuttal from the prosecution.
All right, we're back on the record in 231-500-139. Counsel for state and the defendant are present. The defendant is present as well. Counsel, this is what I propose. Let me give you a ruling regarding defendant's motion for mistrial. Then I'd propose I give the jury the curative instruction related to evidence of defendant's demeanor. Then I'd propose we take a lunch break, Ms. Lewis, so we're not interrupting your closing.
I agree with that.
Okay. Any objection, Mr. Bloodworth?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. The issue before the court is a motion for mistrial and request for curative instruction in the alternative made by defendant on the record this morning. The motion for mistrial is based upon several comments made by Mr. Bloodworth in the state's initial opening that in defendant's view are so improper as to require a mistrial. The court will address defendant's arguments one at a time. First, the defendant argues that Mr. Bloodworth's reference to Chelsea Barney using the phrase Black Widow during a recorded telephone conversation that was played for the jury, though Chelsea Barney's comment was not admitted for its truth, improperly compares defendant to some kind of terrible insect. The court listened to the comment in real time during the state's opening. That is not a fair characterization. Rather, that was a rhetorical flourish by Mr. Bloodworth comparing comments by one witness or the defendant herself to her becoming a widow to Chelsea Barney, referring to her being referred to or considered as a black widow. It's not a reference to an insect. Rather, it's a reference to, in the court's view of Chelsea Barney's comment, a spouse that kills another spouse.
Which is what
There's
black
nothing
widows do.
so improper or improper at all about that comparison. which has a factual foundation in Chelsea Barney's statements that were played for the jury as to support a request for mistrial or require any other relief. Moreover, the defendant requests a mistrial based upon, in defendant's view, Mr. Bloodworth characterizing Ms. Richins as a narcissist. Defendant argues that that is unsupported and improper expert testimony from counsel that has no basis in the evidence. The actual phrase used by Mr. Bloodworth was narcissistic injury in relation to Ms. Richins' hearing from Brooke Carrington when she testified that, in the state's view, defendants' appearances of wealth and success were not accurate. That is permissible line of advocacy during closing argument. It is not testifying in any way by Mr. Bloodworth. It is not otherwise prejudicial or unfairly prejudicial. With respect to Mr. Bloodworth's argument related to defendant's demeanor, the court determines that in an abundance of caution it is appropriate to instruct the jury that they may consider their observations of defendant's demeanor in the courtroom, if any, but they may not consider counsel's statements regarding counsel's observations of defendant's demeanor, as counsel's statements and counsel's observations are not evidence. Moreover, the court notes that Mr. Bloodworth did not comment on Ms. Richins' silence or in other way otherwise implicate her protected right to choose not to testify. Mr. Bloodworth's statements regarding what the state believes it has proven regarding defendant's state of mind at various points in time is permissible advocacy based upon evidence in the record, and defendant's counsel will have ample opportunity to try to persuade the jury to draw different inferences from that same evidence regarding defendant's state of mind. There's no basis for a mistrial there. And regarding any misstatement by Mr. Bloodworth in his initial comments regarding count one that may have created confusion as to whether the state needed to show that regardless of her intent to purchase, secure, or otherwise administer fentanyl, all the state needs to show is that Kouri Richins intended to purchase, secure, and administer poison, and that it happened to contain fentanyl. That was, on the one hand, borne out in detail through the rest of the state's initial closing, and the court expects will be borne out in detail through defendant's closing and the state's rebuttal. The court determines that no curative instruction is necessary on that point at this time. Mr. Bloodworth, any clarification?
On all counts.
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Are we ready for the jury, Mr. Bloodworth?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can we bring the jury in, please?
Your Honor, I'm sorry to interrupt. My screen is still active, and I don't want anything to accidentally pop up during defense's closing. Thank you.
There you go.
That was Scott's voice we just heard, saying my screen's still connected. Can you turn it off, Judge? So jury's going to come back up and be informed that we're going to lunch. They are going to be read this curative instruction, brief one, which may do more harm than good, as a couple of you pointed out. But we'll see how this goes over. Kouri just now realizing she's been making faces this whole time. Maybe she'll try not to do it going forward. We'll see.
Ms. Lewis is 12:45. Agreeable.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's a 58-minute lunch. If we were to leave right now.
Folks, this time just stay standing. This will be a quick turnaround.
I thought you were going to read the correct.
Okay, thank you for your patience. A quick instruction and then a scheduling note. First, a quick instruction. You may consider your observations of defendant's demeanor during trial, but you may not consider counsel's statements regarding counsel's observations of defendant's demeanor because counsel's statements are not evidence. We're going to break now for lunch so that we do not interrupt defendant's counsel's closing argument for the lunch break. We will take a recess until 12:45. During the break, as always, please do not discuss the case. Please do not allow anyone to discuss it with you. Please do not do any research whatsoever about the case. We'll be in recess until 12:45. Thank you.
All right. We're going to keep the live feed going. Obviously, that's less than an hour away. We've got 51 minutes, 56 minutes, sorry, until then.
Anything further, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis? We'll be in recess until 12:45. Thank you.
Selena's going to be calling in here at lunchtime. She's the only member of the public that made it into the courtroom today, our court watcher. That is wonderful. She's also going to be interviewed by somebody else. We're going to see if that interview happens right now or not. So we'll give it just a couple minutes. Yeah, the cameraman's going to keep an eye on Kouri for sure. I can tell you, I took probably 20 screenshots this morning of different faces that Miss Richins presented, and we have some with eye rolls, eyebrows up. We got a wide range of that. Hang on one second.
Call from Alyssa Kyer.
Hey, Alyssa, can you turn down your TV?
I had it muted. It's not muting.
It's going to be really. Yeah.
I'm turning it down.
Okay.
I just wanted to tell you have 2 packages at the post office.
Okay.
If you want snacks this afternoon.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
All right. Bye.
All right. Bye. All right. Can we get a slideshow loader? Yeah, we might do this once jury deliberation starts. I might pull up some of the faces just from today that she was making, because we got quite the variety. All while being fairly reserved, as she has been. She's been fairly. Let me put it this way: we've seen worse faces. We've seen more shock and horror, and just more extremes than Kouri presents. But the fact that she's very flat affect for much of the trial makes the times that she is not just stand out a little bit more. Let's see. I believe Court TV better interview Selena after the verdict. She's the only one there. If you're a juror, do you care about the faces? I think I try to disregard them. Laura, there's a chance that the jurors weren't paying attention. Remember that that Kouri is basically one of the furthest people from them in the courtroom. The jurors are on the complete opposite side, and they're set up so they can watch the witness from the side and the judge. The Kouri's like way back there behind Miss Nestor, right? At least right now she is. Here's Selena.
Call from
Selena.
Hey, Selena. Welcome to lunchtime.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Oh, my gosh.
It got spicy. We got a big motion there at the end. We all watched what happened in court, but what we couldn't see was the jurors during Mr. Bloodworth's closing. Can you start with that and tell us a little bit about their demeanor and their level of focus during that?
You know what? At first, they were pretty focused in, but after a bit, they started to drift off a little bit.
Okay.
They were looking in the gallery. I felt it was hard to stay awake there for part of it. I mean, it just was kind of just monotonous a little bit.
He spent over an hour talking about the first charge. He did speed up with the other four, but it was painfully slow. I mean, we took a break and we were still on the first charge. Very thorough, but maybe he picked up on that during break. Maybe he talked to somebody and they're like, "Yeah, you're losing him," because he
you're losing him, dude.
He did accelerate things towards the end.
Yeah, yes, he did. So maybe somebody read the room for him, because it was just like too long and like the monotone, the change of his voice does not change. It's just
It doesn't
monotone.
have a huge range of inflection there for sure.
No, and you know what? That just gets like. And at first they were taking some notes, then they stopped taking notes, and they were just looking around and probably trying to stay awake.
They're allowed to take notes during the closing?
Yes.
Wow.
They are.
That's interesting. I wonder if that's an oversight by the court. Typically, we see the judges that allow the jurors to take notes take the notebooks from the jurors during closing because the closing is not evidence. Question, though. There were two parts to Mr. Bloodworth's closing. There was the part where he got up and he was walking around, he was using the PowerPoint. And there's the part where he went to the lectern at the very end and sort of called out the defense and what they didn't do, because they really didn't put on a case. They said, you're going to see this, you're going to see that. Well, Mr. Bloodworth didn't put it on the stand, and they didn't get it from his witnesses, so he sort of called them out for promising and not delivering. What were the jurors watching Kouri's face when he was describing that? Where they could, I mean, I know you're sort of at a weird angle, but were they looking over at defense, trying to pay attention to what Kouri was doing?
Yes, absolutely. And that's why I think he gave that whatever you call it. It wasn't a reminder to them, right, that they should go off their impressions, not of any of the attorneys.
Does the jury seem split at all? Do you think, are you getting a feel there are some people that are leaning one direction and some are different?
Absolutely. And I felt that from the beginning, as I told you, of the couple of people that I felt that way. But I can't wait to see who the 8 are going to be.
Yeah. I think they're going to do a draw, right? They're either going to use the bingo ball machine or some draw out of a hat or something. But I don't think it's just the first 8 deliberate and the last 4 don't.
No. So as soon as I know that, I'll write down, how many men and women and the kind of how it goes. I know everyone has a different opinion than me. I love you, chat. I really do.
We love it. We've got a full range of people here.
This is really big. All right, I'm going to go get another. The same lady wants to interview me again because I am the only public member of the public that got into the courtroom.
It's not family of somebody on one side or the other. Yeah,
that's not related.
Yep. What's the group or what's the show? Is it? What channel is it? Do you know? Is it
KUTV?
Channel 2. Awesome.
Yep.
They're great. They've actually been pool media early on in some of the hearings for this.
Yes. So I've got to head over there and do that. The Black Widow thing was huge. Mm-hmm. When he kind of said that, I was thinking, I'm not sure he should have said Black Widow.
It's interesting. Those that don't know, a black widow is a poisonous spider that is native to this area of Utah. I mean, they live around there, so people would be familiar with it. The female black widow is usually larger than the male, and after mating, it kills and eats the male. So, I mean, that's quite a vivid picture and association that people would have as he uses that.
Yes, and didn't you kind of laugh when he had described that it wasn't meaning she was a dangerous insect.
Spiders.
He said it was more of someone that would kill your spouse, so.
Yeah, but I'm not sure which one's worse. Selena, enjoy that interview. Have fun. Thank you very much. We can't wait to get the tail end of this as defense stands up and gets their chance. They only get one shot at this.
I know, and I can't wait to come out and tell you which jurors are going to be deliberating, if there are any that I thought were on the fence or not. So
it'll be interesting if the ones that seemed extremely vested and taking lots of notes and are included or excluded from that group. So.
Oh, I want to bring up one more thing real quick before I go.
Yeah.
When he talked to the jury about, only deferring their reactions to her facial expressions, 4 of them nodded. Yes, they nodded. Yes.
That would infer that they probably have observed personally facial expressions of some sort.
Yes. Yeah. Anyway, I just thought that was interesting that 4 of the jurors did nod. Yes. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
Interesting. Selena, thank you very much. We'll talk to you again soon. Have fun.
Okay.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. You should say, give us a shout out on KETV. No, they'd clip it out anyway. Kim Neighbor, didn't he burden shift at the end when he pointed out what defense didn't prove? I think it's fair game because in openings, it's supposed to be a precursor. It's supposed to be like you're given an introduction saying you're about to witness this case. You're about to see these following witnesses. You're going to hear from Eric's dad. You're going to hear from police officers on the scene. You're going to hear this. And then you have to deliver. You've basically promised this to the jury, and then you have to deliver. He's just pointing out that you got a lot of promises, and they did not deliver. And keep that in mind. I think it's in the realm of fair game without burden shifting because they did promise that already. Had they not promised and said, we waive our right to an opening, let's just begin, then it would be a completely different situation. I think that's fair. And the defense, truthfully, did not object to that aspect of the closing as well. So even, and I know this is like it's the Monopoly rules, right? If you land on somebody's square when it's your turn and they don't catch it and call out for rent, then you just keep going. You can't get back rent. So in the moment, if they don't object, it's not a timely objection. You sort of lose that right to appeal on those grounds. So not preserved, not an issue, I think. The defense said the same thing in the state opening. This is likely an educated jury used to using processes. Let's see. You couldn't go to court and be associated with. I don't know. I think it's. I think it's fair. I really appreciate having opinions from both sides. So I really appreciate this. I don't share all the opinions that Selena does, but I'm very grateful for what she's doing. I think she's doing a great job at it. I took my scorpion pistachios to a local tavern, and they were devoured and loved. My bag is still not done. They are hot. I think it's hailing outside right now. That's a bad sign. Well, at least the new roof, we'll see if it's holding up. Let's see. Bloodworth did a fantastic job, and anyone that says otherwise is trying to convince themselves, says Lou. No defendants ever get compared to a tarantula. I guess it's because we never see their legs are hairy. If their legs are hairy, thank you, Tai Chi Lemur, for that little bit of truth. I thought Selena said earlier that Eric's family gave her the wristband. I believe it was Kouri's band, Kouri's family. She's had contact with them before, just asking them just pleasantries in the aisle. She's also had some pleasantries with Kouri's family as well. Just doing not doing anything improper, but just saying hello and welcome and who are you and things like that. So kindness, like she said, kindness pays off. She's the only person who got in. Let's see. Defense will remind jury in closing that they have no burden. That's correct, and they should, very much so. I think they should also hit very, very hard. That one fact that is, I think, the most glaring of all is that the state can't prove that Kouri gave him the fentanyl. Period. That's a huge hole. I mean, that's literally a bridge that the jury has to jump over because the state has nothing to offer other than the outline stuff. Now, the outline stuff is all circumstantial and it's good and it points that direction, but they need the jury to make that jump to say, yes, that was enough to prove it. I think they should harp on that pretty hard. I think they also have a chance at finding that Kouri's not guilty of forgery. Because for it to be forgery, what they say in the elements for forgery, I think it was that Kouri Reed, with purpose to defraud and without permission, signed somebody else's, made a writing purporting to be the act of another person. That without permission thing, if there is a power of attorney, which arguably there was, and it's argued, but arguably there was, that's reasonable doubt. I personally, I would have a hard time convicting Kouri of forgery, even knowing all the rest of these things. If the power of attorney existed, that's the P is for permission. That's the power. You have permission. Now, you can make the power of attorney gives you the ability to make that decision yourself. So I think that might be interesting. What TV station broadcasts Selena live? That's going to be KUTV2, Channel 2 in Salt Lake City. KUTV. Power of attorney is when the person is incapacitated, not in full sound and mind. I think that's part of it. But you can give power of attorney for other reasons as well. Say like military service. The wife might have power of attorney to sign the husband's name on, I don't know, taxes and things like that, right? There are other reasons for power of attorney, I thought. Was there evidence of the power of attorney? Was it brought in? Yes, there was some when Eric was doing his trust and setting all that up in that year period. He did at that point contemplate with his attorney revoking the power of attorney. But my understanding is that he did not go forward with that he didn't want Kouri to get the, no, I'm revoking all previous power of attorney letters because it could have made her mad or about something. That's my understanding. But, all right, we're about to go to lunch, and I'm about to
from
set
Angela.
up a generator, but we've got just a moment here. Hey, Angela, I'm about to run out and set up a generator in Starlink in case my power goes out. But what's your thoughts? Make it quick here.
I have a minute, less than a minute. But yes, my thought is the prosecution did. Hold on a second. Sorry. Prosecution bought me, sold me, bought me, whatever you want to use the word.
You're buying what they're selling.
I think they did. Oh, I am.
Okay.
I'm so buying.
I think they did a great job
that,
pointing out the inconsistencies in Kouri's statements and what those mean through just a rational deductive thinking. So that was good.
Another thing that I think people, I have not followed, because I was on the go, I did not follow the chat. Another thing that I noticed, I have been certified for CPR, and I have done it on a dummy twice, because this was a recertification, and I was out of breath doing it on the dummy.
It's hard work. Even trained professionals have to trade off because it's exhausting.
I work in a hospital. I work in the ER. I work today in the ER. And I saw Lucas machine. There's a reason why there is a Lucas machine.
Yeah.
You know, the mechanical CPR.
15 minutes of CPR, that's, you're going to have us two people with a heart attack at that point.
Yeah. Another thing is that if I remember correctly, anyone please in the chat say if I'm wrong or not. From the whole video of the house and etc. The bedroom is relatively far away from the entrance door. Maybe not too far away, but it's a bit from the entrance door. And she was very quick to go and unlock the door.
Almost like it didn't take time to stand up, get up from the floor. And she was standing in the room saying she was doing something, but not doing it. I do believe she dragged him onto the floor. I heard in the audio with my headphones, I think I can hear that sound. And I called it out. I said, that's when he hit the floor. And then she said, yep, he's on the floor.
Yeah, I heard it too.
So I think that's there. But I didn't hear any sort of, you watch tennis enough that you hit the ball and you're like, there's a sound. There's got to be, when you're exerting yourself that hard, there's going to be some effort in the voice, especially if there's speaking going on as well. As you're supposed to be counting. We heard her counting briefly. I
am good. I am a tennis follower. I love tennis. I watch tennis. God knows that, and how many late hours I had to stay up because of tennis and time zones. So, and I watch tennis live. Do you know why there is a reason why there is an age limit for tennis games and tournaments? Like you have to be like 6, 7 years old at least to attend.
You said 6, 7. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Sorry, I think Wimbledon is 8. Some are 6, some are 7. It depends on the tournament. But because it has to be it has to be quiet.
Yeah.
And the sound you hear on the TV, you hear that sound in the arena. It is not exaggerated on the TV by the mics in the arena.
Yeah. Well,
you hear every sound.
Angela, I've got to run real quick. I need to set up a generator just in case.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, and stay safe, everyone.
All right. Thank you very much. Catch you later.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. We're going to keep the feed up live here on the air. Appreciate your comments. I'm not going to take any more calls here for a little bit. Let me just set up a few things as I'm watching the weather, and the first batch of it is right over us right now, so we're past the front end where a tornado would be, but we do have in about 15, 20 minutes the second, which is more concerning band that's going to cross over us, and it doesn't look bad right now. It looks like we'll get some wind and some rain, but it doesn't look like we've got any supercell type things, more of a straight line situation. We should be good, but just in the case, we'll get that set up. So I'm going to turn the camera back to my desk, and we started 110 years ago. I'm going to run out and get a few things ready. We'll be back in just a moment. I'm hearing lightning outside.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
Hello?
Procedural matters, and unfortunately you have not.
Hello? Hello?
There's nothing in the order that restrains you from talking to cats.
Okay.
Hello? Hello?
Procedural matters, and unfortunately you have not.
Hello?
tell you when you can talk.
I don't like podiums, Your Honor.
There's nothing in the order that restrains you from talking to cats.
Thank you.
You don't put a diplomatic plate on a hoopty.
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting. I don't know who won.
Squirrel!
Hello?
Procedural matters, and unfortunately, you have
Hello, hello.
Bring the jury.
Hello, hello.
Hush! Now I'm trying to have court. Don't raise your voice again.
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting. I don't know who won.
right, I am back. I'm back. It's raining like cats and dogs out there. So we're sort of set up. But let's see. Has the defense in their closing? No, they haven't, Beth. We've just had the state's closing. Defense is going to go next, and the state will get a rebuttal. No time limits on any of that we're aware of. So adopt them. Who should I adopt? Oh, the cats and the dogs. Okay, I got you. More cats and dogs. Darlin, defense is coming up next. It's going to be great. They've said at the beginning, we don't dispute the facts. We dispute what the facts mean. So they're going to tell us these facts mean something else. I don't think some of you could convict unless there's a blink camera video of her putting the pills in the drink and the drink in his mouth, honestly, says Wild Angel. I think the searches are pretty condemning here. Let's see what they searched, what the jury was just reminded of here. Let's see. Signs of being under federal investigation. Summit County District Attorney. What do cops when they seize electronics? What is white collar crime? What happens if you are detained but never got read Miranda rights? Can cops force you to do a lie detector test? Summit County District Court. When does the FBI get involved in a case? Can FBI find deleted messages? Can probable cause be a testimony? And then I think some more. Utah State Prison, Timpanogos Women's Facility. Luxury prisons for the rich in America. Women, Utah Prison. How long does life insurance companies taken to pay? Is the medical examiner report and autopsy report different? Can a manner of death be changed on a death certificate? Is circumstance unknown an accident? If someone is poisoned, what does it go down on the death certificate as? If someone is poisoned. Yeah, those are bad. Those are bad. All right. We have just about 5 or 6 minutes before they come back from lunch, and then Miss Lewis is going to take over for the defense. Those are Kouri Richins' searches on her. They were on what they call the blue phone. The blue phone was not her initial phone. That was confiscated. Then she got the blue phone to replace it once she found out she was under investigation, and that's when she did all those. I bet the defense will try to use the prosecutor's tactics and try to inject comments for the juries to make inferences that help Kouri. Then we'll see how the judge responds to that. The defense was really good at trying to shape testimony in questioning to make it seem like maybe something else was being testified to that wasn't. They were quite good at that throughout this trial. I think they're going to try to fit that in the defense as well in their closing. Her use of poisoned in that search is telling. Why didn't she just ask about OD? No, she said poisoned. Recovery Addict curious if the Hobo Cat will be moving with you or staying behind. It will be staying behind because it has other families that also own it. It's a shared cat. We only get to see it every couple days. Why wasn't that evidence? Aunt Toots, it was. That's the fun part. It was. And the jury got to see it. They were just reminded of that during the closing. The lawyer who did the trust said the power of attorney revocation was not signed because it was redundant with the trust in place. The trust revoked it. What, Katrina Bunny? That sounds right, but at the same time, what about the testimony we heard where Eric didn't want to show this to Kouri? What was that part? What you got? Oh, I forgot my phone. Let's see. I got a "Hey, are you busy today?" from a number I've never seen before. Yeah, I'm not responding to that one. She said poison. Yeah, that's bad. We're moving. Eventually, maybe in the next year. We've been fixing up our house for a long time, and I'd like to not have to fix up the house anymore. Josh says, Buffer, Recovery Addict, will you clarify you're not moving? Yeah, I live here. Here's what, long term down the road, I've got children that are now having children. Eventually, I'd like to be a little closer to them instead of all the way across the country. But this is home. This is where we live. We don't have any other house. This is us. This is where we are at. We live here now. So, well, we do a poll. See, clearly, we did a poll. 72% said guilty, and the remaining 28% said not guilty. We had that one already. I think I've got a call coming in. Let's see who this is.
Call from
Donald King.
Donald King. How are you doing, my friend?
Hey, Scott. How you doing?
Doing great. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I just wanted to talk to you a little bit. About the POA.
Okay.
I had a POA with my mom for medical and financial.
Okay.
And with every POA, it tells you what you can do, and there are limitations to it. And a couple of the limitations are you cannot use an agent, which is the person you have the POA on. You cannot use an agent's money to enrich yourself.
Okay. I'm not sure if that would have prevented Kouri from getting a loan on their home.
And the second one is if the person's mentally competent, they have veto power. If you decide you want to do something with the money, they can say no to it.
But Eric,
he'd have
to know about it in order to say no to it, right?
Right. But on the first one, as my mom's lawyer explained to me, and he put it this way, you can't go buy a car or house or something like that with her money because that's enriching yourself.
No.
And that's where I think they could find her guilty on it.
Yeah, well, I think also the signature would be a little different if she was using it under the power of attorney, right? She would have signed her own name and put the POA next to it instead of signing Eric's name.
Yeah, but that's still fun.
Yeah. So maybe the forgery charge does stick. So excellent, Donald King. Thanks for the insight. Appreciate that.
No problem.
Thanks for the call. We'll see you. Bye. POA also ends with the death of the person. Taking bets on who thinks Attorney Lewis reads from her notes the entire closing. Please no. Please don't read every word of the PowerPoint, right? You know that's my pet peeve. Don't just read the PowerPoint and walk us through it with like 300 slides. Can we do another poll? We'll do another poll right at the end of the rebuttal by the state. Does that work? So that way we've heard all the evidence, and then we've heard all the argument. So we'll do another poll in a bit. My mom made me her power of attorney last year in the case of her passing event or incapacitated. It was so scary, even as an adult child. I don't want that power, but necessary evils. Yeah. How long will Miss Lewis take for her closing arguments? I'd like to see her take a similar time to the state. And by similar time, I think you have to, in fairness, give her the state's rebuttal time as well. So the state's used 2 hours so far. And so defense using 2.5 hours, that would be great. She forged Eric's name. There's the forgery charge. Yeah, the power of attorney ends when the person dies because the person doesn't have any power to give at that point, right? There's nothing they can do, so no one else can do it for them. Otherwise, we'd have people making wills after somebody died. That would be no good. Did you ever receive the Hall's? Yes, Dana. Thank you very much. Those were from you. I got them. My kids loved them almost as much as I did, and so they said, "Can we have some?" And then they were gone. So they're delicious, though. I look everywhere for those. The sugar-free ones are good, but the ones with sugar are even better. I'm all about the sugar. Can we make bets on how many times Lewis crosses the line and gets objections and admonishments from the judge? I don't think the state is big on objecting. So I wouldn't be surprised if they don't object at all. Let the defense cook. That's their job. Props to them for protecting the record, regardless if you like Kouri or not. I agree. Let's see. The POA and the death, and then the death certificate takes over. That's right. All right, we have just about negative 1 minute before the judge comes back. The jury will be brought back in, and Miss Lewis is going to take the podium, the lectern, and get to make one final argument in defense of Kouri Richins in these charges. In defense of the charges against Kouri Richins, or vice versa. If she's found not guilty, guarantee she will remarry some other desperate. I don't know about that, but if she's found not guilty, none of this changes her financial situation. Her being found not guilty won't get her any more money from this. There's a possibility, if she's also found not guilty on any of the financial stuff and doesn't go to prison, that she could have her kids back. If she gets her kids back, then the trust still exists to support the kids, but she would be asking Katie still, who would still be the executor of the trust, for anything that she needed for the kids. So there'd be a constant asking for something for Katie, and Katie basically holding veto power over that, and probably legal battles would ensue that way as well. So that would turn quite civil if it hasn't already. It would be awkward for sure, but yeah. There we go. Thank you, Josh. This is about to start. So we'll get this pulled up. All right. The first wave of storms was passed by with it being rather uneventful, although there's standing water in our lawn. It came down, rained so hard that it couldn't drain quickly. There's already a civil case. I think there would be more, or at least more to that civil case if that happened. There's the judge. Looks around the courtroom. Looks like everybody's there. Should have audio in just a second.
231-500-139. Counsel for the state and for defendant are present. Ms. Richins is present. Ms. Lewis, anything before we invite the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Bloodworth.
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, would you tap that microphone for me? I don't know. I'm sorry. There you go. Great. That should be fine. Brittany will let you know if it's not. We're ready for the jury code. Katie, is there a slide deck that we're playing? Okay. I have a picture of a house at the moment, right? Okay. You'll let me know when you want to publish, Ms. Lewis?
I think Katie just has it ready to go. Yeah.
Oh, okay. But it's not up yet? Okay.
All right, as the jury comes in, I'm watching for the...
Please have a seat as you come in.
We've got the link for the still photographer pictures, but they only gave us like 7 pictures from the other day. We're hoping to get a few more today, so we'll keep an eye on that. They take some good pictures for court.
All right, please have a seat. Thank you for your patience. We'll continue with closing argument. Ms. Lewis.
In the early morning hours of March 4th, 2022, the house was quiet.
The mic's turned off.
Kouri Richins fell asleep in her young son's room, like many parents do. At some point in the night, she gets up and walks back down the hallway to her bedroom. She slips back into bed beside her husband. She settles in next to him. She reaches over, and he feels cold. Eric Richins, the father of her children, the man that she has built a life with. Something feels wrong. She pulls the blanket up around him, but something still isn't right. He feels heavy. She turns on the light. And when she looks at her husband, really looks at him, she realizes something is terribly wrong. And in that instant, in that bedroom, in the quiet early of the morning, Kouri Richins' world collapsed. Reasonable doubt. It's not just a slogan, it's not just a suggestion, it's a constitutional shield that protects the innocent and prevents the state from punishing without truth. And it is the state that has that high burden, the highest burden under the law, to prove each and every single element of each and every charged offense beyond a reasonable doubt. The state stood up on day one and they told you they were going to prove that Kouri Richins had the means, the motive, and the opportunity to kill Eric Richins. And we're going to talk about each of these, but first, I want to talk a little more about reasonable doubt. I've told juries for a long time that one way to understand reasonable doubt is, are there other reasonable explanations as to what happened? As you look at the evidence, if there are other reasonable explanations, this is reasonable doubt. And you have to find Kouri not guilty. I put to you that every fact that the state has put forth to say that Ms. Richins is guilty has another reasonable explanation. Let's go back to March 3rd, 2022. From everything we've heard during this trial, Kouri and Eric were happy that night. They were celebrating. Kouri was just about to close on the Midway Mansion. Rightly or wrongly, she believed that this was going to be the deal that put her over the top. The deal that had made everything she'd done with her business, the good, the bad, and the ugly, all worth it. The night of March 3rd, they have a celebratory drink, they go to bed, and then Kouri hears one of her sons cry out. And like parents all over the world do, she goes in to lie down on the floor of her son's room. An alibi or the truth? She wasn't inconsistent when she told this story. She told everyone, I was lying in Ash's room, I was lying down with him. What does reason tell you? What does experience tell you? When she wakes up, she goes back to her room. Eric appears to be asleep. We don't know for sure what happens over the next 15 minutes or so. The state asks you to leap to conclusions about what she was doing during that time. Yet they have not shown you any evidence of this. They just tell you to believe it. But what does reason tell you? She gets up. She goes to the bathroom. She picks up her phone. We all pick up our phone all the time. Been away from it for an hour or two. She goes to the bathroom. Maybe she walks to the kitchen. Maybe she gets a drink of water. Maybe she lets out the dog. And then she goes back to her bedroom, phone probably in hand, gets into the bed next to her husband, again, realizes he's cold, pulls up the blanket, realizes something's wrong, and turns on the light. It probably takes a moment or two for her brain to register what she's seen. And then she makes that call that nobody ever wants to make. She calls 911. A big part of this state's case is that Ms. Richins is not grieving properly. You heard this from a couple of different witnesses, 2 or 3. What does that mean? I was unexpectedly widowed when I was not much older than Kouri, and I had 2 little boys. How do you judge someone in that moment? If I've learned one thing during this trial, I've learned I didn't grieve right. I didn't know that, but it's clear now that I didn't. They want you to look at a woman in the worst moment of her life and to judge her grief. There is no wrong way to grieve. They're asking you to judge how she is acting at that moment and then use that moment of evidence of guilt. In the opening, we pointed out, go ahead and put it on that the state looks at facts one way and sees a witch. But if you look at those facts another way, you see a widow. Here's an example. Hands over her face, curled up. A witch, hiding because she's done something wrong, or a widow, hiding and blocking out what has just happened to her, what has just happened to her children, which has just happened to her family and to her life. Look familiar? Portrayals of women grieving in art. Portrayals of women in grief. The state tells you during evidence that, she didn't immediately talk to Gene Richins when he came to the house because she felt so guilty she couldn't talk to him.
What was that clip art?
Or was it because she didn't want to tell a father his son had died? She didn't tell the boys when she should have. It was weird. She didn't go talk to them. They were in the playroom. Again, because she felt guilty or because she was dreading the most difficult conversation, the conversation no mother ever wants to have with her young sons. Their father is dead. The father that everyone agrees was a wonderful father is gone, and she has to tell those little boys, you're never going to see him again. Believe me, that conversation may be the worst moment in a mother's life. How can a woman be judged on how she handles that moment? You heard her friend Allie staking. When Allie arrived at the home that day, she said Kouri was clearly upset. She said she was distraught. This is someone who's known her since junior high, not an officer who met her 5 minutes ago. She said Kouri was acting as you would expect. That night, friends came over to talk about Eric, to drink to Eric.
To take up their pen.
Awake is what the Irish call it. The state wants you to leap to the conclusion that night, Kouri was celebrating Eric's death. You heard Allie stalking. They were celebrating Eric's life. They kept it light for the boys. They were dancing, they were smiling. All of them were, even Eric's sister. Can we not smile in our grief? They want to tell you no. But reason and experience tells you differently. Let's talk about the investigation. The investigation in this matter was nothing but sloppy. It was driven by bias. Did you notice during the state's closing they didn't really even talk about the investigation? Instead, they speculated. What was in people's heads? What were they thinking? Speculation, conjecture, not proof. Instead of looking at the evidence to determine what happened, the state they determined what happened, and then they found the evidence to support it. This is confirmation bias. Confirmation bias is when you favor evidence that supports a belief and ignore evidence that contradicts it. That is how this entire case was investigated, working backwards from a conclusion. It started on March 4th. Detective Woody, before she's even entered the home, Amy Richins tells her they think Kouri is somehow involved. Then both Katie and Amy Richins tell Detective Woody they think this is because she recently found out about a trust Eric created. Immediately, this influenced this investigation. But what happened that first day? They found nothing to support foul play. Kouri tells them he was a user of THC gummies, that maybe he used one that night. They never ask where the gummies are. They do a cursory search of the bedroom and bathroom. They admit that they don't look in places where the gummies were found a month later, high up in the bathroom, high above the refrigerator, high up in the laundry room, somewhere in a pocket of either Kouri or Eric's jacket in a closet. All places where they would have been put out of reach of children. But they didn't find any of them that day. You know what else they didn't do? They didn't secure the scene. They moved things around. They told you they didn't have probable cause to search the whole house. We couldn't search the whole house. All we could do was look in the bedroom and the bathroom. But they could have asked for consent. Kouri gave them consent when they asked to search one place outside of the bedroom. The entire house could have been searched that day, but they didn't do it. They didn't even ask. What else happens that morning? Officer Nguyen, he does his death checklist. He says, did he have any history of prescription abuse? Did he have any history of illicit drug use? And what does Kouri tell him? No. How easy would it have been to just say yes? If she had just killed him with illicit drugs, why in the name of God did she just not say yes? Had she said yes, we probably wouldn't all be sitting here today. She didn't say yes because she did not know how he had died. Over the last 4 years, they've gone back to that house 10 more times. And they still can't tell you what happened the early morning of March 4th, 2022. 10 warrants, that's a lot. That's not typical. They were still searching for evidence on February 9th of this year, 2 weeks before trial. 4 years of investigation, and they are still trying to find evidence to make their case because they know they don't have enough. They're still trying to prove Kouri Richins guilty. So let's talk about Todd Gabler. In comes Todd Gabler, the private investigator. Jeff O'Driscoll told you, well, he was an investigator for the estate. Just the civil case. Seriously? He's putting trackers on the car of Kouri, her mother, her brother. He's trying to track Carmen Lauber's car. He's providing evidence to the police. Detective Woody testified that this information from the private investigator is what helped advance their investigation. He testified he was in the house alone numerous times, finding things the police didn't, not using gloves, calling law enforcement when he found things. He said he didn't need a babysitter while he did all these things, which is different than what Clint Benson told you. He said nobody was ever in that house without me being there. That wasn't true. What he told you wasn't true. Todd Gabler was in and out of that house numerous times by himself. He also told you that he was completely fair and unbiased, testing 2 hypotheses. His hypotheses, suicide and homicide. He ignored any others, including accident. And how did he handle this unbiased testing of hypotheses? You heard Josh Grossman. He said the first time he talked to Todd Gabler said right out of the gate, Kouri killed Eric. Josh told you that tainted what he thought of next. How does it not taint an interview when your opening line is, oh, Kouri killed Eric, so now let's tell me what you have, what you know. Josh told you he started looking back at things differently than he had before because of that. Like I said, he tracked Kouri's car, he tracked her family's car, he tracked Carmen's Lauber car. He didn't track Cody Wright's car. He had more to gain from Eric's death than anyone. He didn't track anyone involved in the civil case regarding the trust. He only tracked people that he thought might lead to information for law enforcement. Did he follow up on Eric's trip to Mexico shortly before the death? No. Did he go to Mexico? Did he try and figure out where Eric had been in Sonora, Mexico? No. Nothing about that investigation was unbiased. Nothing. He passed it all on to law enforcement. And then what he did is he said to law enforcement, you should talk to Carmen Lauber. She's on the ropes in drug court. This would be a really good time to interview her because she would be very likely to be compliant at this time. Everything about this investigation was led by the Richins family. They started on day one, and they continued until trial. They are the ones who initially hired and paid for experts. Their private investigator gave information to the police. And by the way, Gabler testified that he followed all the rules of being a private investigator. And that may very well be true. But he doesn't have to operate under the Constitution. There's a reason that we have rights under the Constitution. There is a reason that law enforcement has to get warrants to enter your home, to take electronics, to search your house. It is to protect the citizens of our country. It is to protect the innocent. Sidestepping these important constitutional rights by hiring a private investigator who then let law enforcement know what to do taints this entire investigation. And you know what? That is terrifying. It's terrifying. If someone has enough money to hire a PI that can circumvent our constitutional rights, dig into every aspect of our rights, of our lives, and turn it over to police. We have a constitution for a reason. It's to protect us all. I want to talk about the lead investigator, Jeff O'Driscoll. Here's what he testified that his investigation consisted of. He got assigned to the case sometime in March of 2023. He got a search warrant for some medical records. He thinks he got a search warrant for a couple of cell phones. He interviewed Chelsea Barney, where they discovered that they were wrong about some text messages. Law enforcement was wrong with what they thought they were looking for. He interviewed someone named Jake Sorensen, who must not have had anything important to say because we never heard from him. Then he interviews Carmen Lauber because he was told to by the private investigator. That's it. That was the investigation. He didn't investigate any other leads. He didn't attempt to corroborate information, particularly in the letter that we saw that Kouri wrote to her mother, the walk the dog letter. Now, he told you he didn't need to corroborate that because he didn't get that letter till after Kouri was arrested. So, I guess the state was done. You wouldn't want to start looking for things that might show her innocent. You've arrested her. Interestingly, they were still executing search warrants. They were still trying to find evidence for guilt, but they weren't looking at any evidence that might show innocence. It is absolutely possible that everything she said in that letter was true. In fact, at least 3 things in that letter were corroborated by the state's own witnesses. But they didn't investigate it. Again, ignore what might contradict your theory. Confirmation bias. Reasonable doubt. Also remember that letter never went to anyone. So it was nothing more than thoughts on paper. That's all that letter was. What else didn't he do? He didn't interview the person Eric was talking to in Mexico the night of his death, and we'll come back to that, but he didn't follow up on that. He said that. He didn't follow up on where Eric went in Mexico or who he was communicating with in Mexico when he was there. He didn't investigate what Eric did or where he went on February 14th, 2022. He didn't follow up to see did Eric go to the hospital that day. In fact, he did nothing regarding that day. Nothing. What else? He didn't find fentanyl anywhere. Allegedly, there were 90 to 120 pills of something. At least oxycodone. Where were they? I guess somebody took them. But they didn't have them. So whatever pills Carmen may or may not have provided to Kouri were gone. They no longer existed. They couldn't find or test those pills. And we do know that she bought oxycodone, but you know what? There was no oxycodone in Eric's stomach that night. So instead, Detective O'Driscoll says, well, we wanted to corroborate Carmen's story. I mean, we were going to corroborate it. We weren't just going to go by it. The story that they fed her, they want to corroborate the truth. They wanted to corroborate a story. Again, let's find what confirms our theory. Let's ignore what doesn't. Confirmation bias. Reasonable doubt. Sitting here in this courtroom after 4 years of investigation, there was an awful lot that O'Driscoll just could not tell you. Things he couldn't remember. He couldn't remember what people had told him in interviews. For example, he was asked, did you interview Eric's allergy doctor? Well, yes, but I can't remember what he said. Well, that might have been important because he testified the EpiPens in the house belonged to the children. Well, maybe because Eric had recently used his a couple of weeks earlier when he had an allergic reaction. He said, well, if I could have a few minutes, I could find out what was said. I could give you more information. We were in trial. He was on the stand.
She's pounding the table.
4 years after Eric had died. 3 years after he'd been appointed as lead investigator. And either he wasn't prepared to testify or he just didn't know. He is the lead investigator. Now the state elicited testimony from him that how could he possibly know the entire case? It's just too much. I couldn't know all of that information. But he's the one they put on. He's the one they relied on to testify about this investigation. You didn't hear from anyone else about the last 3 years of that investigation. They chose him. You know what else he couldn't testify to? He couldn't testify how the fentanyl got into Eric's system. He said, well, he ingested it. There was no evidence, none, that fentanyl was put in a drink. That was argument. Argument is not evidence. And they waited until closing to tell you, oh, she put it in a drink, without any evidence to back that up. Okay, she made him a drink that night, but that's it. She made him a drink. There's no evidence that fentanyl was in that drink. And the lead detective who couldn't tell you anything, he sat through this entire trial. He heard every witness testify. He had an opportunity to form his answers or reform his answers based on what he knew other people had said. And yet, he still didn't know the evidence. I want to talk a minute about deleted texts and the phone searches just quickly. Deleted texts. They said there were deleted texts off Kouri's phone, and that it looks like that probably was true. Why would you delete texts off your phone? Maybe because you were having an affair over the last 2 years? You might want to delete that off your phone before your whole husband's family finds out about it. Maybe because she was buying oxycodone. I mean, she asked Carmen for pain pills. Doesn't mean she killed her husband, but you probably want that off of your phone. The phone searches. So the evidence showed that Kouri found out on April 13th that Eric died of a fentanyl overdose. And that's the day they took her phone and she gets a new phone. These searches are all done on that new phone. Searches of how much fentanyl does it take to kill someone, or how much fentanyl is a lethal overdose, I don't remember exactly. Yeah, because she just found out her husband died of a lethal overdose of fentanyl. You might want to know what that means.
Luxury prisons for the rich.
And she texted other things. They said, oh, she texted about women's prisons. Of course she's worried. An innocent person would be worried. Anyone would be worried if they just found out that they are a suspect in a homicide investigation. She would have been scared to death. She was looking for information based on what she found out after Eric died. All right, what do we know about those last few hours before Eric's death? It's not a lot, but we do know some things from the autopsy and the toxicology reports. We know that he had fentanyl in both his blood and his stomach. We know he had quetiapine and alcohol only in his stomach and not his blood. So this means the quetiapine had to be taken after the fentanyl. Had they been taken together, they would have both been in his blood.
Not true.
We know there was no histamine response, no anaphylaxis, so he had not had an allergic reaction to anything in his body that night, including fentanyl. The state wants you to believe that the allergic reaction he had on February 14th was to fentanyl. If he had an allergic reaction on February 14th, he would have had one again 3 weeks later. Now, I know the toxicologist testified, well, you don't have an allergic reaction every time, and you can look at her testimony, but it was a little bit hard to understand, but I believe she was talking about, you might eat peanuts for a lot of times and then have an allergic reaction, and then it starts. Once you have an allergic reaction to something, it doesn't typically go away.
Alex, thank you so much. Welcome.
We know he had norfentanyl in his body, and this is because his body had started to metabolize the fentanyl. The state's toxicologist told you that the fentanyl could have been left over from a previous use. That was a possibility. Another reasonable possibility. The fentanyl was there from a previous use. That was the evidence. That is reasonable doubt. What else do we know from the ME and the toxicologist? Well, we know that the fentanyl was not put in a drink. And how do we know this? There was only fentanyl in the blood and not alcohol. The state's toxicologist leaned toward the fact that maybe Eric didn't even drink alcohol, that the alcohol in his stomach was post-mortem decomposition. But the other scenario that she said that was possible was that Eric took the fentanyl, then took the quetiapine, had a small amount of alcohol. She testified that it would take 15 to 60 minutes for fentanyl to make its way into the blood. That alcohol takes 15 to 30 minutes to make its way into the blood. So if the alcohol and fentanyl were taken together, they both would have been there at the same time in the blood. But just the fact that one reasonable possibility is that the fentanyl was taken before the quetiapine and the alcohol gives you reasonable doubt that it was placed in a drink an hour earlier. Now the state's saying, well, maybe she put it in a non-alcoholic drink. So their celebratory drink maybe didn't have alcohol in it. There's no evidence of that, but they're throwing around a lot of theories. Why is that? Because they don't have one. They don't know what happened. Dr. Christensen and Dr. Ulmer testified that the manner of death could not be determined. This is really important. Dr. Christensen testified the ME's office didn't know enough about Eric's history to determine if it was an accident. They also didn't have enough information to determine it was a homicide. The ME had at least a reasonable doubt as to the cause of death. And the ME isn't held to the high standard that the state is. And there was no evidence that the autopsy couldn't have been amended at a later date if additional information was received. The ME testified, excuse me, the ME didn't tell you that they couldn't amend the autopsy. He just told you they didn't. What else didn't they do? Why didn't they do a hair follicle test? Dr. Christensen said, well, we don't do that unless we're asked to. Who would you be asked to do that by? Law enforcement. Again, Summit County was only looking for evidence to confirm their theory. Evidence to support that Kouri was behind Eric's death. They did not want to look for evidence that contradicted that theory. Had they done that test, we might have our answer. Confirmation bias. All right. Let's start with the means. The state did not and cannot prove that Kouri ever purchased fentanyl. Carmen Lauber. Interestingly, they barely mention Carmen Lauber in their closing. The only witness who can put fentanyl into Kouri's hand. Let's talk about her testimony. Admittedly, a lot of it was painful to watch. And in some ways, she's sympathetic. But she is looking at multiple long prison sentences. And her only way out, her only way was to testify at this trial. But what she could not do was put fentanyl in Kouri Richins' hands. She told you that she had no memory of what actually took place in 2022. During those interviews, she told detectives over and over again, my brain is fried. I've been using drugs since 6th grade. My memory is gone. So what she testified to you wasn't what she remembered. She admitted on the stand that what she testified to was what she had been shown, what she had been told. Detective O'Driscoll told you that Carmen Lauber could not remember the purchase of drugs after Eric had died. When asked by Ms. Nestor if at least one of the times that Carmen allegedly purchased drugs from Mr. Crozier and brought them to Kouri was after Eric's death, his response was, her testimony was not that. She didn't remember it that way. We found digital evidence that supported that. But you know what? She did testify to that. She testified at length and in detail about something that even Detective O'Driscoll said she didn't remember. Carmen Lauber was not able to tell you that she bought fentanyl. She agreed on the stand that it was the detectives that first put the word fentanyl in her mouth, in her head. She was told by detectives in this case that she bought fentanyl. Eric died of fentanyl. You bought drugs. You bought fentanyl. She took that story and she ran with it because she had everything to lose. And Detectives O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard told her, you are getting a big, giant get-out-of-jail-free card. And what do you have to do to get that big, giant get-out-of-jail-free card? Give them the details that will ensure Kouri gets convicted of murder. You heard that from O'Driscoll's own mouth.
Monopoly card.
He tried to explain it away. But he went in and he told this woman, get out of jail free card, give us the details to ensure Kouri gets convicted of murder. She had to tell them that. She had to tell you that. She had to say she purchased fentanyl. The detectives walked into those interviews not to find out what happened, but to get Ms. Lauber to confirm what they already had decided happened. Again, confirmation bias. She told them at that first interview, I literally never dealt with fentanyl. And she had reason not to deal with fentanyl. She told you that. She had a daughter who had overdosed from fentanyl. She was afraid of fentanyl. She told them that Kouri asked for something for an investor's bad back. Maybe it was for Eric. But she told them that Kouri asked for an investor's bad back. And that later she asked for something stronger. She asked for the Michael Jackson drug. She told them Kouri never asked for fentanyl. She admitted that she got the word fentanyl from Detectives O'Driscoll and Maynard. She told them she couldn't remember. She asked them to lay it out for her, to put the pieces of the puzzle together, to write it down and I'll sign it. They argued that was because, well, she didn't want to write it in her cell. That's why they wanted us to write it. Well, she could have written it right there at the table, I suppose. But you know what else? Remember? She also told the Assistant United States Attorney basically the same thing. Put it together for me. And the U.S. Attorney or the Assistant U.S. Attorney said, oh, we don't do it that way. You have to tell us what you remember. They literally offered a big, giant get-out-of-jail-free card. In the state's last question to Detective O'Driscoll, they brought up the TV show The House of Cards, but who held all of the cards in this case? Jeff O'Driscoll told you. Carmen Lauber held all of the cards. Their entire house of cards is being held up by her. And now at trial 3 years later, she comes in here and says she bought oxycodone once and fentanyl 3 times. Oh, she had her story down. She told it very nicely on direct. But when pressed, she couldn't remember anything. Not from 2022, not from 2023. She couldn't remember on Friday what she testified to on Thursday. And you know, I didn't ask her about her mental health or her learning disability to be mean. I asked her because it explains why she was so easily convinced by law enforcement as to what she needed to do and what she needed to say. She described her learning disability as low education. Well, you can decide what that means for yourself, but one possibility is she has an intellectual disability. And if that is the case, she is more vulnerable to suggestibility than most people. Easy to manipulate. And they took advantage of this. We all saw it. They did too, but they had to find someone who would confirm their theory. But you know what? Through all of this, there were a handful of things that Carmen Lauber was consistent about. There were a few. Kouri asked for some pain medication. Kouri said that in the Walk the Dog letter. Then she told you, I brought oxycodone from Susan Kohler on February 11th. Prescription oxycodone. Now that's important because if Kouri had any pain pills before February 14th, these were likely what she had. She said Kouri never asked for fentanyl. She said that in all of her interviews. Carmen never asked Robert Crozier for fentanyl. She said that. She was consistent with that. That she bought pills from Robert Crozier. That the pills she got from him were light green. 15 to 20 milligram oxycodone pills. When she bought from him again, she asked for more of the same. Those are the things she said throughout. Everything she said, every other thing she said has changed multiple times. It changed again while she was on the stand. Now she says the number of purchases were more. That changed. The date changed. For the first time, she says that Crozier was the first one to say the word fentanyl. It's the first time we've heard that. Wasn't in the interviews. She's not a truthful person. There were a couple of little things she lied on the stand about. Not super important, but I'm going to point them out because they were just untruths. When I asked her if she was on any medication for her anxiety or any other illnesses, she said no. But then later, when Mr. Bloodworth asked her, she said yes, she was on medications. They were in her car in her purse. She told you Nancy Peterson drove to buy the drugs because she didn't have a driver's license. When we showed her that photo was reversed and that she was driving, did you notice how smoothly that story changed? Oh, well, yeah, I drove one way, she drove the other. By the way, where's Nancy Peterson? There was someone who might have been able to confirm Carmen's story, but we didn't hear from her. What else did Carmen lie about? She sat on that stand and she told you, I never violated drug court after I got out, my get out of jail free card in May of 2023. But then when confronted, she had to admit, oh yeah, I did. That's right. She told you, well, I was holding a can of alcohol, but I didn't drink it. When confronted, though, she had to admit that wasn't true. She sat on the stand and she told you that. Oh, I just held it. Oh, but you told your probation officer you drank it. Oh, yeah, I guess I drank it. But what's the most important thing she admitted to lying to? She lied to a judge. She lied to a judge by writing a letter saying that she had been 100% compliant with drug court. And why did she lie to that judge? She wanted to go to Vegas. And she told you on the stand, she admitted it. Yeah, I was untruthful with the judge to get something that I wanted. She was untruthful because she wanted to go to Vegas. There is a lot more at stake here than going to Vegas. She is, again, being untruthful to get what she wants. And what she wants this time is to stay out of prison. And she will say whatever she needs to make that happen. You know what else she got by telling that story? In addition to her get out of jail free card, she also got an advance straight to go and pass drug court on the way card. No more showing up at drug court. And she told you drug court's tough, but she didn't have to go anymore. No regular check-ins. She just had to text hi or Lauber to Detective Maynard. And most importantly, no more drug tests. She's still on probation, still waiting to go to court to see if her charges will be dismissed. And she's not being drug tested. Is she telling you the truth about being clean? We have absolutely no way to know. She got everything she wanted by testifying to things that she admitted she had no memory of. Can you feel for Carmen Lauber? You can. Can you believe her beyond a reasonable doubt? You cannot. And if you can't believe her beyond a reasonable doubt, you have to find Kouri Richins not guilty. I want to talk about Robert Crozier, because he's also an addict, and he also changed his story. But what makes him different? First, his original story was given in a 13-minute interview while he was coming down from drugs, not in 10 hours of interviews over multiple days. Detectives came in, and they told him he sold fentanyl. They said, we already know. We know you sold fentanyl. You just need to confirm it. We won't jam you up. Just tell us you sold fentanyl. And he agreed with them. And they asked, did Carmen Lauber know she got fentanyl? And he said, absolutely. But what did he explain to you on the stand? Now that he's been through rehab, now that we know he's sober, he gave people what they asked for when he was selling drugs. He always gave them what they asked for. So when detectives came in and said, well, you sold Carmen fentanyl, Carmen asked for fentanyl, he said yes. He said, what I meant is, if that's what she asked for, that's what I gave her. What else makes him different, though, from Carmen Lauber? He changed his story from what the prosecution wanted him to say to what they didn't want him to say. Not the other way around. Why do this? Why would he risk his immunity? It would have been so much easier for him just to stick with his original story. Let's go back. So he gives that original story in April of 23. He sobers up. He meets with the state. He meets with Mr. Bloodworth in April of 25, before he ever spoke to me or to Mr. Berman. And he tells them at that time that he got it wrong. He says, no, I sold Carmen oxycodone, not fentanyl. And how does he know this? He told you. Because he didn't start selling fentanyl until late 2022. And he sold to Carmen Lauber in early 2022. Also, his source gave him fentanyl that was so dark it was almost purple. It wasn't light green. It wasn't light blue. Okay, so then he meets with our team in October of 25. He says the same thing. He signed an affidavit swearing it to be true. He testified to the same thing at trial. I was only selling oxy in 2022. And not only that, he told you it was prescription oxy from a pharmacy. So not fake oxy that was actually fentanyl, but real oxy. And he was a bit of an expert on the topic. I think he knew more than the drug expert did. He told you, light green pills, those were 15 to 20 milligram pills. Light blue pills, those were 30 milligram pills. His prescription was 10 milligram pills. He knew his stuff. He was a pretty successful drug dealer. And he told you when I sold fentanyl, those pills were almost purple. What did he have to gain by testifying to this? He's never met Kouri Richins. He'd never met Eric Richins. He didn't know Carmen. He isn't getting anything from anyone. It's for these reasons that his testimony is more credible than Carmen's. Her freedom is at stake, so she had to say fentanyl. She has to give them Kouri. He has nothing to gain. He just told you the truth. The state told you in closing that they traced the fentanyl. It's absolutely not true. Carmen never even looked at those pills. She didn't test those pills. She didn't take any of them, according to her. And we don't know where any of them are. Where are these some odd 90 to 120 pills? They didn't trace that fentanyl. We have no idea where that is. They didn't trace any fentanyl. So how did Eric end up ingesting fentanyl? What other reasonable explanation might there be? You know, I'm not going to stand here and say to you that Eric Richins was a drug addict. He wasn't a Carmen Lauber. He wasn't a Robert Crozier. I don't think the evidence shows that. But that doesn't mean he didn't use. That doesn't mean he didn't ask Kouri to get him pain pills, he probably did. So what do we know? We know Eric was in pain. He had Lyme disease, which can be very painful. He had back pain. He had knee pain. We know he'd been in Mexico not long before his death. Look at what he was doing right before his death. So right before his death, he's texting Pedro Sonora, back and forth, back and forth. Did they interview him? Like we said, no. He texts his friend Scott Wagner, more, Pedro Sonora, from 8:30, between 8:30 and 8:36, he texts him 1, 2, 3, well, these are back and forth. But between them, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 texts. He gets a call from Scott Wagner. What's his last Google search? How far is it from Scottsdale to Nogales? And then he gets a text from Raul. We also don't know anything about Raul. Maybe he made other calls. The state said maybe Kouri was calling on the Wi-Fi. Maybe so was he. We don't know who else he talked to, but this is what we do know. Oh, which this is a good place to bring up, I think, that the state did stand up here and they told you that we said things in opening that didn't come in during trial, and that's true. Strategies change during trial. But remember, we are not the ones under an obligation to put on any evidence. It's not us. We're not under an obligation to prove anything. It's them. Okay, so what else do we find on that first day that Eric died? What else do they find? The hydrocodone bottle. Whatever happened to that bottle? Why wasn't it tested? What was kept in that bottle? The bottle's sitting right by the bed on Eric's nightstand, right next to his phone and watch that were placed neatly in his charger. An expired prescription bottle with nothing in it but residue. And you can see the residue there. Why would that be sitting out? A 6-year-old prescription bottle. What might be the best way to bring illegal pills back from Mexico? Put them in a prescription bottle? Put them in your suitcase? What might be the best way to store your illicit oxycodone? Stick them in a prescription bottle? Put them by your bed? And now that bottle's gone, and nobody knows where it is, and nobody tested it. And you saw that white powder, and you can look back when you go back, but you saw that white powdery residue on the nightstand next to Eric. Nobody tested that either. So what's another explanation? What could have happened? Eric was about to take his last pain pill out of that bottle that he kept by the side of his bed. He's on the phone with people in Mexico. He's checking how long it takes to drive from Scottsdale to Nogales. Maybe he knew he was getting fentanyl in Mexico. Maybe he thought it was something else, and he accidentally got fentanyl. Maybe had they tested that bottle, we would know. But they didn't. You know what else we know, though? We know he had a prescription for naltrexone. And it appears he wasn't taking it. A drug used to help people control craving for drugs and alcohol. It's not a drug used to treat Lyme disease. There's a reasonable alternative. Reasonable doubt. All right, I'm going to move to motive. The state absolutely did not prove that Kouri's relationship with Josh Grossman was a motive to kill her husband. Josh and Kouri had been seeing each other on and off for about 2 years. You heard from Josh. He testified that their future together was a fantasy. That at no time did Kouri ever lead him to believe that she was going to leave Eric for him. It was clear that Josh loved Kouri more than she loved him. You could see it in his face. You could see it in his demeanor. You can look at the text shortly before Eric died where Kouri was trying to break up with him. The state wants you to find that the conversation Kouri had with Josh about his time in Iraq is somehow evidence or proof of murder. But Josh told you she was grieving, that conversation was about life and death and Eric and bow hunting and the supernatural, that it really didn't even seem that unusual at the time. He only thought it seemed unusual when the private investigator told him Kouri killed Eric. It's not evidence of a homicide. It isn't proof of anything. Yes, they were having an affair. Eric was also having an affair, possibly more than one. You heard there was a text about an open relationship, and they can laugh about that, but that's what the text said. And you know what? We do not bring this up to make Eric out to be a bad person. It doesn't matter what he was doing in his personal life. That's not the point. The point is that there were parts of Eric's life that he didn't share with people. Just like he didn't share with Cody that he used marijuana, or even that he took prescriptions. The point is we all have secrets, and Eric had secrets. But back to Josh. The best evidence that Josh was not a motive for Kouri to kill her husband is that after Eric died, she never did get together with Josh. She didn't show up at the brunch that they'd planned to celebrate the closing on the Midway Mansion. She didn't go on a vacation with him in April. She never even finished paying for that vacation. Josh told you that Kouri changed after Eric's death, that she was grieving, that he saw less and less of her, and ultimately she broke things off. And by the way, if Kouri was as motivated by money as they would have you think, would she really have killed her wealthy husband to run off with the handyman who lived for free in one of her houses? That doesn't fit with the state's theory. The state says, look at texts. Replace the words in them with different words. They stood here and made up what was inside people's heads, what they were thinking. The state has to rely on evidence. They have to prove their case, and they can't do that. The state did not prove that Kouri killed Eric in order to be with Josh. All right, money. Money's a motive for a lot of things for a lot of people. Was Kouri a brilliant businesswoman? No. Was her business struggling? Yes, it was. Was there fake it till you make it? There seemed to be a lot of that going on. Brooke Carrington testified that money was not a priority to Kouri Richins. She could have used an accountant, she said. She didn't even use QuickBooks. And this is all true. A young mother trying to run a business, like most young mothers, young working mothers, did her accounting take a back seat to her family? Probably. The state also wants you to believe that Kouri was cheating her best friend, but that's not what the evidence showed. The evidence showed that the $45,000 that Chelsea gave to Kouri was not earmarked for closing. Kouri could do whatever she wanted with that money. All that mattered was that when she went to that closing on that house, that she showed up with $45,000. It didn't have to be that $45,000. It could have been $45,000 she expected to come in from another flip. But then Kouri was arrested and never got the opportunity to do that. That's why that house foreclosed. But you know what the evidence has shown? That Kouri, rightly or wrongly, truly believed that that Midway Mansion was going to turn everything around. They were celebrating that night. If Kouri was going to kill Eric for money, she certainly would not have done it on the night that she believed she had just secured a multi-million-dollar property. And if you look at the state's exhibit 624D, you will see that Kouri actually made a profit on every single home that she flipped. She had reason to believe that she was going to make a profit on this one too. All the foreclosures, those were all after her arrest. And something else, they say it would have cost way more money than she had to rehab the mansion to live in it with Josh, which again, Josh said was fantasy, that wasn't going to happen. But if you don't believe him, look at text, look at State's Exhibit 2-17D on page 33. This is where she and Eric are going back and forth on how much it would cost to rehab the mansion. And he says, we can't afford that. We don't even have time for that. What does she tell him? And you can look at it. I don't have it word for word. She tells him, no, we're not doing that. I just need money. I just need to give the numbers, to the investors. She didn't intend to rehab that. She intended to flip it after a little cleanup. All right, I want to talk about the gifts that the state talked about in their opening and throughout trial. They made such a fuss about these. They were accessed on Kouri's phone on March 4th, the morning of March 4th. They were tied to the celebration. That's what those were about. If you look at that exhibit, I think it's 3-40, you can see that the orphan gifts were accessed at the same time, down to the second, as a picture of the Midway Mansion. So what do we know about these gifts? We know that some photos were stored in a cache on the phone, not connected to any particular text. We know that they were accessed the morning of the 4th. We know that at least one of the pictures, the one of the mansion, was sent by Eric the evening before, which likely means all of these photos were sent prior to the morning of the 4th. These were not about Eric's death. She wasn't celebrating death. These gifts were sent earlier, and she was celebrating closing on that mansion. It just doesn't follow she would kill him for money. She received less from life insurance than she thought she was going to make on that mansion. Josh Grossman told you that she was surprised when she found out about the $1 million life insurance policy from auto insurance. It appears she didn't even know that. And if you take Brooke Carrington's testimony as true, and by the way, she was a good witness. She is a professional, expert witness. First hired by the family, and then paid $200,000 by the state. A prosecution witness, sitting right here today behind the prosecution. Very different than the MEs, who are just here to tell you their findings. But anyway, if you accept her testimony, the life insurance wasn't going to fix the problem anyway. Kouri spent that life insurance within a matter of weeks and was still in debt. And you know what you heard on that phone call between Bryce and Chelsea and Kouri? All I want's the home. It's all I want. They can have everything else. They can have the money. I don't care. I just want my house where I've raised my boys. And you know what? Eric was making good money. In 2020, he told Christina Miller, the attorney he went to about talking about a divorce, that he was making, his income that year was over $33,000 a month. Cody Wright testified that they made $500,000 each the last year that Eric was alive. I believe there was testimony that there were other years she made even more. Not sure about that, but I think that was in there. So if this case was about money, Eric was worth so much more to Kouri alive than dead. Opportunity. Well, I guess her opportunity was she was the only one in the house. Who else was in the house, though? Who else had an opportunity to take those pills? Eric. 4 years later, 10,000 searches, over $300,000 worth of expert witnesses, 3 weeks of trial, the FBI, the DEA, Homeland Security, the Summit County Sheriff's Office. They cannot tell you how Eric ingested that fentanyl. They haven't done their job, and now they want you to make inferences based on paper-thin evidence. They speculated on a number of things during closing, and they want to tell you, they want you to do their job for them. Tell them no. Tell them if they're going to charge a person in your community with the most serious crime there is, they better have the facts. They better have the proof. They better have more than speculation and conjecture, because that's their job. It's not your job. All right, I want to talk about the elements. The first one, aggravated murder. Okay, so they have to prove that that Kouri Richins intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Eric Richins. The state has not proven this. They haven't even proven that she obtained fentanyl. They have not proven where the pills ended up or how Eric took them. The state stood up here and argued, well, it really doesn't matter what drug she purchased. As long as it was an illicit street drug, it absolutely matters. Because what did he die of? He died of fentanyl. There was no oxycodone in his system. There was no other drug in his system. They must prove that she purchased and gave him fentanyl. Oh, and let me talk about Becky Lloyd for 1 minute. She said that she had a conversation after a drink or two where Kouri allegedly said, oh, things would be easier, I'd be better off if Eric was dead. But what else did you hear? You heard Becky in a recording tell officers and investigators, I don't think I can testify to that on the stand. I'm not sure that that's true. But then she testified to it. Well, maybe they threatened to bring a catch pole for her dog too. One thing I want to point out here, though, is if after looking at all the evidence, you believe that Ms. Richins accidentally obtained fentanyl when she thought she was getting oxycodone, and then Eric took those pills voluntarily and died, that is not intentionally and knowingly. That is not aggravated murder. And if you conclude that, you must find Kouri Richins not guilty. All right, attempted murder. What is the evidence of this? And again, it has to be intentionally or knowingly, and it has the rest of the elements there. She had to take a substantial step. So here's the evidence. Kouri bought an omelet and an egg sandwich at 9 o'clock the morning of February 14th. There was no evidence that she left that sandwich in the truck. To the contrary, there was a conversation with her mother saying, they think I left some sandwich in a truck. That didn't happen. Eric said he wasn't feeling well. He took a nap between 11:30 and 2. He called a couple of friends and sounded upset. He joked a few days later with Kouri and friends that his wife had tried to poison him, that he'd had an allergic reaction and used an EpiPen. Alex Staking told you that, Ollie Staking. She never said that Kouri got defensive. She didn't say that. She said they were all laughing. She said that Eric didn't seem upset or scared. It was a joke. Wouldn't be the first time a spouse ate something and said, oh my God, my wife tried to poison me. But that's it, that's their entire case. He didn't go to the hospital. He didn't do anything that day but take a nap. Eating an egg sandwich, having an allergic reaction to something, and taking a nap. There is no world in which that is attempted murder beyond a reasonable doubt. Oh, they point out that months later in text to Chelsea, her friend, that she gets some details wrong about that day. Maybe because she didn't try to kill him, and in her memory that day really wasn't all that important. She said, I bought him lunch. Well, it was breakfast. Again, they stood here and said, Eric was thinking this, Kouri was thinking this. She was, off with Josh thinking all these things. None of this was evidence, not any of it. None of it is proof. They talked about some IRS calls that she made on those days. No evidence as to what was in those calls. No witnesses from the IRS. Speculation, conjecture. Not proof. Reasonable doubt. Okay, I'm going to jump quickly. The other 3 counts I'm going to go through quickly, but I'm going to go to count 5, which is the forgery count. Now remember what we're talking about here. This is one of those life insurance policies that any of us who belong to a credit union get, where you don't have to do anything. You sign here for $100,000 free life insurance. And this was filled out for both Kouri and Eric. Matthew Throckmorton, the handwriting expert, all he could tell you is that Eric probably did not sign the True Stage insurance policy. Probably is reasonable doubt. And he could not tell you that Kouri did sign it. They have not proven that Kouri forged Eric's signature. And there was no evidence either way if Kouri had permission to sign Eric's name on that True Stage life insurance. I mean, let's be serious. It's the rare married couple who doesn't occasionally say, hey, honey, I'm going to sign this for you. Is that okay? But there was no evidence either way. She's not guilty of forgery. All right, jumping to the insurance fraud counts, count 3. Count 3 is directly connected to count 5. Because this count alleges that Kouri fraudulently obtained that insurance policy, and the fraud was forging Eric's signature. They said there was a reversed Social Security number on there, but the fraud's the signature. So if the state hasn't proven to you count 5, it automatically follows they haven't proven count 3, and you must find her guilty, not guilty on count 3. Count 4 alleges that Kouri fraudulently collected the true stage insurance policy. All that means is if she did kill her husband and then represented something different to collect that insurance, that would be fraud. But if you find Kouri Richins not guilty on count 1, you have to find her not guilty on count 4. The state has not proven their case. They don't have the evidence that Kouri Richins killed her husband. So instead, they have tried to show you as much evidence as they possibly can to convince you that she's the sort of person who would. Getting close to the end. I'm sure you would like me to stop talking, but I have to tell you, I'm afraid to stop talking. Because as I stand here right now, Kouri Richins is still cloaked in a presumption of innocence. I don't ever want to walk back to that table. As a defense attorney, that is one of the longest walks a lawyer can make. This entire case is going to flash before my eyes. And all I will be able to think about once I sit down is, what did I miss? What did we miss? What didn't we tell you that you wanted to hear? Did I focus on what you wanted to know? Did we do enough? You're about to go through those doors and into the jury room and start deliberations. Everyone in this courtroom, everyone watching around the world, we all wish we could follow you and listen in. But that room, that jury room is yours. It's sacrosanct. In that room, you get to decide. And when you get in that room and you look at the evidence, if you think that Kouri Richins might have killed her husband, that she likely killed her husband, that she probably killed her husband, you must find her not guilty. Because maybe, probably, likely, very likely, none of these reach that extraordinary burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm going to ask you to do a couple of things when you go into that room. First, you might be tempted to go around the room and take a vote for guilty or not guilty to see where you all stand. We ask that you refrain from this. Instead, we ask, talk to each other about where you see reasonable doubt. Also, if Kathy or Alex or myself did something to offend you during this trial, please hold that against us and not against Kouri. Now, the state's going to get up and talk to you again because they get the last word. And the reason they have that last word is because of that heavy burden. But when you filled out that jury questionnaire, we asked you if you would be comfortable making your voice heard in that jury room. Would you stand by your convictions, by what you believe? And each and every one of you said yes. So here's my final ask of you. When you're deliberating and something comes up that we didn't respond to, will you be courageous? Courageous enough to raise your hand and talk about what our response would be. Raise your hand for Kouri, because you are the last line between an innocent woman and the state. Be courageous. Courage is what this moment demands. The courage to stand between a member of your community and the state and demand that they comply with the Constitution, that they comply with their burden. Do not let them fool you. Do not fall for red herrings. Kouri Richins did not kill Eric Richins. The state did not prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt, and you have the courage to tell them this and find Kouri Richins not guilty.
Wow, she spoke for 1 hour and 9 minutes.
Mr. Bloodworth?
Your Honor, 15 minutes now will save me 30 minutes later.
Understood. Folks, let's you stretch your legs.
All rise to the jury.
An impassioned plea from the defense asking the jury to raise your hands for Kouri. But does it fall on deaf ears? Defense now virtually out of moves and get to watch the rest of this case play out and wait for the jury's response.
Genuinely couldn't tell if you wanted to do something on the record or just needed a break.
No, sir, just a break to,
collect your thoughts.
Collect my thoughts.
We'll be in recess until 2:15. Thank you.
It's an even 15 minutes. Apparently the defense looks like they're happy about how things went. So it was a good closing. I would say we have seen much worse closings. If we're just comparing PowerPoints, you have to grade by the PowerPoints. Prosecution won hands down. Defense PowerPoint with the strange clip art on a black background. The Monopoly get out of jail free card. I think it was a Norman Rockwell jury room. The one holdout juror, which happens to be a female in that picture. Let me see if I can pull that one up. Hang on one second. Let me send this to myself. Get it over to the other computer really quickly. Okay, just one second here. Let's bring that over. The painting they're showing is an interesting painter. I think it's a Norman Rockwell. He was a fantastic painter that captured emotions and things very well. Americana type stuff. Hold on, while I'm doing that, Ivan's on the phone.
Call from
Ivan.
Ivan, sorry, are you there?
Yes, sir. How we doing, guys?
Doing well. How about yourself?
Well, with all these show and tells, I wonder, she should have just played the entire movie of 12 Angry Men. That's what she should have did. I don't know.
Well, that's basically what the picture was supposed to do. The
picture.
picture.
Well, yeah. If we're going to have pictures and visual aids, just play the whole movie. I mean, it's a good movie.
It is. It's fantastic. Save image. There we go. I'm going to bring up that picture just for everybody in just one second because it's flashed on the screen really quickly, and you might have missed it if you were just walking by. But set it to the map.
Yeah, I mean, it's a classic painting. I mean, nobody captures the spirit of Americana quite like Mr. Rockwell.
Yeah, he was one of a kind for sure. All right, here we go.
Do you think he would approve of his work being used?
Oh, I think he'd probably roll over in his grave. Here's the picture back on the screen here for you. You've got, if you count the jurors, that looks like 11
Why are
men.
they so messy?
11 men and one woman.
Why does it look like a trap house?
Because everyone's written their theory of events or notes and theories and votes and crumble it up and throw it on the floor, and half of them are smoking as well in the picture, which is goes way back. But maybe they're trying to reach.
Apparently, they didn't provide a garbage can in that jury room.
Yeah. Janitor can't go into deliberations.
I think. Yeah, I don't know. I'd like to say I'm feeling all right, but I think this might be the last. Other than, of course, the when they come in to read the announcements, I think this might be the last we see of Kouri.
The last hurrah. I'll tell you what looks bad.
Although
what
she's
looks
going to be in
bad for
court
me?
quite a bit. Her days in court are not done. I mean, by any means. I mean, even though they're not going to be, it's going to take a long time to pay back $2 million, making 18 cents an hour.
Yeah.
It's going to take a while.
Yeah. What really stood out to me in the defense's closing was the fact that they seemed desperate when she was pounding the table. When she's banging on the podium, we know the saying. When the facts are...
The desperation for me, see, that's just theatrical to me. The desperation came the last minute where she's, as the screener said, essentially just gaslighting the white flag. Like, you shouldn't be afraid. Okay, I know what she's trying to say there. Like, she hates to get to the point to where she's done everything she can.
Yeah.
But the way she phrased all that just made it seem like we know we've lost, but just bail us out is how I read it.
I hate to walk back to my client's table because then she becomes guilty. Once you guys do your job, she's not innocent anymore. That part you probably could have left out, but I think she did a couple good things. How she hit the fact that it wasn't our burden. That was a great deflection to the states. They promised you all these things, and they didn't deliver. Guess what? That's not our job. Perfect.
Yeah, I mean,
also, she did a great. and we see this for most defense cases, it's pretty common. We see a great recitation of, if you walk back to the jury room and you think that she is probably guilty, or most likely did it, or more likely than not is that, she's the culprit, that is not guilty. That's good. I like that. The one thing I think that we as, people don't understand is just how high that bar is beyond reasonable doubt. And, hit that.
Well, the flip flop, when people say I'm back and forth, like, that's not guilty. But so I often have realized after watching plenty of these along the years that it seems to me that because we have so much more information than the 12 people deciding, that our numbers are usually at least 15, 20%, different than what, it always ends up being as it should be, because we have quite a bit. We're constantly hearing information that the jury's not. We're able to research. So none of that is, happening from the jury, if you believe RA and you don't think anybody's looking this up on their own time. But I
have to hang on to that hope, Ivan. You can't kill that for me.
I know, but I'm just much more cynical than that.
Yeah,
anyway,
slight correction. I think Selena's calling. Can I let you go?
Yep.
Ivan, love you, man. Thank you very much.
Love you guys.
Bye. No, it's not Selena. I apologize.
Call from
Amy.
Amy, this is RA. How are you doing?
Hey, it's good. Love my grandkids, actually. I said my first name and then thought about it.
Oh, it's okay. I won't say Amy on the air. I'll just say love my grandkids.
That's okay. It's my first time calling. I'm like so nervous. But I have to tell you, I just want to really quick tell you, I've been watching my 1-year-old granddaughter while listening to all this. And, I've been on the fence because I'm always very open-minded when it comes to any trial, because they are innocent until proven guilty.
Right.
And I have to say, I see holes. Unfortunately, I think it was very sloppily done, and I see holes. And unfortunately, I don't know. I'm a little skeptical about what they might come back with.
Yeah, I don't know. I can see it both ways, and I've tried intentionally to look at it each way, and I've come to the point where I would be happy with either a conviction or a hung jury. I don't think you're going to get not guilty here.
Yeah. I think a hung jury would probably be more likely, just because I don't see where there is absolutely no reason. I don't know. That's just how I feel. I've been watching it through the whole thing, and of course now my granddaughter's upset. So I'll let you go. Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you. Love my grandkids. Thanks for the call. We'll see you.
No problem. Bye-bye.
I'll say a couple things. If I don't lose my train of thought. I said I'd be happy with a hung jury. I wouldn't be happy with a hung jury. That's the wrong way of saying this. I can reasonably say I can see why that happened, and that's because there are big holes in this case. There are leaps, there are bounds that the jury will have to take, and it's over important areas that have to do with elements of the charge. But as the judge, and I think rightfully put it, there is some evidence which a jury, in the light most favorable to the state, could consider and find that meets the element. It's circumstantial, but it's there. For every single charge that's going forward, there is some evidence that's been presented. Because of that, I have to be okay with the fact that they can convict. And I think they can, because the areas where there are holes, where there's a big glaring, we don't know what happened, involve around the movement of the fentanyl, how it got to Eric. And we don't have the emails. We don't have the text messages. We don't have the phone calls, because they were deleted by who? The person who we believe was responsible for this. So I think that the other circumstantial evidence and the fact that there is proof that Kouri hid facts that would have proven, her demise or innocence, and you think it would have proven her innocence, she wouldn't be hiding it. And I hate that argument. If you had nothing to hide, why would you delete it? I hate that argument. But I think you can put those two together and build a strong argument against Kouri for that reason. By the way, I'm going to be a grandma. I'm not going to be a grandma anytime soon. A grandpa in a couple of weeks. So you guys keep asking. I see the question, but that's where we're at. I don't know the date. I'll probably probably fly out there at some point. Yes. Let's see. Does the defense attorney root for hung? Jay, I think they would rather take a hung jury than the alternative, because they're not going to get not guilty on this one. There's just no way. There's no way you're going to get 8 people who all look at this and say, I don't see Kouri as guilty, not guilty, or not proven. That would be surprising. Now, defense standing up there and saying, we also, like the judge, don't want you to go back there as soon as you get into the jury room and say, quick poll, where do we all stand? Guilty? All right, done. Right? If we're all on the same page, we don't need to deliberate. There's no convincing anyone of anything else. They say, instead, we want you to, let's talk about where the reasonable doubt is. Let's all sit around and sing Kumbaya and just, reminisce of reasonable doubt. Of course, that helps the defense. That's not what the judge instructed them to do. The judge says, instead, stop and look at all the evidence. Look at all the evidence. And then start deliberating. Yeah, I'm sure I'm going to be a grandma, apparently. How do you explain the luxury prison Google searches? Defense's story here, this was almost laughable. When Ms. Lewis gets up there and she's like, yeah, she might have Googled something about women's prisons, luxury prisons for the rich. Okay. Of course, anyone who's accused, finding out they're a suspect in a murder investigation would be nervous and looking at what might happen. No. Anyone who thinks, oh crap, this is what's coming for me, they might, and I think that would be a guilty mindset more than anything else. You don't have to be 100% right. It's beyond reasonable doubt, but the way that I like hearing beyond reasonable doubt explained is that we are beyond the point where we would hesitate to act. Which is a high bar, but let's see, I missed this nugget. Criminals are just dumb in all these trials lately. Generally, crime is not the smart move. She still viewed herself as rich. I think even when Ms. Lewis was talking about how she was not a good business person or struggled financially, I think even that stung to Kouri a little bit. It seemed like she got, it smarted a little bit when she heard that from her own lawyer. Anxiety is normal. She Googled rich people jails. Yeah, the most glaring of all the Google ones, I mean, there were a bunch, but the most glaring one that we saw was, I think it was in this one. If someone is poisoned, what does it go down on the death certificate as? Poisoned. That's a strange word to choose when you find out that someone overdosed on fentanyl or died from a fentanyl overdose. When someone is poisoned, what does it go down on the death certificate as? It was the truth, though. Yeah. I see no holes, says Candy W. Candy in West Virginia. She is guilty. She tried to unalive him with the sandwich first. Okay, can we talk for a minute just about Josh and the quote? I don't know who sent this to me. Let's see. There was a quote. There was a text message from Josh where Josh implies that he ate the hush puppy thing and then just was out of it for hours. I can't even account for those hours. What happened? Did Kouri give him that? Did Kouri give him a hush puppy sandwich? Hey, Judge, welcome back. You're a minute early. Did Josh just escape? Was he like the test run? What happened there? There wasn't any proof that Eric was having any affairs, yet defense got to say that he was having one or maybe more affairs. Josh was roofied. Sounds like something like that. He's like, I ate that sandwich, and then, boom, I can't even remember till after 11 o'clock. Wouldn't be the first time someone practiced on another. Zimmy, is that true? That his dog died the next day? Whoa. Maybe he ate part of the sandwich and the dog ate the rest of it. That sounds terrible. That is not okay. We're running out of coincidences here. At what point do you just say, okay, we need to charge for another crime? Remember when Carmen told Kouri, I hope you're not giving that to Eric? I think Carmen was asking after the fact if she gave it to Eric. Right, it was never proven that Eric was having an affair. There was no evidence to that nature. Guess what, Jody? In court, lawyers can say these things and not get sued. They're protected. They're protected. They have to be able to make these sort of arguments to provide defense. And so even if Eric were alive and that comment had been made about him and it was completely false, he could not sue for defamation. I think there was a lot more going on behind the scenes of their relationship than we'll ever know, affairs and all. Possible, Whisper Brand. The jury doesn't know about Kouri's mom being charged with the same thing. I didn't hear she was ever charged with anything. I just heard that there was a suspicious circumstance that might have been investigated. Taxpayers are paying for Kouri's defense. Yes, she couldn't afford any more lawyers. She spent all her money that she got, that she had on lawyers, ran out of money. The public defender's office was conflicted out. And so these lawyers, who are normally private practice lawyers, were appointed as, from Kouri's perspective, as public defenders. But they're really, really good ones. Not that the public defenders aren't, but she really won the lottery when she got some good lawyers there. Yeah, Kath, I that's what I heard. I don't think her mom was ever charged with anything. Mary, no, you can't say that. Laser plane, should the prosecution gone for the defense more, or did they just let them dig themselves deeper into the ground? I don't think they could, because the burden isn't there, right? You can't really force the defense to do anything. I think they went for as much as they could with judges back. Let's be quiet for a second.
Please have a seat as you come in. Please have a seat. Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next, guys. Parlor tricks are not legal standards. Legal standards are what matter.
Now he's going after the defense.
Let's review a couple of the important ones. You'll have them in your instructions when you go back to deliberate. Reasonable doubt. I come back to this one again and again. Evidence usually consists of testimony and exhibits presented at trial. What the lawyers say is not evidence. I've come back to this slide in rebuttal precisely because of defense's closing. There is a reason the state provided you in its slides with the cite to every single piece of evidence it argued. We told you what transcript page and line number. We told you what exhibit number. Because what the attorneys say doesn't matter. The evidence is what matters. And there's a reason defense counsel didn't cite you to the evidence. Next slide, Scott. A lot of the evidence is circumstantial. It is. People do not video themselves poisoning their spouse. But circumstantial evidence is just as good as direct evidence. You can use circumstantial evidence to conclude facts just as you can use direct evidence. The instruction gives the example of it is wet outside and people are closing up their umbrellas. That makes sense. Let me put it to you a different way. Does everybody know what happened here?
Oh my goodness.
Kouri Richins chose Carmen Lauber. The state didn't. Hold on, let me check something. Go back one. Kouri Richins chose Carmen Lauber, not the state. Go ahead, Scott. Thanks. Kouri Richins chose Carmen Lauber because she was the drug dealer she knew. The state granted Carmen Lauber immunity because it cares more about a murder case than a drug deal. That should surprise nobody. Kouri Richins chose Carmen Lauber in part because she had control over her. She could help her out. She employed her to some measure. She could help her out. A little quid pro quo. You give me some drugs, I can help you out with your drug court. Kouri Richins chose Carmen Lauber, not me. Her testimony is corroborated. If you only believe Carmen Lauber's testimony that is corroborated, that is plenty of proof to convict. She was only at that Maverick in Draper 3 times. That's what the digital evidence shows. Each of the 3 times she was there, so was Robert Crozier. And those were the only 3 times he was there. Their testimony corroborates each other in the relevant manner. It corroborates that they met, that he sold her drugs, illicit street drugs, that it had fentanyl. Blues had fentanyl. Corroborates that they weren't prescription drugs. He got them from a plug, not a pharmacy. They were packaged in a little clear baggie, not a prescription bottle. All the testimony of Carmen Lauber and Robert Crozier that matters corroborates each other.
So with these transactions, when Carmen
Go ahead, we've seen this one again. Crozier was at the gas station 3 times.
$2.86.
Carmen Lauber was there every time. The March drug deal. Timing of this is very interesting. Shortly after Eric's death, Carmen Lauber spoke with Kouri Richins and asked, "Please tell me these pills were not for him." Of course she denied it. No. But then, a few days later, she asked for more pills. It's curious as to why. Perhaps to cover up that the pills were indeed for Eric. If I ask for more, she'll know they weren't for Eric. It's also interesting that she said she needed something to get her mind. What? I don't know. Maybe she wanted the pills for herself. This suggests she wanted the pills for herself to calm her mind. which tells you she knows that a pill that she buys from Carmen Lauber is not bad. It's a whole bunch of pills that kill. Consciousness of guilt is evidence of guilt. Kouri had a guilty conscience. She couldn't talk to her father that night, not because she was overcome by grief, because she could not face the man whose son she had just murdered. We're going to play these clips right here now. This is when Kouri Richins is asked whether she's going to tell her children, whether she's going to talk to her children. Notice Kouri Richins' reaction in the moment. To this will be Katie Richins' reaction in the moment. Go ahead, Sky.
Where are your children now?
Asleep in that room. Two are awake with their ear to the door. Come on, I'm going out. Please somebody come out. No, what happened? What happened?
We don't know. We went to bed.
Hey, Clint's here. He's gonna help her. Where are my boys?
The kids are in.
This is where's my brother?
He's in this room.
No. Baby.
Kouri, is there a way we could relocate your boys upstairs?
Yeah.
Because there's going to be a lot of traffic.
Yeah, I'll tell her now. What? Wait, come on.
Kouri Richins walks away.
Mom, Mom, they want us to
Katie then takes the boys upstairs. In moments of tragedy and profound sorrow, you not only comfort your children, they comfort you. Kouri Richins hides her face because she doesn't know how to react because she is not grieving. She doesn't want to see other people see her non-reaction. She's not grieving because she feels no grief. She just murdered Eric. You heard Deputy Wynn testify. She wasn't crying.
Juries are watching.
Deputy Wynn's body camera did catch a moment of surprise. That's the moment he informed her that Deputy Wynn, was sending Eric's body for an autopsy. That's her surprise. She didn't tell anybody that night that Eric used fentanyl because she thought she would get away with it. She didn't think anybody would find out that Eric used fentanyl. And the minute Deputy Wynn said, "We're sending his body for an autopsy," that's her reaction. The 2016 empty hydrocodone bottle is immaterial. Eric had no hydrocodone in his toxicology results. The only other hydrocodone reference in the entire body of evidence before you is that investigators recovered on the first search warrant a bag, like a Ziploc type bag, full of hydrocodone pills in the laundry room and the mudroom of the house. Perhaps Kouri Richins removed them from that bottle and staged the crime scene. This is also inconsistent with the notion, having those hydrocodone bottles in the house, pills in the house is inconsistent with the notion that Eric had a secret drug habit and was going to the street for illicit pain pills, and there's a baggie of hydrocodone in the house. Okay, there is no good reason these images were accessed the same exact minute that deputies departed the house the morning that Eric died. None. And there is, by the way, despite what defense counsel just told you, there is no evidence that Eric Richins sent these images. He sent an image of the Midway Mansion the night before that was accessed at the same time as these images. Sorry, he sent an image of the Midway Mansion the night before, but it was not the image that was accessed at the same time. The image that was accessed at the same time is the distance full view of the Midway Mansion, which makes sense in this context, not the image that Eric sent of the pile of rocks in front of the Midway Mansion. Details matter. We don't know who sent these images, but we do know that they were accessed on Kouri's phone at 8:29, the exact minute that deputies signed the log out of the house, and that whoever accessed them turned the phone this way to view them better. They also viewed the distant image of the Midway Mansion. Maybe she was celebrating the Midway Mansion. Maybe she was celebrating Eric's death. Either way, there is no good reason these images were accessed at 8:29. Kouri Richins minimized how Eric died because she needed to cover up her involvement in Eric's death. The worst minimization was the one to his father. After speaking on March 17th with the medical examiner's office, Kouri Richins told Eric's father, knowing this was not true, that Eric Richins died in part of COVID and in part of the same lung fungus that Jean's wife Linda died of. That is not only covering up her involvement, that is cruel.
Here's our Selena watching the jury for us.
She covered up with the medical examiner. She pretended she didn't know what quetiapine was, even though she was prescribed it. She pretended she didn't know what acetaminophen was, even though it's Tylenol, and there is probably not a mother in the United States that does not know what Tylenol is. She pretended she didn't understand the word illicit. She has a master's degree. In feigning ignorance with Dr. Christensen, she was fishing for information to craft her defense. She was asking, was it injected? Did he eat it? She wanted to know what the medical examiners knew so that she could craft around it. She was really worried about the amount of alcohol. On April the 13th, Detective Woody told Kouri Richins that Eric died of fentanyl intoxication. Right after that, she tells Josh, oh, it was just a trace. Chelsea, it was just a trace. It was his lungs that were shot to shit. She is minimizing, deflecting, covering up. She is distancing herself from her murder. Manner of death on the death certificate is immaterial. It's a box we check. It's used for statistical purposes. They turn the information over to the Bureau of Vital Statistics. It's immaterial for this case. You determine the manner of death. It's murder, aggravated murder. Perhaps in a perfect world, the medical examiner would amend the death certificate, but you heard Dr. Ulmer. She signed it on June the 6th, 2022, when the investigation was really in its infancy. And she had one foot out the door. It was her best solution to finish her report before she retired. It is what it is. Bureaucrats.
Bureaucrats.
Eric did not ingest the THC gummy laced with fentanyl. When asked if she ate one that night by Deputy Wynn, it didn't seem like he did. Toxicology, there was no measurable THC in the toxicology analysis of Eric's blood or gastric. The THC that they collected on the April 13th, 2022 search warrant, right, the first search warrant, it was found in the cabinet above the toilet in the master bathroom. Wasn't there the night before. You heard Deputy David Pimentel talk about how he searched it. You could see his search on the body cam. It wasn't there. It was put there after Eric died. That's where most of the gummies were. There was also a package in the kitchen, which was never searched the night he died. But all the gummies were sent to the lab for testing. In fact, the gummies, lots of stuff was sent to the lab for testing. None of it confirmed any fentanyl. Brian Holden, he was the state crime lab tech that testified. Detective Haskell works the streets of Salt Lake City, drugs his whole career. Never seen fentanyl-laced marijuana. That's that's cover-up. That's misdirection.
Thank you, Laura. OG.
Kouri Richins' plan, if it was a plan, to make money on the Midway mansion is not tethered to reality. Across her portfolio, she lost money, and she lost money on nearly every individual project. She even admitted, it's out of my league, but the margins are so insane that I had to pick it up and then figure it out. Ha, 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 help. That's ha, ha, ha with $3.2 million of other people's money. She is intensely ambitious.
The state said she made money on every deal. Whoa.
Her plan was not tethered to reality because she could not, with more money than she could even imagine, overcome the Corps of Engineers holds on this property. Not going to happen. She asked Eric Richins for input on how much it would cost to rehab the house. That's the text string right there. Read the whole thing. You'll see that she sold the Midway Mansion to him not as a project they were doing, but as just a sale that she was brokering.
Okay, you clean that one, right? Okay, ready? Run.
Okay, I'm getting all freaked.
Cheers, boys.
Yep, come back in the corner with us. There we go.
Richard.
Richard.
Richard, yep.
Richard.
Look, Chachi's so good.
Ron, turn the sexy out of here.
Oh!
You're an Afghanistan warrior.
You are an Afghanistan warrior.
People grieve differently. There's no ancient artwork of that photograph. This book provides kind of three pieces of insight into Kouri Richins. The first is she wrote it, had it written, and published it in early 2023 when she knew that investigators were investigating her for the murder of Eric Richins. She promoted it. Her mother sent a book to investigators, all to deflect attention away from Kouri Richins.
Also to give the finger to the
She also
family.
wrote it to make money. You see the emails, they're in evidence. She thought she would sell 100,000 copies in 10 months at $5 profit a copy. That is not tethered to reality. But it does provide insight in how desperate she was for money. That she would trade on her sons and the death of her father to make money.
Her husband.
The final things it tells you about Kouri Richins is that she wanted, as part of her facade, as part of her appearance of success, and privilege, and affluence, she wanted to be an author. But she didn't write it. And you can see from her writings and text messages, Orange Notebook, the notes, the Walk the Dog letter, not only did she not write it, she's not a good writer. But she wanted to appear as one.
Wow.
The appearance was what was important to her. In defense's closing, when you strip out rhetoric that could be argued at any closing, any time, anywhere, on any case, when you strip that out of defense's closing and you hone in on substance, the entire substance of the defense's argument is based around trying to explain the Walk the Dog letter. Kouri Richins is saddled with this letter and needed to craft the defense around this letter. It's obvious that the letter was written to get her brother to testify to a narrative that would explain everything. Let's unpack the letter in about 15 or so sentences, not with what Kouri Richins wrote, but with what the evidence shows. It's a translation from what Kouri Richins wrote to what the evidence shows. First part, here's what I'm thinking, but you have to talk to Ronnie. He would potentially have to testify to this, but it's super short. What the evidence shows is this says, I'm thinking that if you tell Ronnie to testify to what I'm about to write, it will explain everything and I will not get convicted. Ronnie will need to tell this to my lawyer because I just made it up and it will have to come from him. Never mind that I was arrested 4 months ago.
She wants an objection. Not getting it.
I need an excuse for Ronnie and Eric to be hanging out. Never mind that football season ended a month earlier. I need to explain the fentanyl, and fentanyl must be everywhere in Mexico. Never mind that Eric would have to fly with the fentanyl, and I later say that Eric would not fly with drugs for fear of getting caught. Never mind that I know this story despite Ronnie never telling me. I need to explain why everyone will testify that Eric never used drugs. This kind of happened once with THC gummies on a trip to Hawaii. Hopefully this is enough to corroborate my entire walk the dog story. I need to distance myself from fentanyl. These are my made-up words, but Ronnie can make up his own words. If Ronnie does not say these things, I'm convicted. I need to explain why investigators never found a trace of fentanyl in my home. Never mind that it doesn't make sense that Eric hid the fentanyl after asking me to buy it. Don't get caught passing this made-up story along to Ronnie. That would be horrible. Tell Ronnie to keep the story short so that he does not mess it up. Since his conversation with Eric never happened, tell him that it was only 2 minutes long. Ronnie needs to do this so that I do not get convicted. I can then extract revenge on Eric's sisters. Remember, I just made this story up, so my lawyer does not know it yet. All the evidence in this case proves that Kouri Richins murdered her husband and the father of her 3 children, Eric Richins. There is no other rational explanation for the evidence. And despite all the evidence, Kouri Richins clings to the facade that has enabled her to get away with so much for so long. And despite all the evidence, Kouri Richins doubles down and blames Eric. She is intensely ambitious. See through her facade. Check her ambition. Do not let her get away with murder.
Takes 30 minutes, 30 seconds to
all right.
Do the rebuttal.
Next step. Brittany, if you would please swear in the bailiffs that will watch over the jury during deliberations.
I don't see Sky there anymore. She was only there for the defense portion, I guess.
You'll all raise your right hand. Do you affirm that you will take charge of this jury and take them to some private and convenient place where they may deliberate upon their verdict, allowing no one to speak to them nor to do so yourself unless so ordered by the court, and to return them to the court when they have reached a verdict or when so ordered, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a few additional instructions. If you want to read along, you can fast forward to instruction number 46. Four-person selection and duties. Among the first thing you should do when you go to the jury room to deliberate is to appoint someone to serve as the jury foreperson. The foreperson should not dominate the jury's discussion, but rather should facilitate the discussion of the evidence and make sure that all members of the jury get the chance to speak. The foreperson's opinions should be given the same weight as those of other members of the jury. Once the jury has reached a verdict, the foreperson is responsible for filling out and signing the verdict form on behalf of the entire jury. In the jury room, you will receive a verdict form. Please read the instructions on the form carefully. The verdict form is separated into several sections, one section for each count charged. Each count has separate instructions. When rendering your verdicts, you need to make sure only one verdict for each count is marked. You may be asked additional questions about the basis of your verdicts. Remember, any response you give on the verdict form must be unanimous. Regarding jury questions during deliberations, these instructions should contain all the information you need to decide this case based upon the evidence. However, if you have a question or need clarification during deliberations, please write a note and give it to the bailiff. I will review it with the lawyers. We will answer your question as appropriate. This brings us to one of the more difficult parts of the trial for me personally. A jury in the state of Utah is 8 jurors, and there are 12 of you. We intentionally impanel alternate jurors to ensure against the unforeseen because things happen. Jurors fall ill,
got a new poll
they
up for you.
suffer a personal or family tragedy during the length of the trial. Sometimes they simply don't follow my instructions and they get exposed to information that it's not appropriate for them to have. Because we can't see around every corner, we impanel alternate jurors to ensure that an emergency or other unexpected circumstance does not cause a mistrial. We simply can't try a multi-week trial without the help of alternate jurors, and for these reasons, the service and sacrifice of alternate jurors is just as valuable and just as deserving of respect as the remaining jurors. Moreover, the service of alternate jurors does not end when they leave the courthouse today. Rather, the alternate jurors are still subject to all of the court's instructions and restrictions. Because if an emergency arises during deliberations, one or more of the alternate jurors may be called back to join deliberations at that point. We could not have expected that all of you would be so hardy and so diligent in following the court's instructions, and so we impaneled 4 alternate jurors. The alternate jurors in this case are jurors 9, 10, 11, and 12. If jurors 9 through 12 would please stand.
They do go just numerically.
An important instruction. This case isn't over. You're still impaneled. Please do not talk about the case. Please do not let anyone else talk about it to you. Please do not read, watch, or listen to anything about this case. And do not do any research of any kind about it until I call you personally to let you know that all of these admonitions are lifted. Thank you for your ongoing service in this case. Please rise for the alternate jurors.
Wow.
Greg, I can't see who's over there. Yeah, Greg, if you would let them out, I have a couple of extra instructions for the 8 remaining. Thank you.
A couple of you voted wrong. We're showing 83% voting yes, Kouri Richins is guilty, 17% no. That's with about 900
Members
votes.
of the jury, as you deliberate, you may have questions. If you do, Please remember, you can write a note, give it to the bailiff. I'll review it with the lawyers, and we'll answer your questions as appropriate. Please remember, though, that the bailiff cannot answer any trial questions for you. Just as you have not been allowed to research or investigate matters on your own during the trial, you may not use any outside source to research or investigate any matter as you deliberate. No online dictionaries, no online maps, nothing outside the evidence presented in this case. We will provide for you in the deliberation room the exhibits. You may take your notes with you. You may take your copy of the jury instructions with you. We'll provide a copy of the verdict form. This case is now submitted to you for deliberation and determination of your verdict. Please rise for the jury. Folks, have a seat. Thank you. Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis, anything else on the record?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, Ms. Sherbinet?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Let's make sure Brittany has your contact information. Regarding scheduling, my normal practice would be to check in with the jury around 4:30 and just ask them what they would like to do regarding continue working into the evening or retire for the day and come back tomorrow morning. Any objection, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. I need one member of your respective teams at least to begin confirming with Brittany after we go off the record that we have consensus regarding the exhibits that have been admitted and will be going back into the jury room. If any disagreement comes up, let me know. We can handle it on the record. Ms. Nestor, anything further at this time?
Your Honor.
Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
All right. The court will be in recess. Thank you for your patience.
All right, we have a timer I've started. I'm just going to put it up on the screen in a minute. They've only been out for a minute and 12 seconds. Give me just a minute. We're doing one more poll. Replace the pinned message. There we go. The poll we're going to have up is how long will the jury deliberate? And we've got 4 options there for you. 1 to 3 hours being the top option. 4 to 6 hours is the next option. 7 to 8 is the third, and much longer. These are hours of deliberation. Obviously, there's a chance they could go late tonight, according to what the judge just told us. We got a different view there. We got the sideways camera looking at that one. Maybe we'll... All right. Nestor wanted a mistrial. She did, but the judge ruled on it, so he fixed it. They were going to talk about it afterwards, but nothing else. Wednesday afternoon at best. The longer they take, the better for Kouri. Yeah, if there's a knock at the door right now, just stand up and put your hands behind your back, Kouri. 5 hours max, says Tom Taz. Get your votes in here. These are not binding, just our opinion. Okay, we've got a call.
Call from
Selena.
Hey, Selena, thanks for calling. I can't wait to hear what you got to say because while you're talking, I'm going to be building the timer on the screen so people can see what the jury's out for. How are you?
First thing, do you want to know the jurors' makeup of the 8?
Yes.
Okay. There are 6 males and 2 females.
Wow. That makes, let me just, you can't see this, but that makes this image a little more compelling. The image she showed on the screen, the Norman Rockwell image with 1 female holdout with 11 male jurors around. That looks like an appeal to the women. Wow.
Yeah, I was like, wow, the two females. The one female is the one that I've said is a little bit younger.
Mm-hmm.
And the other female is around the same age as the males, except the one male that I've talked about that I thought maybe was on the fence a little bit, he's still on the jury. So most of them, two younger ones, the rest are middle age or more.
Interesting. Yeah, I was not expecting him to just go by numbers and just let it be.
I know.
The first 8 on the bench get to stick around. That was a surprise to me. But
I was shocked because they were the 4 women all sitting together on the end.
Yeah.
When he called 9, 10, 11, and 12, I'm like, he's sending all 4 of those women home.
Yeah, I apologize. I'm still building something. They sent them home. Did Sky leave? I saw her initially, but
she did.
Okay, she wasn't there for the end.
Yeah, Sky left, and I'm not sure when. I just noticed she was gone. So the prosecutor's rebuttal was mesmerizing. Just absolutely like, wow. Considering how he started, in my opinion, I thought he.
I think what he did initially was he played it sort of safe, right? On his initial closing, he knew that he was going to get anything he said was going to get countered by the defense. They were going to argue the other direction, and so he sort of played it safe and didn't go areas where he should have gone. And then on the rebuttal, he went back to things that they couldn't counter, and that's when he attacked Kouri. Like, you're a bad writer, you didn't get that initially, but he knew that they couldn't say anything about it. Anything he said, unless it was objectionable and couldn't go in front of the jury, they couldn't say anything. So,
right,
that was interesting.
I just feel like, wow, he came out like totally different, and it was like, so it was good, and he had all of the jurors' attention. Nobody looked away like in his first. So I got a close up. Everybody's saying, "Yikes!"
Yeah, we did. I can't show it to you right now, but they were showing Eric's dad briefly, and you were right there. You were intently watching the jurors, so we got a good screenshot of you doing that. But question though, there was the part.
What else do you want to know? I saw somebody say, "Am I a grandma?" Yes, I have 4 grandkids.
What did you see the jurors' reaction to the elephant image?
Oh, they really had poker faces. They didn't really react too much to that.
Okay, so I was not able to maintain a poker face. I burst out laughing when I saw it.
Well, I wanted to laugh too. I'm like, I want to laugh.
Let's see. Elephant should be a command for on screen. So, no.
I thought Miss Lewis did a good job as well. I think she really focused on the reasonable doubt, which is that's what they have. They have to focus on that. So she kind of went rough on old Detective Driscoll.
She worked him over.
Yeah, I looked over once towards him, and I couldn't tell. I could only see the side image, but
he had
I was
a stone
like,
face. He was.
Did he?
Yeah, he was.
Okay.
He was not responding at all. But she was pointing fingers and waving the glasses.
I want to Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say Ms. Lewis was like pointing her fingers and waving her glasses at him, and that guy right there, he's the one who failed. That was.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm sorry, but he did fail. We've talked about that. Honestly, there's a lot of things that she said were so spot on.
Yeah, they have some areas of complaint on the investigation. I mean, there are things they should have done, and I think even he, in hindsight, or maybe it was another investigator, admitted that maybe it was the ME side, that now, knowing what they know now, they would have done things different then. Right.
Yeah. And The elephant had hindsight. That's what Green said. Anyway. So, any other questions? Like, oh my gosh. During the Miss Lewis's closing and the rebuttal of the prosecutor, the tension in that room, you could have sliced it. I'm not kidding. It was so like, you could feel everyone's tensions.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? If it was just like, my neck muscles are so tight, and I'm just like, wow.
Yeah, it was intense. They're giving it their all on both sides, prosecution and defense on this one. And Miss Lewis was right. We'd all like to follow the jury into that room and just be a fly on the wall and listen and hear what goes on back there. But
I know. I'm like, all the men and only 2 women. That is so interesting.
What did the
I can't get over that.
What did the jury think about Ms. Lewis? There was a point where she said, "And I'm going to finish up. I'll go faster." Were they following along, or?
Yeah. The jury was
on the record in 2-3
hyper focused for her.
Hang on. We're back on the record.
Mr. Bloodworth and Ms. Shervinack are in the courtroom. Ms. Lewis,
there's
Ms.
no one in the
Nestor,
courtroom.
Mr. Ramos are in the courtroom with defendant Kouri Richins. As the 8 jurors
they were going to talk about the evidence.
Their way
hang on.
To the jury room, juror number 2 pulled Deputy Zag aside and handed him this note.
There's
and
a note
as she
from
was
juror number
handing
2.
it to him, said, "I thought we were supposed to receive a factual stipulation before we got the case," or words to that effect. And the note says, "Factual stipulation, ? How would you like to respond, if at all?
Juror number 2 passed a note to a bailiff
65 is the exhibit.
It's regarding, I believe,
saying, "I thought we were supposed to receive a factual stipulation."
Stipulation of fact that we had introduced to Your Honor.
But not read.
Yeah.
May I direct them to it by number?
Yes.
I think that might be best.
Can we have a consensus about what the number is?
-65.
Can we confirm? We'll look at it together.
The first juror note comes in before they reach the juror room. That is crazy. And that means it didn't come through the foreman.
Katie, are you able
Now
to
I
pull it
can
up?
tell you a little bit about what I know about the one lady.
Hang on just one second, Selena. You can't hear the judge on your phone, but there's still...
8-65.
If you would mind plugging in, we'll look at it together.
Oh, sure. I don't know if I have a digital copy of that. I think it was a physical.
Scott, if you wouldn't mind plugging in, we'll look at it together.
Yes, Your Honor. I think
We did provide Your Honor with a hard copy.
And we marked it with a sticker.
Yeah.
They're pulling up the hard copy of the stipulation.
Yeah. Let's see.
So the judge can... They can all look at it
It's
together
among the
so they
things
can
we're sending
agree.
back. Yes, Brittany?
Yes.
Okay, so I will just do my usual question, factual stipulation, ? Answer. Please see State's Exhibit 8-65. Any objection, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
No objection. I had another question. Just in the event they want to view a physical piece of evidence.
Like the gummies?
Yeah, any of it. A phone. I don't know.
Yeah.
Miss Gibson has custody and control of them. She knows that we may need to alert her.
Okay.
If they need it. So
Got it.
if that's a question that comes up, we would just have to get to Chelsea and she can bring it over.
We'll keep you posted. Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, Mr. Ramos, any objection?
No.
Okay, that's what we'll do. Now, I'm about to go off the record, but I need a lawyer from each side to stay with the Scott and Katie of your respective sides and reach consensus with Brittany about what's going into the jury room before you leave the courtroom.
They haven't decided that yet? What evidence will
Even
go
if the
back?
lawyer doesn't do any talking, I just need you to stick around. Thank you. Very good. We're off the record. Thank you.
All right. Okay, so that was a hot moment. Okay, Selena, sorry about that. Thank you very much for holding there for a minute.
No,
just a
I
quick
have
question.
something to share with you about the one of the ladies. is an attorney.
Really?
And I'm not sure if it's the younger one or the older one. Yes?
Wow. So there's an attorney on the jury. That is rare. Usually, the more experience you have with court, the worse it is. I wonder if it's a defense attorney. That would be huge for
I
the
don't
defense.
know, but I learned that from the family that went to the board, the jury voir dire, picking of the jurors. And they told me that one of the ladies is an attorney.
Well, the judge said juror number 2 is the one that passed the note. So I don't know if you ever knew the numbers of the jurors, but
I didn't sketch them or number them.
that's good. Yeah, and they might not have sat in the same places. I don't know if they always did, but interesting. Well, that definitely puts things in a different light.
She might be the lady that's older and is retired.
Yeah. Wow. Well, Selena,
I've
thank
seen
you.
lots of questions.
Yeah.
I am staying until the judge says they're either going home, come back tomorrow. So I will be in the courthouse until that point.
And we're counting on you to give us a quick buzz as soon as you hear word that there's either question or a verdict.
I will. So I'm going to head back in there now, and I'll take my phone so that I can have it on silent, but I can let you know.
All right. Just don't take it out in the courtroom.
No, I won't.
All right. Thank you very much.
But when they call us back into the courtroom, I will send a quick, I'm going back in.
Okay. Sounds great.
Okay.
Thank you very much. We'll see you.
You're welcome. Bye.
All right, so we're gonna just be in a holding pattern now as the jury. They don't have any evidence right now, right? They're back there. They can finally talk. Like all the air has been let out of the balloon. They can say, "Wow, what a case! Holy cow! I didn't, murder trial." They haven't been able to have this conversation before in the 15 days of trial and whatever, and jury selection as well. They have not been able to talk about this case at all with each other. Now they can. The first thing, of course, they're going to do is elect a foreman. If there is a lawyer on the jury and that becomes known, it might be a shoo-in for a foreman, unless she doesn't want to do it. It just seems logical to have somebody who knows how to ask the questions and the terminology of the words that the court uses as to be a go-between with the judge if there are questions or issues. So there's a good chance that we get a foreman on this one, which would be great. Love it. Love to see it. Been on a few juries, and I'm a business attorney that deals primarily with cybersecurity. Awesome. That's cool. Did we do a poll for guilty, not guilty? Yes. 83% guilty is what we came up with. And there, of course, there are 8 jurors, so you have to do the math there on that one. So the note from a juror already puts doubt in the other jurors' minds. That right there. She will walk. Too bad. Candy, I don't know. The note from the juror was just like, hey, I thought we were supposed to have one more thing before we started deliberating. She was asking for, wasn't there a stipulation we were supposed to be read? And they said, yeah, there was. We entered it in evidence, but we never read it to them. So they just said, here's the number. That's where it is. You can find the stipulation there. And that stipulation involves, well, I can show you. They put it briefly up on the screen. Pull it up here. It says, it is agreement of the parties to the following facts. Megan Phillips is employed by Utah Bureau of Forensic Services Crime Lab on May 2nd. She received 19 items brought in by this Chelsea Gibson from the Summit County Sheriff's Office. Ms. Phillips inventoried the items compared with the prepared UCJIS form and printed labels for each item. Each label identifies the item and has a barcode that allows it to be scanned whenever it changes location or custody within the lab. Ms. Phillips then scanned the items into the crime lab custody and placed them into the secure evidence vault. The evidence vault is a secure room with restricted access. Ms. Phillips placed the items in this case in a uniquely identified place in the evidence vault. Once analyst Brian Holden was assigned, Ms. Phillips took the items out of the spot in the evidence vault and took them to Brian Holden's individual evidence locker in the adjacent transfer room, where she scanned them, updating the new location, and then notified Mr. Holden. State's Exhibits 9-1, 9-10, 9-11, 9-12, and 9-13 were among the items Ms. Phillips received from Chelsea Gibson on May 2nd. The items have been opened and resealed, but otherwise in a substantially similar condition to when they arrived. All this stipulation does is get rid of the need for chain of custody witnesses in this trial. And this is something the defense said we're going to stipulate to. We're not going to drag you through all the evidence people, everyone who held the bag or moved it from one place to the next place. We agree that it was handled properly, and that's it. So it doesn't go one way or another, but it's an interesting issue that the jury remembered and said, hey, where was that? Let's see. We paid for Selena's lunch and a T-shirt the other day. Is how we gave her a thank you. But we are very grateful for her being there in court. Probably better for the state. The attorney will explain the state has proven the charges. My crime time. I'm not sure. I'm not so sure. Because you can have lawyers who work for the prosecution and lawyers who work for the defense, and a lot of times they tend to see things in the light of their profession, as if they would be involved in the case in their current role. Say, for instance, look at a lot of LawTube. I mean, honestly, look at a lot of some of our great creators out there who have a strong defense mindset, which I think is great. I think we need excellent lawyers in this area. But they're leaning, many of them are leaning to not proven. The state didn't prove their case. There are problems with this one. The state didn't prove it. Whereas if you look at maybe some of the lawyers who are more in tune to the prosecution side of things, they're like, nailed it, got her, yep, good job, state. So I don't know. It depends where the lawyer is leaning mentally, and then how they look at the facts. End of day, tomorrow verdict, says Great Lady Down. I can see that. Juror number 2 might be the lawyer. I'd agree. We will not have a verdict today, says Cindy. If they do what the judge said, which was don't do a poll right off the bat. Start looking at all the evidence. We have a lot of evidence. There's a lot of text messages, which I can definitely see the jury saying, yeah, they flashed them up on the screen. I didn't get to read them, or I could barely see them. Let's bring those back up. I want to read what happened. All those exchanges back and forth, and we've got a lot of those. That's going to take some time because there's one copy, right, of each one, and unless they do like a dramatic reenacting there in the jury room, I don't know. Is each person going to want to look at it and read it? The attorney is better for not guilty. They may work late too. This jury was vordired on the idea that they had a 5-week trial ahead of them, and we're 3 weeks in. So the jury is probably not chomping at the bit to go home, being like, we've been here, we've done our time. I think they're more inclined to be patient right now and to put in a valiant effort in what they're supposed to do. She might be a totally different kind of attorney, not criminal. Yeah, it could be like business law or something. You never know. Could be anything. All defense law tubers believe she's guilty. Lawyer said she's guilty. And that's not what I'm seeing on Twitter, but there's a lot in LawTube. There's a lot of people out there. Would that stipulation show that missing RX bottle was not missed? No. I'm a little dear. The missing bottle is actually missing. The best idea of what happened to that hydrocodone bottle, it was put in the body bag with Eric. It went to the morgue with Eric, and after the body was released to the family, it appears that the morgue disposed of it, either incinerated it or threw it out. It's gone. They can't get it back. They don't have the morgue doesn't just keep piles of belongings for people. If it was not released to the family, which, I think the family would have known if there's a pill bottle that was released to them. the ME probably tossed it. It was empty, right? It was empty. They found it was no issues. Let's see. If it's a family attorney, Kouri is guilty. Lawyer and his dad both said they would vote not guilty. Katie hiding her face in her husband's shoulder as she cries today. Seems to show a natural reaction to me. I think she was hiding her face as she was watching her, that very, just raw emotion reaction to finding out that her brother was dead and where are the children. That was just, she couldn't hide that. And seeing that play out on the screen, that's got to be tough. Runkle said he would fire his client after the walk the dog letter. Well, Sky sort of did. If the trial is allocated for 5 weeks and only runs 3 weeks, wouldn't the jury get paid for the 5 full weeks? No, they just get paid for the time they show up. It's not like a contract deal. I feel that some people just hear what they want to hear. We all have those biases. Just being able to identify them and set them aside is the difficult part. I didn't say attorney couldn't be, but it could be a paralegal. Hey, well, yes, they definitely could have sampled what was in that hydrocodone bottle. They could have swabbed it, right? You could have done a quick drug test swab and determined if there was, crushed blue 30s or M30s in there, the blues in there, or if it was just the dust from hydrocodone, or if someone had been storing acetaminophen or something else in there. Why? It was an old pill bottle. Why was it around? He just wants to talk on Discord. Let me go over to Discord real quick. Just 1 second. Discord. All right. Discord's open. Come on over. I think. Attorney will be harder to convince either way or either side. Might want to make a big do of being an attorney. There we go. Nina's 17. How are you doing?
Hello. How's it going?
It's going great.
So I just want to share my thoughts while I remember them.
Okay, go ahead. Yes.
So I'm thinking that, the pills and stuff, the defense said, it must have been oxy because that's what she asked for. Could it not be possible that what is his name, the dealer dude, with the funny face, him, that he denies having sold fentanyl because he doesn't want the having blood on his hands, basically.
Yeah.
So he sold them oxy, which was counterfeit, so it was pure fentanyl. So that's. That way, the whole story actually makes sense, right?
Yeah, and honestly, the witness we did not get to hear, the drug expert, the undercover guy from Salt Lake City PD, his testimony on direct basically said that. Basically said at that time on the street, the M30s, they were fentanyl. That's what they were. We saw them all the time. That's what it was. It was fentanyl. M30s, blues. It was fentanyl. The problem is on cross. That same witness, who we also did not get to see because he was undercover, and that was the judge's order, completely could not identify anything else about drugs. It was like the only fact he knew were the M30s were blues and they had fentanyl. And then when they're like, all right, what about 15s? What are 10s? What color are they? What are these? No clue. So it did sort of like make you wonder how much he actually knew about the street drugs and what was going on. But his testimony initially on direct was that, yes, when they said blues and M30s during this time period, that was fentanyl.
Right. What was it else? I had a thought. I lost it.
It'll come back to you. We can just chill out here. Just relax.
Well, also the this closing was not as bad as the Canero one because that was like excruciating. But we'll say it wasn't good. I don't like it when the lawyers they yell at the jury like it's their fault. They didn't choose to be there.
We did get from Ms. Lewis an apology Like if we've done anything, any of the three of us, I'm looking at you, Mr. You know who, Mr. Ramos, who yelled at you and, right in your face. If we've done anything to offend you, hold that against us, not against our client. And hopefully the jury does that. That's
sure, but people do tend to still get a little angry with that. Also, speaking of anger, the detective guy, when she was smearing his name, you said he was stone-faced. I saw rage in his eyes.
All right, let me see if I can pull up that picture.
Like I don't know if it's because I've been around people that hide their rage really well, but which is kind of scary actually to say.
Yes. Let's see.
But,
where is his picture?
But yeah, I saw him. I almost steam coming out of his ears, and he just, he couldn't get up and leave because that would be unprofessional.
Right. I'm not.
But that's what I saw anyway.
Okay, he does definitely have an unhappy face. Let me see if I can.
Yeah.
Where can I put this? Cam 7? No. I can't do anything. I have to go through this weird hoops to get this on screen. But
anyways, I can fill the time while I do it. So all the people in chat who suffer from OCD like me, the off in the state of Utah is off center.
Why would you tell them? Why would you tell them that?
Also, the stars are off center and they are facing the wrong way as well.
We were so happy until then.
Oh, sorry.
I can't unsee
my
it now.
TV was about to turn off, so I had to touch a button, and it was the audio button which caused it to unmute.
You're good. Okay, we've got.
I'm sorry, but I couldn't suffer with the knowledge alone that the seal is crooked.
Does it make you feel better now that we also are suffering? Yeah, that's wonderful. Okay, give me just one more second. I'm going to have this picture of the detective up for you to all look at. Okay, there it is. Send.
Yeah, I'm a bit behind on my TV, so.
Yeah, it's all right. It's a few seconds, but you should be all right. All right.
I get constant buffering if I'm like not 5 seconds behind. I don't know why. Apparently, YouTube just sucks right now.
Yeah, it does that. Give me just 1 second here.
Sure.
Okay, I've got it from my computer to my phone. Now I have to get it from my phone to my other computer. There should be, with all this technology, a better way to do this, right?
I think that's just using the same system for everything, like, I don't know, a computer.
Now it's to my laptop.
Like one.
And now from my laptop to the switcher. There we go. All right, we're going to put this one right here. All right, here is Detective. Right as she's pointing his finger at him and saying, "You failed. You did a miserable job."
I'm still waiting on it on my end.
He looks a little grumpy.
There it is.
He looks a little grumpy right here.
I can tell he's angry. Having had anger issues when I was smaller, and having learned to control it now, it's
not,
sometimes
his ears aren't smoking, but he's not a happy camper.
Not yet, but he's close.
Yeah. Wow.
Also, I don't know if you noticed, but right behind him, that
Sky.
wicked smart
Sky Lazaro.
But in front of, behind him.
Okay.
The accountant lady was just behind him in front of Sky.
Yes, the financial forensic accountant was right there, and then Sky is there in the tan or the beige suit with the black hair. Sky's an amazing. I want so badly to watch a trial where she's the defense lawyer, because she's a powerful lawyer. She's a good one.
Yeah, I mean, it's a shame that that she couldn't represent, but that's
ethics be ethics. You've got to. If there's confliction, if she was conflicted, she had to leave. But
also, I don't know why, but I got the feeling that Nestor wanted a mistrial. I mean, she only asked for it like 4 times, which I think is a record. But
4 times in one trial, that's a lot. I think it was a long shot here, because it's right in the moment and it can be corrected. It's not like they complained and it just exploded and went off the rails. And it wasn't a point where they're like, anything they say isn't evidence, right? So you could say the moon's made of blue cheese and it's wrong, but it's not evidence.
I remember say now.
Yeah, so interesting.
So what I was going to say was, remember like a week or two ago, the defense got angry at the prosecution for making one funny face.
Mm-hmm. And now we've got
now that the prosecution is pointing out that Kouri Richins is making some pretty funny faces, considering the circumstances. Well, that's just no bueno. You can't do that, apparently.
Yeah, they're not happy about that at all.
Point it out. I don't know. It's just and then them pointing it out with the jury instruction would, to me, would say, like, it would make me like, yeah, now I remember she did make some faces when they talked about that one thing and that other thing,
And Selena said that for the jurors, when they were told that they can't consider what the prosecutor saw in the expressions, but they can consider what they saw, 4 of them were nodding.
Gilly and May just popped out of my screen. I'm sorry now, but I had to do it.
Let me put the poll up here really quickly. How long will the jury deliberate? 4 to 6 hours was the winner, 32%, 7 to 8, 30%. Much longer, 25%, and 1 to 3 hours, 13%. That's with 1,800 votes.
I don't think I've seen it being that equal before. It's almost perfect the split except for the last 13%.
Yeah, a lot of times we like to think there will be a quick verdict because we ourselves are quite secure in our opinion and secure that the jury is as well. We might not be as confident this time.
I feel confidently that she is guilty, but I also am. There's like a 49% chance that it will be a hung jury, I think.
Wow. If it's a hung jury, I'd be surprised if we get that before, say, tomorrow night.
I'm thinking like if we have a guilty, it's going to be tomorrow lunch. If not, it's going to be tomorrow night. That's what I'm feeling.
Yeah. Wow.
Anyways, that's what I wanted to share. Now I can get off.
Thank you very much. Here. Now that you've made us all very aware that the seal is all crooked. The stars aren't even level.
Oh, by the way, now I also notice it's also not centered in the line. I think in the middle of the wall.
And the camera's shaking, so it's just lots of bad things today. So, all right, Nina, thanks for the call. Good talking to you.
You too. See you.
We'll see you. Bye.
Bye.
All right, Selena has me on speed dial, so if we get any word, which I just got something from. Oh, look at this! Yay! I love being in the media pool. Jury's now deliberating. If the verdict is reached today, I can give you a 20 to 30 minutes heads up before the verdict is read. Remember, there's no filming or photography directly outside the courthouse. This rule remains in effect even after the verdict is reached. We'll bring attorneys and our families to the parking lot following trial if they'd like to make statements. Appreciate how respectful everyone's been during this trial. Awesome. Great feedback from our PIO there in Utah. Got it. All right. Don't you wish that when they announce they have a verdict that Selena plays your music from her phone for the whole courtroom? No. We'd be in so much trouble. It's not funny. And she'd go to jail. We don't want that to happen. Let's see. Detective was Karen Reed caliber, in my opinion. Eastern time it is 5:34, and the good news for me is that it appears most of the storm has passed me now. So the heaviest part just barely finished, and although we've got one more small band that's going to come by around 8 o'clock tonight, I'm pretty much done. So we escaped. Hopefully the new roof is still up on the roof. Of would not be centered because state is longer than Utah. Am I wrong? Paul Mac, it's 5 letters and 4 letters, so I can see that. But the space between the E and the O is larger than the space between the F and the U. Which, speaking of FU. Seal is perfect. I think the wall is slanted, says A-wall. Prosecution was Lally level caliber, in my opinion, says Bravo Chick. Wow, Lally level. I've not shown the roof yet. I'm hoping it's still up there. The FU reference refers to the podcast this last Thursday. There was a time when I trimmed my trees into the shape of an F and a U to be in compliance with the code enforcement warning that I had received about my trees being too big near the sidewalk. And we shared those pictures on the podcast. If you missed it, please go back and watch the podcast. It was a lot of fun. The seal of Utah saying FU wasn't on my bingo card. That seal is the original seal. It has not changed, but the Utah state flag has changed just in the last couple of years. So they've got a much more modern flag. It actually reminds me more of Colorado's flag for some reason than the old blue with the old one was blue with the the gold fringe, and it basically had the seal in the middle. That was, I think it said like State of Utah or something on it, but it was good. All right. Put up a poll about whether the seal is crooked, please. No, all of those with OCD would hate it. Looks like a beehive on it. It is a beehive. The beehive, the Utah state is the state of an industry state. The beehive symbolizing the hard work where everyone pulls together to accomplish great things. The bees each individually carrying a small load, but collectively making a lot of honey. Is Salt Lake City in Utah? Yes, it is. Salt Lake City is the capital of Utah. This trial that we're watching right now is in Summit County, which is in just east of Salt Lake City, Utah. So if you were to go up and over the mountains east of Salt Lake City, you would drive for a little bit and come down into this valley where Summit County is located. Park City is up on the mountainside as you just get over the mountains. And then this Summit County Courthouse is more in the valley area. Beautiful, beautiful area. Let's see. Echo Canyon, gotta love it. I have not shown the green roof, but I have shown a picture of a sideways roof, and it's not green because the green shingles were not ours. They were someone else's shingles. They were just the first one that was opened. I just thought beekeeping was popular in Utah. Well, my dad and sister and maybe another sister all do raise bees. It might just be popular. Jesse Smith, thank you very much. Thanks for staying up late with us. We'll stay here. As always, we'll keep the Top Mark Media feed going for a clean feed from court. As we're waiting for the verdict, we'll have a little bit of notice. Let's see. It does seem like all the state seals are a bit off-center. Yeah. Local honey is just a beautiful thing, especially if you have allergies. It's great for that. Can we please get RA merch with an appropriately spaced and centered seal? Thank you, Lois. Keeping the Top Mark Media feed chat informed today and every day. Yes, it's we've got loads of messages in there from Lois, keeping everyone. So if they're on rewatch or on the direct feed, Lois, thank you very much. Big supporter of the channel. Absolutely amazing. She's a mod over on our Top Mark Media channel. They go until what time at Utah? Great question, Nylat. They go until 4:30. Or at least 4:30 is when the judge will send a message in saying, "Hey, what's your plan today?" And then we'll go from that. From that, we'll decide. What's the back of an eagle? What? No, it's. You have to see the seal in color to really appreciate what it is. Let me see if I can find the seal in color. Because then you can see the beak and the head of the eagle. The eagle is facing forward with its head down and turning to that, its head is turned that direction. So its beak is, just starts about where its wing is, looking towards the sun. Pond Walden, we did a poll on guilty, not guilty. The first poll was 72% guilty. The second poll was 83%, although we did have a few people who said we struggled and we made the wrong choice on the poll. But I like to think that we probably had people that chose wrong on both sides, so it sort of evens itself out. Let's see. What's the poll results so far? Yeah, just 83% guilty, with the balance not guilty. And then we also put up the poll just a moment ago with how long will the jury deliberate, and it's 32% of us said 4 to 6 hours, which should put us into tomorrow morning. Another 30% said 7 to 8 hours, which could put us around midday tomorrow. Much longer, 25%, and 1 to 3 hours, just 13%, which would be a verdict today. Let's see. The beehive even has little bees flying around it. Yes, right underneath the eagle by the claws as it's sitting on top of the beehive. Those are bees, not stars, although they might look the same. Is it made of brass or wood? I think that one's probably cast, like clay or something like that. I hope they go late tonight, says Stacy NYC. I chose much longer. I'll never get the time right, says Camilla. Painted like brass, yeah. That looks like cheap Home Depot gold spray paint to me. Check the burner phone. Selena, I will check. Yes. Let me get that for you, Selena. Just 1 second. Just giving her a copy of her close-ups. All right. Sorry, I can only do one thing at a time. There you go. She's got her 2 pictures. All right. Sarah T. Rex, member for 24 months. OG, here for 2 years officially. Love this channel. Thanks for everything, RA. Sarah T., thank you very much. Appreciate your support. Congratulations on hitting the 2-year mark. Then there's the sun, mountains, and corn. Yeah, it looks like crops of some sort. But mountains... I'm not sure if it's corn or wheat, but I think it's meant to be. It's very sparse, I can tell you that. How many charges does Kouri have? She has 5 charges. Murder, aggravated murder, attempted murder, 2 fraud, and 1 forgery. Surprised they sent the jury back this late. I figured tomorrow. Why was Sky there, I wonder? Sky was sitting with the family, sitting right next to her mom. So probably there is support. I mean, she made a lot of money off Kouri as her lawyer for quite a while before she had to withdraw. So I imagine they got along pretty well. I'm so nervous, says Rockin' Doc, that it's going to be a hung jury now with an attorney on the jury. Bravo Chick says, judge and attorneys always insist on not doing a straw poll to start things off, but that is the first thing I would want to do. And honestly, they can't stop the jury from doing it. They can recommend it, but the jury can do what they want to do. 1-8 left. It feels longer than 30 minutes. We're barely up to 47 minutes now, so it seems like they've been a while. It feels longer than 30 months. I'm sorry, I read that wrong. 30 months makes you an OG. Thank you very much. If it feels longer, maybe I'm doing it wrong. Time flies when you're having fun. It must be boring and just painful. Predicting a jury is an art form, says Case Unwinder. I chose 7 to 8 hours, but it could be either or any. I don't usually like doing this as it's an unobjective fact. Let's see, she has about 20 financial charges waiting in the wings. Those will be a separate trial, which are split off. And let's see. You missed the sky sighting. Sky was visible. I can actually show you here in just 1 second. Let me go back to, here we go. The sky is right. Let's see where my mouse is. This is the attorney. See my mouse right here? I'm on her forehead. Sorry about that. Just behind her in the brown suit with the black hair. That's Sky. Sky Lazaro. Amazing attorney. Just very fun to watch how she works. But sadly was conflicted and had to withdraw. Ivan says, if Kouri is acquitted, I will be unbearable for at least a week. At least a week. Lots of jurors do a poll first. I would be inclined to do it as well. I mean, why waste time if you all agree? Who are you going to convince? You trying to convince yourself you don't agree? The financial fraud case will be wild. I wonder if it will be televised once she's convicted. I'm not sure if the public appetite for the finance side is there when it's by itself. It doesn't have a lot of the spice that is contained in this trial, although there might be a little bit of overlap. Kristen says, I'm hoping for guilty. Thanks for a great community here. 28 months, Kristen. OG. You are the original GOAT. Greatest of all time. At what point will the judge call the day? The judge will ask the jury what their plans are at 4:30. And it's only it's 5:45 here, so it's 3:47 there. Sorry, it's 5:47 here as well. Which means that they've got about 45 minutes before the judge is going to send in a note to say, what are your plans? What do you want to do tonight? You want to work late or what? Recovery Addict says, Soul Glow, what gets me is that Kouri not once shed a tear through the whole trial. Not a single sniffle, nothing. Usually California doesn't let trials get filmed. California is much harder. California and New York are really tough to get into. Wish we could crack the code on those because they sure have some great cases. If I were the foreperson, I would recommend going over the evidence piece by piece and get people's feedback about each piece, compiling a list of whether it leads to guilty or not guilty. Crime all of the time says, which I love that name, by the way. I truly think prosecution did a good job and pulled it back at the end, especially when the rule of reasonable doubt does not mean a little doubt or words to that effect. Definitely guilty for me. PA doesn't broadcast either. We have a pretty big case, says Julian Weaver, coming up here on mother and father that murdered their child, Reno, Nevada. Oh, man, the children one are so hard. They're so hard. Miss Kitty, the only jury I was on, we did a poll right away. Everyone voted guilty. Foreman was a political candidate and made us stay for 2 days discussing so we'd have resume material. Oh, that's terrible. I would have gone straight to the press and be like, we would have been done on day one, but politician so-and-so. Are you going to tell us whether you voted guilty, not guilty on the poll? I voted guilty. Do we have an idea what is next? Not for sure, although there's, Fitzsimmons or something? I think it looks like a really good one we're trying to solidify right now. What was the exact conflict with Sky? Fire Girl, I wish I knew this. Because it was privileged information, we don't know. We only know that there was a conflict that they could not resolve by waiving her rights or something. They had to withdraw ethically. Could have been from the walk the dog letter. I think they mentioned that it might be related to another case that she's involved with, whether it would be a civil or family law or something like that. Kind of hope they don't work late, but that's me being selfish because of time difference, says Fickle49. Let's see. Curious, as your children age, do any of them seem interested in doing what you do for work? I've got a couple of them. My daughter, for instance, loves to come with me on on some of our projects. Like I've got one this weekend where we go out and we do live broadcasts for a corporate event. I'm negotiating right now for a town to do their broadcasts for their meetings and things like that. So the event production side, she loves the setup. She can run equipment. She can plug it all in and get it configured. Loves that. Doesn't like being on camera so much. And then I've got a son who is young enough. He thinks he's the bee's knees and can just do awesome at everything. And he likes to be a character, so he likes to be on camera. I vote for the trial in Utah with the nurse. This guy didn't resign until months after the walk the dog was found. I feel like that's not it. I think the walk the dog letter was still being litigated over as far as the motion in limine when she resigned, though. Fitzsimmons is going to be very interesting. I agree. No way we get a verdict today. This guy resigned because it was a conflict of interest with a civil case, which makes me say, is Sky representing her in the civil case? Because that would be fun to watch. Other than it's just finances. Fitzsimmons is going to be fire. Kelsey, yes, that's the one. Is Sky the attorney or on the financial case? I don't know. I'd like to find out. My favorite Recovery Addict story is how he read a book on how to go viral on TikTok, and then he did it. Full confession, it wasn't a book. We analyzed some videos and watched some, I think they were all like TikToks and YouTube videos about what goes viral on TikTok. And I can do that. And I could. It worked. It just doesn't pay very well. 16, 17 million views, and you get $500 in a month. It's a lot of work and not enough money to pay the bills. Let's see. Do the bees on the Utah seal have knees? All bees have knees. It's where they carry the pollen. Wouldn't Sky need to be paid where these are public defenders? The public defenders are also getting paid. They're just getting paid by the taxpayer. And they're not actually on the public defender's office. They're private attorneys appointed to the case. So they're getting paid by the state. I want to be Sky when I grow up. I loved watching her. She was so much fun. She was just a fun attorney to watch as she litigates. And her poise in the courtroom and everything, she'd show up in her high heels and just rock the courtroom. It was so much fun. Someone said it seems Sky's law firm has links to the payday loan companies that Kouri looted. Oh, oops. Oops. Sky wouldn't get paid from Kouri. She's broke. There's that. My favorite story about RA's plant when he had to move, my cactus, my barrel cactus. I wrote a story about that. Do you get a court-appointed attorney for a civil case? I think only criminal. What case did Sky do? Sky was Kouri's lawyer here in this case up until she had to withdraw. So probably a year ago, maybe a little more, she withdrew. Selena letting us know the family is nervous right now. Bravo Chick says, my favorite RA story is when he became the little man in the corner and solved the case. Did I crack the case? That was an interesting trial. I never like being entered in as evidence, like pictures from my live stream entered as evidence in a murder trial. So I didn't like that part, but it was a very interesting experience. Defense attorneys just dropped a statement per Kathy Russin. Let's see. I think civil case lawyers are contingency based. You win, they get a chunk. You lose, so do they. Which family is nervous? I think they're talking about. I think Selena's talking about Kouri's family. They're the ones who gave her wristbands to get in today. And shout out to Selena, the only member of the public not closely associated to this case to get in the courtroom today. That is awesome to have our court watcher be there. Little man in the corner is how I found RA. Welcome, Jane. Or Janet. Sorry, I just saw the T there. I don't know. I think listening to RA's stream in the Zachariah Anderson trial was funnier. The fireworks are not done. Oh man, that was a fun trial as well to watch. Now that I can look back and say it was fun, but I can't. That was the first time my audio, well, the only time my audio from my live stream has ever been played in court before, and the fact that it was live and happening with just a few seconds delay, and then me mentally being on the creator side of it, trying to figure out, I'm looking at my stuff here. I'm like, what button did I push to make that happen? What went wrong? And then putting it together in my head. Oh, I aged like 6 years in 1 minute during that. How's the weather now? It's rainy. It's been dumping down rain, but it's much better. The wind really never came through. So it was just rain. Katie says, Zachariah Anderson was the first trial I watched with you. I would really like, I've said this before, and I don't know where the Zachariah Anderson appeal is right now, but I would really like to see that one get a new trial. There were just parts of that trial that I thought, it's not clean, right? I was okay with the verdict, and I still am okay with the verdict the jury returned, but the proceedings, I'm sorry, Judge Schroeder, the proceedings were not clean. And I'd like to be able to say, I'm confident that he got a fair trial because the proceedings were the way they should have been. And it didn't feel that way to me. So I'd like, for no other reason, I want that. All right, I'm back in the States. You can watch live now. Aaron, welcome. Your channel has helped me a lot the last few weeks. It's been a great distraction. I'd be not guilty here. I know that's not the popular opinion, but it's great. I appreciate you're here, Aaron, and welcome back. Send pictures. How was your vacation? No, I don't know what you were out of. I seem to remember you being out of the States, but I don't know if it was business or pleasure.
Call from
Ivan.
Ivan, how are you doing?
Good. Forgive me if I'm wrong about Zachariah Anderson. Wasn't that already a retrial? I'm pretty sure it was. I'm pretty sure the first one. I'm pretty sure there was some kind of
I thought it ended in a mistrial, or they had to reset.
Yeah, it was round 2 for sure. For some reason, I think.
No.
I feel like it was
they had something that happened that should have been a mistrial.
Yeah.
Like the prosecutor was a witness or something like that. It was like some weird situation.
Or did it get stopped? I thought it got stopped the first time for something. Anyway, my biggest problem with that, it happened here in Wisconsin. I know where he's in Basketball Correctional Facility, which is in the southwestern part of the state. But he, the whole part about that case that didn't make sense to me is how somebody beat to death like that or killed that way, and you could drag a body out that big by yourself without dropping a single drop of blood on the sidewalk or anything. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, they've got.
And so if he did it with somebody, and at that point the whole case is shot because that's not the theory. So anyway, I'm just out here stumping for ZA.
Yeah,
that's all.
Mathis can explain the Zachariah Anderson stuff. He's got a great memory, and
10-4.
So we'll bring him on Discord, and we'll get him to straighten it out for us. There was something about it.
All right, sounds good, brother.
All right.
Love you guys.
Thanks.
Bye.
Love you, man. Bye. All right, let me go over to Discord real quick and get Mathis pulled up here. Oops. I don't know what I just did.
Hello.
Mathis, how are you doing?
I'm doing reasonably well. I have 2 cats here that I might start a fight, but so far not.
Yeah, wonderful.
Be nice, my boy.
Refresh my recollection about Zachariah Anderson and how that trial came about.
So you might remember that during the opening statement there was an objection, and they were basically because the prosecution was objecting to the defense doing this Bowden argument pointing at the girlfriend. And the prosecution was arguing, okay, we had this pretrial motion, you have to have this pretrial thing where you have to convince the judge there's at least this much evidence to point the finger specifically at this third party. The defense said, okay, actually, we're not doing that. We're just doing a Bowden thing. We're saying they could have investigated other people. And there was always a mistrial there. And then they had this agreement, and they came back for defense opening the next day. However, that was the second opportunity for a mistrial. There was actually a mistrial before that. And I think that also didn't really make it further than the opening statements. That is because there was one person, some lady, I don't remember these details very much, but I know that there was one lady, and the prosecutor, I think it was the district attorney. Was it something like Gravely? Guy with gray hair, very distinct character.
The one that was mouthing the words to the witnesses.
Yeah.
That one.
Apparently. That guy had apparently taken one of the witnesses to a location to discuss something. Like, was it here or was it the building next door?
Yeah. By himself, right?
Yeah. And basically, the defense was very angry about that because they said, okay, basically now Mr. DA can't prosecute this. He's now an essential witness because he needs to testify. Right. Basically, he did it without an investigator, so that's bad, and that's an issue on appeal. But the way this caused a mistrial the first time was apparently the defense didn't know that this happened.
Failure to disclose it.
Yeah, and then they learned it. Like,
it's a discovery issue as well.
I'm thinking around the opening statement, and so that was a very short trial.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, so that takes us back. I was saying I would like to watch Zachary Anderson get a new trial. The sooner the better. Honestly, he's sitting in prison right now, right? And some people say, well, that's where he belongs. He's found guilty. Yes, but if the trial wasn't done right, if there's a flaw on the record and it's not clean, I think the sooner the better to get that done. And it might end up with the same result. And if so, I would stand by it. But it might also overturn it. That was a trial that just had so many twists and turns and just moments where jaws just hit the floor and like, oh my goodness, is this really happening? And then with the judge, how he was the whole time as well. So.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I actually liked the way the judge handled that. It was maybe too much in front of the jury, but I thought that he did a good job having a clear record and like very clear legal reasoning. Yeah. And maybe an appellate court will disagree with that. But I do think there was this interesting question that remained. I think because you had the brother on, I listened to some of his appearances, Solomon, I think, Anderson.
Yeah.
I listened to him a couple of times, and around the time of the Kohlberger plea, it really struck me that I think they have a really good point, which is if you look at all these people that get convicted of murders, look at how stupid they look. They have all this there's often this really embarrassing evidence that ties them to the crime. Like Brian Kohlberger, there was maybe this DNA, but there was also someone inside the house that saw him. And then at the plea hearing, the judge goes, okay, so now I would like to hear what evidence do you assert that you have? Yes, so in addition to his DNA and an eyewitness that saw his face, there's also video evidence that sees his car driving extremely quickly away
from the scene.
after the scene of the crime across state lines. And then when we searched his car, we found more things that make him look bad. And then we searched other things, and that also makes him look really bad. And we found this, and then we have this, and this. And it kind of hit me that these people get caught kind of easily because there's always something that's kind of the embarrassment evidence.
Yeah.
And I think in the Zachariah Anderson case, that was the time he and his daughter went to were like watching out from outside in.
Yeah.
But it occurred to me that there probably were a lot of cameras in the area. None of them, and he was not.
Yeah, they
caught
got nothing
on camera.
on Zachariah
anything.
Anderson. No cameras at all.
Yeah, and now think about even like Karen Reed was caught on camera with her car at some point. Not some of this footage disappeared, but
some of
look
it
at a case like
some of it flipped to left, and some of it broke and fell out and landed on the lawn. Yeah.
Yeah. Or look at a case like Robert Telles. Pronunciation is subject to debate, but Robert Telles. They have so here's the path from the victim and his house, and we have some camera footage. So
Telles was an amazing. That was the Las Vegas trial.
And he's here, and he's in this picture, and he's in this picture. He's the same guy.
He dressed up in a massive sombrero and a fluorescent orange jacket, and they just followed him on security camera as he walked around.
Inconspicuous, high visibility sombrero
with a distinct gait as well.
Yeah.
So
could have been anyone.
Fun. Matthias, thanks for refreshing our recollection when it comes to the Zachariah Anderson trial. Appreciate that. Hopefully we get a chance at that. I would like to see. I really would like to see that appeal get granted and that go back to trial with a new judge, which we would have because Schroeder's out. He's aged out of the system, and like to see how that goes down. I would watch that in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
Mathis, thank you very much. Appreciate the call on Discord.
Have a great day, everyone.
Yeah, me too.
Bye.
All right. While we're doing that, the statement that was released by the prosecutors here in this trial says, this is from Wendy Lewis, Kathy Nestor, and Alex Ramos, attorneys for Kouri Richins. Defense. After 3 weeks of testimony and closing arguments, this case is finally where it belongs, in the hands of the jury. We are grateful to the jurors for the seriousness and care they have shown throughout the trial. This trial, they have listened closely to every witness and every piece of evidence as we respect the responsibility they now carry. And we respect the responsibility they now carry. For nearly 3 years, the public has heard accusations about Kouri. Those accusations created a narrative that spread far beyond this courtroom. But in court, accusations are not enough. The law requires proof. After 3 weeks of testimony, the prosecution has failed to prove its case. The standard in this country is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. That burden has not been met. Kouri has maintained her innocence from the very beginning. Over the past several weeks, the jury has had the opportunity to hear the full evidence, not the headlines, not the speculation, but the facts. We believe in the jury system, and we trust the process. Kouri should finally be able to go home to her 3 young boys and begin rebuilding her life. So that's the statement from the defense attorneys that was released, and that comes courtesy of Kathy Russin from Law and Crime, who posted that on Twitter. All right, let's see. Did we do a verdict poll? We did. Orlean, you missed it. Lead detective didn't perform very well. You're 100% right, Betty Wood. I was disappointed. It almost seemed like he didn't review the case before he took the stand. And then when he took the stand, he didn't care that he hadn't reviewed the case. It was the nonchalant, I don't know, I just did part of it. It wasn't my job sort of attitude that came across that I did not like at all. Darlin says that statement is disturbing. Yeah, but she has life insurance policies on those boys too. Kenneth Ye says, if she does it again, then we'll know she did it. Hopefully that doesn't get to that, but what if the boys would want to live with her? That's what breaks my heart in these sort of cases. There are victims that have, they suffer all the consequences and had no say in the matter. And the kids are one of those. They won't get their dad back. Their relationship they had a great relationship with their dad. And now also, right now, they haven't had a relationship with their mom. Whether that's right or wrong, the jury's going to decide. But Yeah. Ramos had such a turnaround after day one. I'd actually like to see more cases with him. I think he's great. He reminds me of somebody. There's like, maybe it's the glasses. There's a cartoon, somebody named Arthur or something. He reminds me of something of a cartoon. I don't know what cartoon that is, but that name comes to mind. It's been a lot of years. How long did people think it would take? All right, the judge thought it was going to be 5 weeks, but the prosecution probably cut a week out of that time just by stipulation that the jury asked about to some of the chains of evidence. That saves a lot of time. I don't think he reviewed or cared about his investigation. Why post a statement now? Seems weird. It's like a pre-flex. In case it comes back, they can say, I told you so. And if it goes the other way, they can just have no statement because we're like, we already gave you our statement. How are they allowed to put that as the jury is deliberating? Seems really odd. They're allowed to speak because the jury is not allowed to see the news. The attorneys will not be drinking. They may need to be in the courtroom at a moment's notice. With whom are the children? Irene, I believe the children are with Katie. She's in charge of the trust. I think they're with her. It's possible they could also be with a grandparent as well. So a lot of times the court doesn't tell us that because they're minors. Let's see. You meant for the deliberations. Now I forgot your question. How long do people think it would take? 6 to 7 hours was the winner. 7 to 8 or 5 to 6 hours was the winner. 7 to 8 was second place. So that's 60%, 62% of the vote in those two windows. Will she go home today if not guilty? If she's found not guilty on all the charges, I believe she's still facing some financial charges criminally. So I don't know the status of that, but I imagine she could probably at least get a lowered bond than what she's had with like $1 million or $2 million bond. I forget what it was. I'm sure if she's found not guilty on these ones, there would be a path to her getting out pretty quickly, because considering how much time she's been in for, and the seriousness of the crimes, the financial crimes rank much lower than murder. So I imagine she would be getting out. 26 financial charges pending. Yeah. Is she in custody? Yes, she is. She has been since she was arrested. Denied bond, or at least denied a bond reduction, one of the two. Can you show us screenshots of Kouri's facial expressions? Yes, let me put these together for you. Just 1 second. Just from today, I think. I've got quite a few of them. Come to think of it. Let's see. Trying to do just the ones where I have close-ups of her. You have to load. Let's see. All right, send. Okay, hold please while I get these pulled up. Reminder, wear green tomorrow, St. Patty's Day. You're welcome. Ooh. We are on Verdict Watch. We're hour and 18 minutes into Verdict Watch right now. We expect the judge in 15 minutes to send a note in. Well, no. Yes, 15 minutes. Sends a note into the jury to see if they want to continue deliberating today or to go home and start again tomorrow. Hold, please, while I get this email pulled up. Hang on, it's not letting me in. We'll get these pictures pulled up. Okay. Come on, just let me open more than one at a time. Give me a second and see if I can do it on this computer. Turn off chat for just a second. Sorry. Okay. Go into Google Drive. Just need to make sure I'm not showing anything that I shouldn't show here. All right, let's go to 5 like this. Okay, here's some of the pictures that we got of Kouri's different looks. Sorry, not all of them were perfect, but I just took screenshots. Little eyebrow raise. Not the most expressive, but if you've watched her, throughout the trial, you're seeing changes. And I apologize if this did the pause game. Yeah, this was a good one. Oh, really? And then that one, the inquisitive. Okay, sorry, that was something else. All right. So we had those. That's what we got. I think there were a few more, but that's all I pulled up. Bringing back chat here. Just one second. All right. Bemused, bothered, bewildered. Believe it or not, Butte, Montana is supposed to be one of the best St. Patty's Day celebrations around. Really? What's points? Points are just a little thing that it tracks when you're here, and the more you participate in chat and check in and say hi and things, the more points you have. You can't spend them anywhere. It's not like air miles, but they're fun. Wish the judge would have called her out on it. I guess the defense didn't and wanted to use it in their closing, and I guess they sort of made a smart move there. Heard the financial crimes trial is coming up soon. I know there's a hearing in April. It is. It's coming up right after this one. Do you have Selena's close-up? Yes, I sent it to her. I'll send it to you. I'll pull it up just one second. Put it on the switcher real quick. It'll look better. There was Selena's close-up there. Sitting there right in front of Eugene. She was intently watching the jurors, looking over at them. The points are pointless. Been to Butte on St. Patrick's Day. It's great. She purses her lips a lot, as well as when she doesn't like what you said. Points are a life force. How come Katie never sat next to her dad? I think there were a lot of people. I think her dad's married, right? I think his wife sat next to him. But they did sort of sit separately as families. Like there was a couple, and then a couple, and then a couple type thing. I don't think it's because they didn't want to sit by them. I think there was actually a day when they did sit together. It's just there's a lot of people. Tiffany says, walk the dog letter didn't hit on the stand, but the way he used it in closings, it might have sunk her. I think they nearly objected on that, I think, but didn't have any legal grounds to object. Let me get this straight. Ms. Lewis claimed Eric had multiple lovers. Yeah. And that was a low blow. Will the jury in the financial trial be able to consider the outcome of this trial? They should not. They're separate, and she's not charged with murder in those trials, so that none of this should come in, just like none of that came in here. They just brought enough of that in to support the aggravated murder charge, which needed to have the for-profit, the profit needed to have the fraud, and the fraud needed to have the forgery. So they only brought in the three charges they needed to carry on the aggravated charge here. It's getting close to 4:30. For me, it was that 911 call, zero effort at rescue. Tomorrow, Troy sent me something to the burner phone. Let me try. Oh, my phone's dying fast. Oh, it's Discord. Discord just eats my battery. What is with that? Okay, we got this little seal, if I can make it appear. There's the seal in color, so you can see the eagle's head. It's obviously a different rendition. This is the governor's seal, but it's very similar. You got the beehive in the middle, industry above it, the eagle on the top. It's supposed to look very similar to that. The official seal of the great state of Utah is right here. This is the one that was on the flag. Also the eagle's looking the same way. But the judiciary seal there has the mountains and the sunshine. So I guess they get to make their own. Where are you seeing the statements at? The statements from the defense came courtesy of Kathy Russin's Twitter from Law and Crime. Ooh, we have the judge coming out without his robe on. Dun, 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 dun. Let me just say for the record that I don't know how what was going on at the celebration of life that Kouri and Bryce were at. But I've added to my will that no Barry White music will be played at my celebration of life. I don't want it, let's get it on. I just don't think that's appropriate. Casual judge. Yes, the judge without his robe. He wears a shirt and tie, white shirt and tie, like a full suit, but without the suit coat. Oh, Barry White's great music. It's great music. I just don't want it at the at my celebration of life. No beer shotgunning either at my wake. We've got these rules. Laura says, can we at least say how excellent this judge has been, consistent across the board? I think both sides would speak to that he has just been amazingly fair, very level-headed, very legally minded, just a great judge, one of the best we've seen. Vivian's like, why? You won't know about it. But, yeah. Queen Lady Wolf? Sister to Amber? Whoa.
Call from
Texas.
Hey, Texas. What's happening?
Okay, quickly. I think you said the judge was coming up or something.
No, you're good. You got time. He was just grabbing something
Okay,
off
quickly
his desk.
before I forget my thoughts.
Okay.
As far as I know, when you call 911, they make a recorder before they answer the call. So I didn't hear anything before that. I don't know if they just didn't put, the call before that, or she just completely didn't say anything until she heard the operator answering. So that's something that it got me too as well.
Yeah, the crying and acting.
Yeah, she started to talk once she heard somebody answering the 911. But I didn't hear anything, any sounds, nothing before that. Because even before the phone starts dialing, it starts recording everything, the 911 calls.
Yep.
So, and the next thing, the funny thing is, it kind of like the story, what she said is, I don't, in my case, I don't sleep on the same room as the person that I'm married to.
Okay.
So I kind of imagine, if I go there in the morning and I show up and he's dead, or something, they're gonna think that I killed the guy. Sometimes they're like, oh my God.
Then you could start Googling women's prisons for the rich. So.
Exactly. Especially in Texas, because there are a lot of rich people in Texas. But there you go.
That's great. Great thoughts. Thank you. Thanks for the call. What part of Texas, can I ask?
Houston.
Houston. All right. Wonderful.
Yeah. Well, it's windy, cold, and crazy weather as usual.
Yes. Wouldn't expect anything else. Wonderful. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it.
All right. Bye.
Bye. All right. I'm going to need a charger for my phone here soon because it's dying. Let's see. It's Marvin Gaye that sings "Let's Get It On." It's not Barry White. Hey, I know it's all baby making music. Okay, it's the one genre, and they're two faces of the same coin. Kouri's breathing very rapidly during your rebuttal closing when Bloodsworth is showing how she reacted to the notification of autopsy. Yeah, that was a good one. How's the weather now? Roof is good. Storm is passing. We've got one more band of maybe some clouds and light rain, but we're through it all. Lockbox. Am I going to CrimeCon? I would love to go to CrimeCon once. I just can't justify the expense, and I think even more than that, I can't justify the expense to people who want to meet me and would pay that to go for that purpose. I know I'm not worth it. I'm not worth going and buying a CrimeCon ticket just to meet me. I'll put that out there first and foremost. It's just expensive. That's all. I'd love to go one time. It would be great. I applied to go as a guest, and they said, "Who are you?" and said no. So Marvin Gaye saying, "Let's get it on." Good song. Love it. It's cheaper to come to Europe. Yes, maybe we should all go to Europe instead. The French Riviera, we could do like a little cruise. Never been. It's super pricey. It's a lot. It's a lot. I wish there was a budget version. I mean, I love some of the guests they bring in. I'm not knocking them at all because the production level is pretty high. They do some great things. I'm just not into all of the things that they do. And so for me, it doesn't seem worth it. And I have just a really hard time with the idea that I know people would say, if you're going, I'll go. And I know I'm not bringing enough value to make it worth it on my own. That's all. Meet up at Walmart. Let's do that sometime. We'll probably get kicked out in front of the Walmart. You could bring your mugs and a shingle and we could see. Get to Ireland in the next 14 hours, you're in for a fun time. I'd have to leave now to get there. How long will they deliberate? Right now, at 4:30 is what we expect. The judge send a note into the jury to see what their plans are. So we're just going to sit in a holding pattern. I'm watching my contact, but I'm pretty sure the judge will probably let us know one way or another. Murder cruise, I'm in, says Lego My Briefs. Here's the thing. If I'm on a cruise ship, I don't know if it's legal or not, but I'd want to be fishing. If there's that much water around, I would want to be fishing. I probably wouldn't be going to the pools much, but the budget version is called GrimeCon. Meet up at Recovery Addicts, Murder Walmart. Oh my goodness. Not safe. Not safe. I'd like to see Delphi appealed. I did not follow that one closely, but that sentiment I've heard a lot from some great legal minds that I respect. There's a crime con at sea. I've never been on a cruise. I imagine it's like just a cruise, but you play Clue every night. Is that how it works? Going on my first cruise in 19 days. Wish you could buy a day pass to see certain panels. I know there are some guests you're like, I would really like to hear them speak, or I'd really like the chance to meet that person and just, even if it's just for a couple minutes, ask them a couple questions. I'd love that. Maybe it's because I used to be a sales rep for metal building components, and we would have these building conventions down in Las Vegas where we drive down and set up a display, and all the builders would come around, and it was just I didn't like the convention, the whole feel of it. It's all puff and show, and everyone's trying to impress and have the best booth, and lots of what I paid $900 something for some people's dinner because we want to win them over as a customer, and it's I don't know, it's like all the backroom deals happen there. It seems a little shady. Cruising my favorite. We leave Friday for 2 back-to-back out of Miami. That sounds awesome. Now, maybe this is a podcast topic, but I've heard that there are some people who live on cruise ships. Like they just cruise. They've moved into cruise ships. That's their life. Have you guys heard of that? Like you sell your house and just go cruising for the rest of your life. Fishing on a cruise ship. Good luck with that. Crime con at sea. Imagine how many would end up overboard. I don't know about a civil suit. I imagine there might be one. But at the same time, if they are suing her, what are they going to get? She has nothing.
Call from
Denise.
Hey, Denise, are we talking cruises or CrimeCon or Kouri Richins? What's your topic today? Or all three?
Well, cruises, if I could afford to sell everything I own and cruise for the rest of my life, I would. Then there's also the fact that my wife is afraid of deep water, so a divorce might happen.
Yes, there's that. Or a murder. Or a murder. You've got to keep your options open.
No, not that option. Because then I wouldn't be able to cruise.
Oh, I'm saying it might be you. If she really doesn't like deep water, you drag her on, then you might be the one going overboard.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay.
But I was just scrolling through Facebook and noticed Gigi posted apparently Kouri's attorneys have released a statement already. Have you seen that?
Yeah, we read it just a minute ago. Kathy Russell posted it. It's basically the jury has the case now, and they're trusting the system, and the state didn't prove the case, and that Kouri should be free.
Okay, I was driving. I was listening, but I was driving, so I missed that. That's what you were talking about.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Interesting. So, yes, on the cruise, if your other half was a little more willing. Is that it?
Yes. I mean, she doesn't mind me going on a random cruise every now and then. I did my very first cruise in January. So she knows there will be more in my future, but she just won't go.
All right. I'm worried about also, contracting whatever the newest form of the plague is. When the sickness hits a cruise ship, it hits everybody. So
it really does. But we were very lucky in January. Nobody in our party got sick. There were 4 of us, and nobody got sick. So we did well.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So.
Well, thank you very much for sharing that. Appreciate that, Denise. Thanks for the call.
Yep.
We'll see you.
You're welcome.
Bye.
All right, bye.
Okay, now, pardon me. I need to holler to one of my kids and see if I can get a charger for my phone because my battery's about dead. Hang on one second. All right, I have the charger, but just waiting for the battery pack. How do you not have a charger nearby? I have a lot of devices that could charge this, but every device that I use for video, I don't plug anything into because it can sometimes sync up and put alert messages. So like the screen we have right here, this view, well, actually, that view right here without any words on it, which I'm trying to get to, it's too hard, is a computer screen. It's a computer connected to the pool media feed that I'm monitoring. So if I plug anything in, even if I turn the mouse on, the mouse will appear on the screen. It'll get little things like that. So I can't plug in there. So I usually just charge my phone on a battery pack instead. The charger was right next to me, but I was just waiting for the battery pack, which is on its way downstairs right now. They might stay late. The judge has given them the option. I think we're waiting for word from them right now. Did anyone stream freeze? Nope, not me.
Call from
Melissa P.
Hey, Melissa, this is Scott. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good. So you got a charger just in time. So I hit mute, so I wasn't sure.
I've got a big Anchor battery pack, so that should keep me going for at least a day.
Okay, well, see, that works. That works. Well, see, I don't know which topic to start with because there's like so many. Like you're like, do you want to talk about this, or this?
Or you might be able to suggest your own. So.
All right. Well, first of all, I have to tell you, I know I texted you way too early this morning, but I forwarded you a link because Orlando is having a pickle festival.
I saw that.
On April 25th.
I saw that. Is Orlando...
We may have to go. We may have to go.
Maybe you could do a meetup. Pickle Fest.
Yeah, I'm just saying, no, it's April 25th. It's short notice.
Well, we've got a month and a bit.
Well, I'm just telling you, there's a pickle festival.
Pickle, Red Pen. Pickle with the P, not T.
Pickle, not tickle. Red. Come on.
And don't mix
Greeners
the two. You
has
can't
been a
mix
bad
pickle and
influence on
tickle
Red.
together at all.
Yeah, no pickle tickle. No, This is a pickle festival. Like the green ones you eat.
Yep.
This is a family show, people. Come on.
Dill. It's a big deal.
Yes, this is a family show, people.
Yes, everyone's like, Pickle Festival sounds fun. Yeah.
Yes, I thought it sounded like when I saw that this morning, I'm like, oh, of course, Orlando. Of course, it would be Florida to do it first.
Well, we have one up here in North Carolina. We've got a in Mount Olive, which we have the Mount Olive Pickle Company. They sort of sponsor their own. It's sort of like their own company show instead of like a regular festival. But
this is Orlando. People are going to be dressing up. It's going to get crazy. Like Florida Man is a real thing. It's going to get odd.
I saw a video of a Florida man wearing a diaper, carrying a bow and arrow, trying to shoot a bird out of the tree the other day. And I imagine that's the sort of thing might happen at the Pickle Festival.
Oh, you just don't know. That's the thing. In Florida, you just never know. Like, it's legal to run over protesters, and yet we're allowed to do the craziest things imaginable. And they always involve alligators.
Yeah. Well, all of Florida has alligators. The whole state is covered.
If there's water, if it's wet, there's an alligator in it. That's how we judge. And so, but as for Kouri, I have to give my 2 cents on this. First of all, I'm not in chat, so I want to say thank you to Selena for going, because I think it was awesome that she kept going.
Yes,
I just think that was awesome. And I love that kindness wins out in the end.
Yes,
I don't care who
great.
she's out with. It proves something.
Yep, that was wonderful. We're really glad she was.
It does. Well, no, it's, you always say, make somebody's day a little brighter and everything. Kindness winning out in the end. I think humanity needed that. So no, good for Selena.
Yep.
But I am so disappointed because I don't think the state proved their case. I believe in my gut. I believe this woman is guilty, and we saw all the stuff the jury didn't see. And what Miss Nestor did by not putting on a case after teasing. And I think the state thought they were going to get time to have a rebuttal. And so they didn't go full steam because they thought they would have time. And then she cut them off at the knees and it was over. And now I'm worried because the jury didn't see a lot of what we saw. And I do believe the state did not prove it. So if I go by AWOL, that if I go logically by the law, they did not meet the burden. But if I go by my heart and my instinct, that woman is guilty of sin. So all they proved is that she's a bad person and an adulterer. But other than that, they did not put the drugs in her hand. So
I'd say they definitely proved she's bad at finances. So.
Oh yeah. Oh, they proved that she's a bad person. They proved there's a lot of negative.
I'll keep it limited to finances and business. How about that?
Yeah, but they didn't prove the murder, and that's the only thing. So I'm disappointed. But yeah, that was my 2 cents. And by the way, Matthew always puts a box fan in our attic to cool off the house. So even though you have a new roof and it's a light colored, which believe it or not will help. Yeah. A lighter colored roof people may not like, and it may show wear and tear quicker, but it will reflect the heat as opposed to drawing it in. But Matthew always puts a box fan in the attic, and it seems to work. So.
Well, I need to have a vent somewhere where the air can go out because it gets to 130 degrees up there. And I don't have vents. And I should have probably told the roofers to do that before they put the roof on. So, oops.
Hey, I'm just glad a tornado didn't hit your house. Yeah. Like the week after, you just got a roof. Like a few days.
Yep.
So, but that was my 2 cents.
Melissa, thank you.
So, RA Pickle Festival. So, remember, there's a Pickle Festival on April 25th.
Orlando, right. I can't commit to it yet, but it's floating around in my head. I'll run it by Mrs. RA, see what she says.
Okay, but you need to remind Red. It's pickle, not tickle.
Mm-hmm.
Pickle.
Right.
Family friendly, pickle. All right, Scott, you have a
thanks
great
lot.
night.
We'll see you. Bye.
Bye.
Shelly Small comes into the super chat saying, in Ohio we have a zucchini festival and a tomato festival, and I probably get this that I'm moving to Ohio because of the festival, because of the super chat. It says Purple Coconut. I do like zucchinis. I'm a big fan of zucchinis. Tomatoes, not so much, although I eat products made from tomatoes. Obviously, ketchup. I'll eat tomatoes on a hamburger. I struggle to eat the tomato itself, and maybe it's because it just has like it's weird. I'm fine with grapes, but tomatoes I'm not. I don't know. I don't know what it is. $5 he forgets about Orlando. What's in Orlando? Will you follow the trial of Sarah Grace Patrick? The trial is planned to start in June. We were going to, and then it got pushed out. That was one we were definitely interested in. So we've got to watch and see when it comes up. State said that people who unalive themselves do not video themselves doing it. Or unalive others, excuse me. Sorry. That went dark really quickly. Unalive others do not video themselves doing it. Our town has a Melon Festival Labor Day weekend. We have the Collards Festival. Like collard greens. Not good.
Call from
AWOL.
AWOL, buddy. Your name has been invoked a couple times today. How are you doing?
Oh, pretty good. Had a day off.
Good.
So I've been here with you guys. I know I'm always on the side of the defense, and it comes off like that, and I am, because I hold the state to the burden, so obviously I would lean defense. But I think I just lean to the fact that if you were sitting at the defense table, or anybody, not you particular, I'm saying, if you as a person were sitting at that table, you would want all the objections. You would want the record protected at all costs. Yeah. I don't care if it's annoying or not. Nobody's watching a trial like a reality show. The lawyers are doing what they have to do to protect the record.
Yeah, and they're doing a great job. I've said this throughout.
And I get it. We don't like her, and I get it. And I get it. People don't like Kouri, and I 100% understand. I get it. You have 3 kids that lost their father. I get it. 100% I get the dislike of her, right? But I don't understand how that now ends up falling back on defense attorneys as if they provided the fentanyl.
I didn't make that connection. I thought the defense attorneys were it was low down and sneaky to be insinuating that Eric had multiple affairs when there was no evidence that was true. The evidence that came in was that he didn't have an affair, that he was just close with somebody at work.
I'll keep my 2 cents on that separate, just for the text and how they described it, right? And the way the state kind of like laughed about it. But depending, there's 6 men and 2 women on the jury, they said?
Yes.
Some might take that a little different, right? I guess it's on the jury. And at the end of the day, regardless of how I feel, this is the court system, and whatever the jury says is what the jury says, right? And we have to just
respect the verdict.
We have to respect the verdict, whether we want her to be guilty or want her to be not guilty. Those 8 people make the decision. Whatever that decision is, they will file their appeals like everybody does. Either she gets a new trial, it gets overturned, or it doesn't, right? But ultimately, those 8 are going to be the ones that decide it. And I don't think, well, hopefully they don't do no research, but I don't think they're in a big group like us. You have 4,000 viewers watching this trial, right? Those 8 people are only 8 people.
And they haven't been able to talk about this at all this time.
Right.
They can talk about their kids and their grandkids and the weather and everything else, sports, but today is the first time they've been able to mention this trial to each other.
Exactly. So if you do the percentage of those 8 compared to your channel, right, it's like, oh, yeah, if you take a pool that large, you would go, oh, she's definitely guilty. Yeah. But what if not everybody of your viewers is guilty. So what if 5 of them or 4 or 3 are like, not guilty?
It's not just that. Well, we generally, and I found this to be true in all the cases, when there's a minority opinion, most people in the minority don't speak up. So you're an exception. You'll share. If you're in the minority, you don't care. You're sharing your opinion. It's an honestly held opinion. And a lot of people in chat will then say, yeah, I'm with AWOL on this. But a lot of people, when they know they're in the minority, they just stay quiet. Maybe they don't want the confrontation or something. So I think the numbers aren't really accurate. That's why I try to make the polls. The polls often show up that, I mean, by our chat here, the polls would show up that probably dozens and dozens of people are on the not guilty side that aren't talking in chat. That just
and yes, and you have a very good point there, and that's okay. I could understand. Me, I debate for a living, not for a living, but I do this. Like, this is what I do all the time on non-pickle.
Talk your way out of tickets on the side of the road all the time.
Only one time, but allegedly. Yeah. But I get it. It is difficult. It is difficult because you don't want to be outcasted. You don't want to be considered as a bad person because you think the state didn't prove it. But if you come out and say, I don't think Kouri's guilty, then people might second guess your entire being or how good of you as a person. Like, and it's a lot. It's a lot to deal with. Me, I don't mind it because I welcome a healthy debate in good faith. But I can see somebody going, you know what? I don't have a dog in this fight. Let me stay out of it.
I hear what you're saying about the jury, those 8 people, they experience it differently. And honestly, if they follow the judge's instructions properly, they almost experienced it in a bubble, isolated, without anyone else's input. Now, obviously, if there was some body language or reactions that a fellow juror was giving, they would have picked up on that. But they really got to experience the whole case without anybody telling them what they thought about what just happened. So you've got 8 people with very unique experiences of this trial that now have to get together and reach a verdict. So, yeah, we try to guess what's in their heads, but they may have watched this and seen it very differently than how we did.
Yeah, it could be a completely different picture because they're there stressed, going to court every day. They're listening to this. We're having coffee, chilling, working, listening to this, having chat, language with each other and having a great time and laughs. They probably are not. You know what I mean? They're probably not having a good time.
Yeah.
Being kind of forced to be there.
Well, just looking at the time right now, the judge said he normally sends a note in at 4:30. We're just approaching 5 o'clock. And the clock's still running. The jury is still deliberating. They didn't say.
There's a lot to go over. There's a lot of text. There's a lot of.
Yeah, but the note. The judge was going to say is, do you want to go home now and start again tomorrow? And they're like, no, let's keep going. Usually, that's a sign that that they, are closer than you think.
Yeah, possibly.
Might be interesting.
Possibly. I think there's a lot more info if they allegedly didn't do any research on this case. They're probably going over it because they're hearing it in real time.
I've got
and
to
it's hard
believe,
to download all that.
I have to believe that people take their oath seriously. The whole system sort of depends on it.
I want to believe that so bad.
Oh man.
Me too. Me too.
I can't remember the last time a juror didn't. I mean, like intentionally, that we found out about. And obviously we wouldn't find out about if they broke the rules, right? That's the verse of that coin. But I just think that being called to jury duty is a solemn thing. It's, sometimes it's like, oh man, this is not convenient. But it's an occasion where it's right up there with serving your country when it comes to duty. And people take it seriously. So I'd like to think that people still, when they say they swear the oath to not look at anything and not talk to anyone and not check the news and not look up facts on their own or visit the scene or anything else, I think they do it. And
I would like to believe that as well. It's almost like seeing an old lady at a crosswalk. I would love to believe that everybody is going to grab her hand and walk her across the crosswalk. I don't care how busy they are. That's what I want the world to be. just walk the old lady or the old man across. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I hope everybody would do. Are they going to do that? I don't know. But in my heart, I have to believe that everyone will, because you live in the world that you envision. So I envision a world where old women and men get walked across the crosswalk, because it's a warmer place.
Some poor old lady's
like
being
that.
dragged back and forth across the street because everyone thinks she needs to go. I don't know.
Imagine. Where are you going? You going over here?
Looks like you're crossing the street, ma'am. Stood there too long. All right. Hey, well, thank you very much.
Anyway, all right.
Appreciate it.
I love you guys. I love chat.
Love you, man. Thanks. We'll see you
later.
Bye. AWOL's great. I love it. Yes, unless the old lady doesn't want to cross. We use old lady, but I'm just about invalid as well, so I'm grouped in the same category. Did the jury have a question? True Crime Addict, the only question we've had so far is that juror number 2, right as they were leaving the courtroom, before they even got into the deliberation room, handed the bailiff a note saying, weren't we supposed to be read a stipulation before we started deliberating? That's a pretty specific memory. And yes, they're right. They were told there was going to be a stipulation that they'd be read, and it hadn't happened. It was just admitted. And it's a stipulation basically saying you don't need all the foundation evidence for all this stuff that was collected at the crime scene the police have in their custody. We don't have to bring in all those witnesses to show you that it was picked up at this time, that it was put in the bag here, and this person put it in the back of the car, and then somebody took it out of the car and put it in the evidence room, then somebody logged it in. We don't need all that. We're just going to say we stipulate the evidence was properly cared for and is currently in the custody of the police department. That's all it was. So it doesn't really tell us one way or another. It's more telling that the jury member remembered and knew what it was, and recounted it to the judge saying, hey, heads up, that's important. So that probably came from somebody who has a legal mind. Or I did fairly book it after the candy thief. I did book it after the candy thief. And he crossed the road. Liar face, we have a video of you chasing a little heathen. You stole your candy. Yeah. I got the bowl back. That was the goal. You can have all the candy. I was giving it away anyway. Rot your teeth. No, let's see. Oh, Twin Tail. I'm sorry, Twin Tail. Are you in Discord? I'm so sorry. I shut down Discord because it eats my battery, but now I have a battery charger. And yes, Twin Tail's been waiting this whole time. Hello, Twin Tail Fox. How are you doing? I'm so sorry.
I'm very good. You always forget me.
I had a squirrel moment.
It's fine. You're not the only one. It's not the first time. Won't be the last.
It doesn't excuse my behavior. I do apologize. What's on your mind?
Hey, even my mom forgets me, so you're good.
Okay. I feel forgiven. What are you thinking about?
It's just these closings were very, I don't know. It wasn't surprising. It was kind of like, how do I? It's like it did something like special to my brains. It's just the prosecution, like, yeah, they were like scratching like a spot in my brain that I liked a lot.
Okay.
And then the defense was like, I was like, okay, you're talking, but you have no evidence of what you're talking about. So is anyone going to buy your BS?
Yeah.
So it was like.
So the intellectual back and forth was stimulating.
Yeah, it was like scratching like this spot. Like I have a very weird brain. I'm autistic. So when I get these like feelings that my brain is being scratched, I'm like, oh, this is interesting because it rarely happens.
Yeah. It was a great argument all throughout this trial.
Oh, yes.
Many trials are just like open and shut. Okay, this is just very obvious, and then they have a few points that are in question. This one had some great questions all the way through.
Oh yeah, definitely. And how the prosecution, like how they were able to do it, and Mr. Bloodworth, he is amazing. I mean, sure, he was like monotone in the beginning and stuff, But as soon as he like was able to like switch it up a little bit and like read the room after somebody talked to him, it was just the icing on the cake, like cherry on top. And my day has been amazing because of it.
That's wonderful. Glad we could bring you a court case that was that made your day go well. So
Yeah, like I have been very like, I would call it lazy for the past 3 weeks because I've been sick. And today I was like, it scratched my brain in a way that I was doing exercises. I was just up and about, and it just got me like up and doing things that never happens.
well, that's
So
awesome.
I'm very
I'm glad you
happy.
enjoyed it, and it was good.
Yeah,
I'm just-
and I like with the defense, it was like I understand why they made the points that they made, but then again, you didn't show any proof of what you're talking about. And like you had all of these big promises in your opening statements, like people have been talking about, but you didn't give us anything. I mean,
Yeah.
I know it's not your
No burden,
like
right? They don't carry the burden.
no burden.
But they did make the
But-
promise. They
Yeah.
did say, here's what you're going to show, and we're going to explain the story. This is why it makes sense this way. And then they sort of didn't explain that story, but they say, still don't believe it the way the state said, because we
Yeah.
think
And
a
I mean-
different way happened.
Yeah, and I mean, they made good points in their closing. I'm not saying their closing was bad. They make good points in some of the things, but closing is not evidence.
Right.
So it's like,
And maybe the prosecutor getting up in his rebuttal closing and stressing that again is closing without evidence is basically admitting that defense sort of did a good job at what they were doing.
Yeah.
Saying, hey, don't listen to them, guys. Don't listen. They might have convinced you a little bit, but you shouldn't be convinced by that because that's not evidence. Maybe that's a sign that, a good sign to Miss Lewis that prosecution was a little worried.
yeah. Yeah,
Interesting.
definitely.
Well, I'm glad you had a wonderful day, and it's always great when we get to talk to you with this crystal clear audio. So, thank you very much, Twintel. Anything else you wanted to share?
do try. It's just this trial has been like, I think this is the most like, I hate to say this, but this has been the most interesting and kind of like fun trial I've watched with you guys.
Yeah.
If
been
I
a
can
good one.
say that.
I-
It's been a good one, even though it's sad.
I'd credit that to some amazing personalities in court. And I'm not saying Kouri, right? Kouri's sort of been present in a necessary part of the trial, but I'm talking about really good lawyers who have personalities and
Oh,
are
yeah.
fighting hard on both sides, and a great judge who's just phenomenal. I think that can make or break a trial. And good audio. I mean, we had good audio, we had good video. This was sort of everything we want in a trial.
Yeah, amazing witnesses as well. And just and like the people that were involved in the trial and like specialists that came in, like the medical examiner, the person that could literally name every single number in the
financial
world.
forensic
Yeah, the
accountant.
financial.
Oh my goodness.
Like there were so many like amazing people that came together for this trial. And usually I'm like, oh, I don't really like listening to this witness because they don't get to me. But I was like focused on everything that I usually don't focus on this trial. So
It was really
it's
good.
just-
It was fantastic. And
Yeah.
then we had, passionate family members who were, sharing their side. We had just lay witnesses who just, bumped into somebody and are now testifying in court because, somebody made a call to them one time. And, so we've got like restaurant owner explaining his menu and a
Yeah.
heartbroken dad who's, still mourning his son, and just the full gamut.
Yeah.
Two witnesses that are in custody with plea deals. So we get the dynamics for the plea deal and everything else. So it's just been an excellent case to watch as for those that like to see all the different wheels turning at the same time.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I do hope that the family can get some sort of closure after this, because that is the most important part, I think, would be for them to get closure out of all of this.
Yeah, I hear you. Twin Tail Fox, thank you very much. Appreciate your call. Always good talking to you.
Thank you.
All right, catch you later. Bye.
Bye.
All right. They are staying. The jury is staying right now. I don't know how late they're going to go, but looks like we're working late as well. Let's see. Just check other... If the jury stays and deliberates, I don't know how late they're going to let them go. This courthouse is, it's a small courthouse. Well, it's not tiny, right? But there's not a lot of room in there. They're sort of in the middle, and a few offices off to the side. It won't take a lot of personnel to keep the courthouse open. It sort of can operate that way with a small crew. So maybe a couple bailiffs. And
Call from
Ladybug's mom.
Ladybug's mom, how are you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great. How about yourself?
Good. Hey, quick question for you. Call me stupid if you want, but when somebody has got a trust set up, like her husband did with his sister, is there a gatekeeper on that? Is there somebody that monitors how that money is spent?
It's sort of, I believe it's a legal, like a civil lawsuit is the gatekeeper. So if there's complaints, they sue and say you're not following the trust, and then they could remove somebody and appoint someone else. Or, but I don't know. Yeah, I mean, there's not like a trust czar that goes around and makes sure you're doing what they
like if Katie needs to use money for those children, does she have to go and get that approved by somebody, or is that just something she's just allowed to do?
Katie has access. She can do it. If she wants to sell the house and say, hey, it's in the children's best interest to sell the house, as long as nobody challenges that decision in court, she can do it. She has the power to do that. It's all in her hands. The house is in her name. So, it's literally set up to be easy enough to do that now. So the only way somebody could say anything is if there was like a challenge by like somebody saying, oh, well, you spent that money on you, not on the kids. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I just wondered that. That's all I wondered.
And basically, when the kids turn into adults, the trust gets turned over to them. And I don't know how that's going to work with multiple children, where they all have an interest in the trust. I'm sure it's structured in such a way. There's probably paragraphs into how they have support and what happens. So they might get a stipend, a certain amount from the trust at certain times, or gain access at a certain age in their life. But that's probably all written into the trust.
Oh, well, I just wondered. That's all I wanted to know.
Yep. All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
All right.
We'll see you.
Have a good night.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, Selena's telling us that they're locked inside the courthouse. They're just waiting. The jury is continuing to deliberate. I'm told that I'll get 20 to 30 minutes heads up before a verdict if it's reached today. But I don't know if we're going to get a verdict today. They locked the courthouse since Selena's locked inside. Wish I could volunteer to be on a jury, but not possible to do so. Nope. Unfortunately, you have to get picked, and some of us just never get picked. Forgot to tell RA that if I ever commit a crime, you're going to bail me out, and he'll stream my trial. Okay, deal. Make it a good one. Get a good lawyer who make it spicy. The person administering the trust can charge the trust for their time at administering it. Yes, I believe they said she hasn't charged anything. That was one of the questions that came up in trial, because she is allowed to say, for my time in managing this, I charge this much of a fee, and they basically can draw a salary nearly from the trust, and that would not be, they wouldn't blink twice at it. But she says she hasn't taken anything. Yes, they are continuing to deliberate. We're waiting. They're still there. Let's see. Do you know if viewers are able to go in for verdicts if close, like the 30-minute heads up he mentioned? Probably not, because the judge ruling put it in place for the remainder of the trial, the seating for the remainder of the trial.
Call from
Mika 801.
Mika 801 from the great state of Utah. How are you doing, Mika?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Really good.
Good. I just wanted to give a little bit of comments. Well, first I'll start off with I'm a mental health therapist here in Utah.
Oh, wonderful.
And so I want to give you some feedback on some of the comments that people have said, like in the chat.
Yeah.
So one of the things to understand too, like shock does different things to different people. I get it. That video of Kouri does look terrible, but that's just judgment without understanding how her normal response is with such a trauma, And so I will say I went into this thinking she was guilty with all the media stuff that was put out there, but listening to all the facts and the stuff, they did not prove it.
Yeah.
And I'm with Selena 100% on that one.
Yeah, that's I can see that. I can see that. There's just a bunch of circumstantial evidence here, and the key parts. Some people say I need proof. I need something a little harder than. Well, I think she did it, right? So
yeah.
You have to be really okay with the circumstantial evidence to reach a verdict in this one.
Yeah,
guilty.
I think it's tough. Yeah, I just haven't seen anything really hard, honestly. And if I can't remember her name, the lady that got the get out of free jail card, that really,
that's Carmen.
There is no credibility in that. If I was facing 10 years in prison, I'll tell you I would have done the same thing. And that's terrible. But
defense did a
like,
good
I will
job.
not go to-
She was featured prominently in the defense's closing arguments, and they did a good job at just bringing back to the jury's knowledge all the time she lied, and
Yeah.
they sort of apologized. They knew that they had gone really hard on her, and a lot of us, felt sympathy for Carmen, but
For
they're
sure.
like, we had to do that, and this. You have to determine if she's credible, and we had to bring those issues up. And here's where she's not credible, here and here and here and here, and worst of all, she lied to the judge. So can you believe her, because she's the one that puts fentanyl in Kouri's hands?
Right. That's exactly. Well, I think listening to the interview and her denying that initially, but then learning basically what they wanted to tell, they wanted her to say, she started being like, yeah, okay, yes. And so it was all a matter of her just doing what they needed her to do. I just think that was very evident in that video.
Yep.
And I don't know why they would be dumb enough to even just straight say it. Even this is your get out of jail free card. I don't know. I mean, they know this is all evidence.
They knew it
So
was
I don't
being
know why
recorded.
they
Why would they
that's
say
what I'm
the words
saying.
they said?
That's what I'm saying. That's stupid to me. That is the one thing that for sure pushed me over to not guilty.
Yeah.
Like that was just a big one for me. But good for Selena for getting in. I live out in Layton.
All
I
right.
know you've been out here
I used
before.
to
so
live
I
there.
live out here in Layton.
Yep.
Oh, you lived in Layton?
Yes.
Or in Utah?
Layton.
Oh my God, you did?
I even say it right, Layton, not Layton.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you did. Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, I worked at Hill
I
Air
lived
Force
here.
Base. So
Oh my gosh, that's where my son works. So yeah, a lot of people work there. So
most of the
no,
county.
that's great. Yes. Well, if you're ever down here and you need a place to stay, whatever you need, you can stay at my house. So
Awesome. Thank you for the offer. Mika, thank you
Yeah,
very much.
you're welcome.
Appreciate it.
yeah, thanks. All right. Have a good day.
We'll see you. Bye.
Bye bye.
All right. Windy and raining in Raleigh. Sending it my way. The FU trees were in Layton. That's true. The FU trees were in Layton. Let's see. Cheryl, thanks for the kind words. Thank you very much. Carmen is on trial, no biggie for me. Judge did order dinner for the jurors. I'm just curious if he ordered it from Mirror Lake Diner or if he ordered it from somewhere else. If I remember correctly, I'm trying to remember when I was there. There weren't a lot of menu options right around the courthouse. Maybe it's changed in the last year or so. They've been building a ton up there. But Twin Tail forgot to ask me a question. Well, you're in luck. All right, what's your question, Twin Tail?
I forgot to ask, what is yours and Mrs. R.A.'s favorite colors?
I can tell you that she wants me to paint some of the rooms in the house like a very light, I think it's called like seafoam green or something. So it's very light. It's basically the color of green of shingles I thought I had selected, but she likes it on the walls, not on the roof. So, I don't know. She likes some bold colors too. She'll wear like a red and a dark, like blue as the, not like baby blue, but like a dark blue and purples and greens. And she's not like, neither one of us have like a favorite color that we swear by. It's about the only red I wear, but I think blue is my favorite though.
Okay, 2 top colors for you.
Blue, green.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay. I'm just scheming. You don't need to know what,
Okay.
but I'm scheming.
I figured schemes are happening. All right. Thank you very much, Twin Tail. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. How long are we staying live? We're staying live as long as the court feed is live. So basically, if the judge is still there and the jury has a chance of coming back and returning a verdict, we're going to be here for it. So we'll also keep the Top Mark Media feed live throughout that as well. I've got enough room for 46 more days of recording on my hard drive, so we'll stay long as long as I have to. It snowed in Georgia today. Oh my goodness, Georgia Mimi. That's terrible. Now that there's no caller, thoughts on defense not mentioning gummies in closing. Strategic, I think, Laura. They pushed hard on the gummy idea, and I think they lost that evidence-wise in court. It didn't develop into what they wanted it to turn into. And because of that, they just sort of let the issue fall. But they also, I think they did mention gummies, just briefly. Like they said that there were gummies in the pocket of a jacket in the closet. Could have been Kouri's, could have been Eric's. It was green, like lime green. I think it was pretty much Kouri's. But it didn't feature very prominently. Let's see. Greeners. Oh my goodness. Mrs. R.A. was partial to green. How about the text her and Kouri sent to each other? The text, that's one thing I really hope the jury reads, because we tried to read those and it was all we could do to try to speed read through those. There's no way the jury could have absorbed those in real time as Mr. Bloodworth was presenting them to her. Holy cow, the sky outside is like a brownish green. Crazy colors. I think the sun's setting, but yeah, sun's going down. Somebody asked if viewers are able to go in for the verdict. I don't think so, because the judge's rule, if you don't have a wristband, you probably aren't getting in for the verdict, unfortunately. Favorite color is light blue, pink. It's a color I'll die on this hill. There you go. French Toast, welcome to the gallery. Brand new subscriber there, brand new member. Welcome, you're one of us now. You can never leave. How about Kouri's mother and brother not testifying in her defense? Jen, this is, I think this was a last-minute decision on the defense's part. There really probably was a scenario where they would call witnesses. Like they weren't just bluffing. They didn't just issue subpoenas for the fun of it, knowing that they were just not going to do anything. I think that scenario did exist. It just didn't play out that way, and the decision came down a different way. But in hindsight, had they known, I think those family members would have loved to have been in the courtroom supporting Kouri the entire time. So instead, they got to stay out the whole time and not even be able to watch on TV and then miss the whole thing. Let's see. Objection says, didn't Kouri actually eat or flush another letter? I think there was speculation about her destroying or disposing of a letter. I don't think they have any evidence that she ate one. That would be yucky. But I think there was speculation that she was destroying them after she showed them. Usually if juries stay late on day one, they're closer to a verdict than not. Trina, I think I'm thinking along the same lines. I wanted Amy to take the stand. I bet the faces would have been watching the whole time. Yeah, that would have been awesome to see. Yes, this is Eric's second marriage. That's correct. Perhaps jury asked to stay. They did. I think they get a little bit longer here. I don't think they can stay all night long, but we'll see how long they're allowed. Hey, little miss, how you doing? What was the recent case we watched that was surprising, not guilty? You're asking. You know my memory's terrible, right? Let's see if chat can remind me. My curiosity has been satisfied with this trial regardless of verdict, says my quote projects. Poll for who thinks jury has talked if Kouri's in jail. If jury has talked about if Kouri is in jail. It shouldn't be a factor in their deliberations, whether or not she's in custody. But it's probably one of the common sense things that might come up. The real Emily Ross says, I know it will never happen, but I want to see Bloodworth and Georgia as prosecution and Camille, Alan Jackson, Alessia's defense. That would be an awesome trial. Okay, now you have to go one step further, Emily, and you have to tell us who the defendant is going to be and what the crime was. So go ahead and out somebody, name them, and put them in that position that you'd like to watch as their trial plays out in court. That would be. We promise we won't tell them you said so. Obviously, just for fun. No allegations or besmirching of characters intended. Chat, only ask Recovery Addict a question about anything that happened in the last 24 hours. Josh, thank you. Can we pin this? The sovereign citizen who wanted money before the due date. Oh, Camilla, that was a good one. That was good. Can't remember a recent not guilty that surprised me, but Casey Anthony will always stay with me. Still can't get over that one. Yeah, that was extremely surprising. I believe, what was it, Bezos, her attorney, was also surprised, like shocked. Can't believe we won. See, the gang's still here. We're holding out to see if the jury reaches a conclusion tonight. Surely they aren't so close tonight with 5 charges to go there. That would surprise me. Well, let me keep an eye on the inbox. Let's see. Tony Mashburn says, the jury's now deliberating. If a verdict is reached today, I can give you 20 to 30 minutes heads up before the verdict is read. Again, please remember the jury has decided to work past 5 o'clock. We do not know how long they will deliberate for, or if at what point they might decide to break for the night. Again, I will send a heads up email tweet when the verdict is reached. The verdict will be read 20 to 30 minutes after that. So, I guess I have to follow her on Twitter now. Give me a second to pull up Tanya. Let's see. I just don't know where she is on Twitter. Let's see. Let's see what we got. Greeners, I need you to dig on this one and find Utah Judiciary.
Call from
Beverly Magdalek.
Good evening, Beverly. This is R.A. How are you doing?
RA, I am doing fine.
Wonderful.
I am just curious because one of the things that I noticed was when the the girl, the addict girl, when she called her, oh my God, I can't get my head straight here. Anyway, when she called and asked, did you give those pills to her
That's
husband?
Carmen. I hope these pills weren't
Yeah.
for Eric, she said. Yeah, right?
Yes. And then she said no right away, of course. That is to me a sign that she did have the pills because Carmen's asking her, did you give them to him? She's curious.
So that puts them in her hands.
Yes, that puts them in her hands. That's the thing I was trying to get to. I'm sorry, I'm not used to calling in on these things, but I just had to ask you that.
Yeah, that was it's a good point. It's a very good point. It's another angle that says, yes, this is confirmation that she had them. So,
yeah. Okay, but that's all I wanted to say.
Beverly, you did great. Thank you so much for calling. I appreciate that.
Okay, you're welcome.
All right,
Bye-bye.
we'll see you. Bye. Great job. That's an excellent point. Sorry, I'm trying to send. Let's see. Ask you a question. All right. Greeners, if you're still here with me, I know you're good at digging things up. Let's see. I'm going to put something in mod chat for you. There we go. Does anyone know what's going on? Greeners, I just gave you some homework. How much do you charge per hour? We can't afford him. Don't ask him his rate because then he'll start billing us. Thanks, Greeners. Appreciate it. Gigi posted she's in the courthouse. Yes, we've also got Selena Kay in the courthouse. I know Nate Ayden is following this closely as well. There's some great people that are following. I just got an email from my director of communications for Utah State Courts, who is our go-between, and she says she's going to tweet something out, but I don't have her Twitter account, so I'm trying to get that one. But all right, delete a lot of stuff. 2 hours and 31 minutes, 2.5 hours of deliberation. Let's see. Did I get your text? I got a ton of texts. I haven't read them all. I apologize. It's still snowing in Bristol. Let's see. Let's see. I'll have to look and see if I've got it. I just followed those two accounts, Greeners, Weather Watch. I'm not sure who that was. That Weather Watch that said that? Yeah. Thomas stepping up. We have read the whole Walk the Dog letter. We read it on Friday last week, I think. Is that right? Might have been the week before. What was our final objection count? The final count was 267. 266, I believe. With the last mistrial motion. Okay. Let's see. Amanda, I have to do some checking on that. I can't answer that one yet. Okay, if they stay till 7, that puts us with an hour and a half more of deliberation. That's a late night. I'm shocked the jury is sticking around late tonight. Me as well. Selena says she's back in the jail. It's next door, so she's not far away. This with Kouri being back in the jail, that just means that it solidifies that 20-minute time frame. That's about 20 to 30 minutes. That's how long it'll take her to be released, transported over, and brought in for this one. So, to pass time, what would be chat's dream teams for both sides? I liked your suggestion earlier. Those are some great people. I'd like to see, if I could, I'd like to see Judge Carroll in another case. I'd like to see that. He was the Maya trial. We saw him in a civil trial. I'd like to see, obviously, Judge Mraznik from this trial. He would be amazing. Maybe some, I know, Judge Dad, we like to court hop to his, I'd like to see his court with a full-length trial, jury and everything, jury instructions, just all of it. The objections, sidebars. I'd like to see that one. Judge Boyd is fantastic. We've seen a couple good trials with her. I want more Robert Alessi. We have court hopping judges, and then we have trial judges. I do not have the copy of the verdict form questions. I haven't seen that come out yet. But let's see. Let me send this real quick. Don't want to miss a tweet. Judge Middleton is retiring, right? He is. He's aging out of the system as well. Love Lori Vallows, judge and prosecution in Idaho. Didn't Judge Boyd retire? She actually lost her retention election. So she's being replaced by a judge that is opposed to YouTube streaming. Can you imagine Judge Simpson responding to the defense? Oh, man. Judge Newman was good. You will bring the jury. Maybe we contribute to Selena's dinner. Selena, do you need dinner? I don't know if they can get anything into the courthouse is the only problem, because the doors are locked. The judge in Warren County, Ohio was good. We liked him. I like to see Judge Clark down in Florida, the Panhandle area. He's sort of like a cowboy judge a little bit. And What judge didn't you like? For me, it was the Daisy Link judge. Oh, I can't remember. I mean, remember Daisy Link, who gets a new trial, by the way. Daisy Link gets a new trial. Kouri seemed to be snickering alive a lot during prosecution's closing statements. There were a lot of faces there. The jury did order food. Maybe it'll be tonight. Are we losing all of our favorite court-hopping judges? No, but we're picking up new ones. There's some new ones out of Texas, Travis County, Texas. We found one that we really enjoy. A couple new ones have popped up. Magistrates up in Thurston, Washington. We like watching those as well. The opponent is still running against one other party. Okay, so it was the primary. I'd like to see her move into a new role, like maybe even Supreme Court. I'm talking Texas Supreme Court at a state level. That would just be awesome, and possibly stream something from that. Some of the decisions. Judge Michael Kranick, Sarah Boone's judge. Oh, he took no flack. That was good. Sarah's like, I'm in Travis County. Well, if you speed, we might see you on the TV. You'd like to see Judge Darrow from the Darrell Brooks trial. Daisy Link judge interrogated a court watcher and threw them out because he didn't. Yeah, that I took issue with that when that happened. That was not good. Selena, do you want some? Can we buy you some dinner? Is that all right? You might have to wait till you go home to get it. It might be late. Let me know. We'll send you something. I'd like the Sarah Boone judge. Judge Dad McNally is a great judge. Just makes me laugh. He had I was actually watching him this morning. He had some civil suits going on before court started today for us, and it was fun to watch that. Chrissy, I don't have the next one. We'll probably have just a couple days break.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
Not everyone liked the judge who made my favorite soundbite. All right. Sarah Boone judge was a cutie. I didn't look. I'm sorry. Missed it. Is Judge Simpson retiring? Simpson? I don't know when he's done. He's got to be getting close, though. What about the judge that was over Darrell Brooks' trial? Judge Darrow. I think her name was Stephanie, too. So Judge Darrow was amazing. Is that the name? I'm seeing the right one. She rotated into another, like right after that trial, she rotated into like divorce court or family court or something. I don't know exactly what it was, but she's still a judge. And she might, I think we've actually had another case. We didn't follow, but there was another case that went through her that was sort of high profile. Daisy Link was granted another trial, but the prosecution is appealing that, and it can take up to 2 years for that decision. Hey.
Are we still under a tornado watch?
No. It's over. Yeah. We're safe.
Looks kind of...
Yeah, it looks crazy out there. I know the sky's a weird color. If Judge Simpson retires, I will cry. We need a Wendy Hadelson trial. We were all expecting charges to be filed, and they just never dropped. Darrow was brilliant. She was extra patient, probably more patient than she should have been. Let's see. I miss Judge Fleischer. Rumor is that he's streaming again on YouTube. I just don't know if that account is his official account or if it's someone else purporting to be his account. We sort of need to find out from him where he stands on us watching his court. I'd like to get a little more Fleischer. Judge Fleischer is a fun judge who has, at first blush, when you see him for the first time, you're like, get this guy off the bench. He's terrible. But once you get to know him, you realize that he's just got a crazy personality, but he really does have, best interest at heart. He's a good judge. You can have interest in the trial of the man who allegedly hit the NHL player in New Jersey. I haven't even heard of that culperistic. Which trial is the blind squirrel command from? I don't remember. I should write this down.
Even a blind squirrel finds a nut every once in a while.
That one. TK, they're probably going to go for another hour and 20 minutes max. But let's try to see if I can get a response. Okay, awesome. I've got her Twitter. She responded. This is a dilemma. I don't have a Top Mark Media Twitter account, and she runs a private account. So I'm not sure if she'll allow me to follow. We'll see. Are they done for the night? No, the jury is still deliberating. We're 2 hours and 45 minutes into their deliberation right now. And they're continuing. How late are you staying? Until they go home. Judge Jennifer Darrow, not Stephanie. Thank you very much, Cheryl. Appreciate that. I was wrong. Her Judge Boyd is leaving. She said who is taking her place with will still stream. I don't know if she can make that decision for them. Zachariah Anderson trial because Judge is a fan of RA. We all heard in live during trial. Yes, that was a fun one. But Judge Schroeder is retired. He's done. I thought you said Harris County. I think we've got Travis County. Where's Kouri being kept? She's right next door to the courthouse up in Summit County. Right next to the courthouse, just across the parking lot. Yeah, Judge Stephanie Boyd, she's got plenty of options. She's going to be great. Go grab something to eat. The jury usually comes back with a verdict while you're eating. I'm trying to keep an eye on my Twitter. Michelle's Mixed Media Madness. I need a verdict today because I work tomorrow. Okay, jury? Harris County is where I am, Lisa Marie. When is Boyd's last day? I think it's January. I think she finishes out the year. Susan, thanks for gifting a membership. Who's got Kouri's kids? We believe that Katie is keeping them right now. Nate is in the ear of Tanya Mashburn right now, so let's see. Nate says they're still there. When you say check X. Nate's last thing 24 minutes ago is the jury has decided to stay and work past 5. So he's still they're still very much there. He's getting the same updates I am. What's the latest they can stay if no verdict? I think there's a point where the judge basically says, okay, we need to go home. People need to go home, because there's a point where all the bailiffs and the court personnel and the staff and the judge and the lawyers, they need sleep too, right? So there's a point where like, all right, you put in a day, just go home, come back again. 8 p.m. is the latest. They did order food. They're still there and deliberating. Maybe a verdict tonight, possible. There's only one state prison for women? Like a special women's prison? We'll check that out. Is it luxurious? No. Once a Utah jury came back at midnight. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. I'm staying awake for the verdict song. It's 12:46 a.m. right now. Was Nate in the courtroom? Nate was in the courtroom at times, and I think he was in the media room, which is adjacent to the courtroom at other times, which allows him to go in and out and still watch everything, but not just be sitting in court and not be able to move. I think he preferred the media room, mostly because the view, as a reporter, you only get the back of everybody's heads. You can't really see what's going on. I've never seen a judge hold the prosecution to his highest standard as much as Judge Fleischer. I've seen him say no probable cause so many times. Judge Darrow ran for Supreme Court in Wisconsin, didn't win, so she rotated. Aaron, thank you. I love Judge Fleischer dismissing tickets. One is my favorite part is when he's in the process of dismissing a ticket for no probable cause. The defendant starts piping up. He's like, "Shut up! Are you winning? Yes, then shut up. Okay, and just let me work here. You just don't ruin this. Don't ruin this thing." He likes to dismiss tickets, which is fun. Nate was live streaming this morning, and he had a pass. Not sure if he was in the courtroom, though. I don't remember seeing him. Could look at the pictures. Let's see. First thing this morning. He wasn't behind the defense. Wasn't behind the prosecution. I think he was in the media room. If you don't know what to talk about, I can tell you only about the only known serial killer in Iceland who's my ancestor. We might save that for another day, but that sounds interesting. Lori Daybell was in Idaho and Arizona. Fleischer's back, but no cameras on defendants. That's sort of a weird thing to watch. Promise I'm not crazy. Yeah, that's what they would all say. You know, that's what the crazy people would say too. Rex Heuermann is coming up soon. I'm pretty sure that's this summer, isn't it? So my AI powered research says the Utah doesn't have dedicated women's prisons, although they do have dedicated women's facilities within prisons. But there's only one prison in Utah that the state correctional facility in Gunnison is exclusively for male inmates. Rex is New York, no camera. Twin Tail says, guys, chill. I also have a magistrate ancestor, so it evens out. I have not had dinner yet, but I had a big salad for lunch, so I should be okay for a little bit. Utah State Correctional has women's buildings. Linda says, I really like how this jury is invested to continue to deliberate. Where's Ruby Frankie? St. George, the southern part of the state. Basically, the last part of the state before you get to Nevada. All the way down the south. We'll be covering Raul Valle retrial. That's the fight, the high school fight, right? Jay, we're keeping an eye on the Kentucky shooting one. That's sort of becoming maybe more of a mental health situation than anything else. At least that's the way they're trying to spin it. Don't know if that's true or not, but it could be a really spicy case. Let's see. Ruby Frankie's in the prison where my nephew works at, so is her partner. Thought it was Point of the Mountain. I thought they got rid of Point of the Mountain. Didn't the state reclaim that land? Tear down the prison and build another one out by the airport? Like the Salt Lake Airport near the salt flats or the marshes? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Selena tells us we have a verdict at 6:20. That's in half an hour. So we're going to go ahead and play the music. With under 3 hours of deliberation on the clock, the jury of 8 people has reached a verdict in the trial of Kouri Richins. Summit County, let me see if I can stop the clock here. There we go. Summit County, Washington, they decided to stay late, ordered dinner, said we can figure this out right here, right now. We're given a half an hour heads up, which is what the judge told us we would get. This is a very quick deliberation, under 3 hours. And Kouri's going to find out if the jury believes her story. She believes that she is just a woman who became a widow in a tragic turn of events she had no knowledge of or part of, or if she in fact orchestrated the whole thing, and an effort to access her husband's money. Her husband may have assumed this was going on or anticipated this was going on, built all his financial everything financial about his life, he built it to a trust, so that instead of going to Kouri when he died, it went to this trust, which is to benefit her kids. Kouri was over $8 million in debt when Eric died, and she found out that nothing that he owned, including the house they were living in, went to her. The state says that Eric died from a massive fentanyl overdose, 5 times the lethal limit in his body. But Kouri says he never abused drugs, or at least until she found out the medical examiner report said that he died from fentanyl, and then came up with the story that he did use drugs. This, I have to say, with this being a quick verdict, it's leaning towards guilty for me. It's leaning towards guilty. Meaning, I've always felt that, but I think the jury is also feeling that it's guilty. So if it is, maybe that walk the dog letter had a lot to do with it, because there were a lot of circumstances the jury just had to accept without seeing hard evidence of. Circumstantial evidence. If that got them there, this will be impressive. So it's got to be guilty. Sorry, says Bug Dugger. It's got to be guilty. Nate confirms verdict. Verdict music has stopped here. Thank you. I'm sorry, it's late in the day. I'm having a tough time speaking. I think we had another super chat in here. Putting up on the screen. Oh, I think I got it. That was fast. That was very fast. Under 3 hours, and the jury's done. I'm not even sure if dinner's arrived yet. I'm not even sure if they got their food yet. They might be waiting around for the food. They'll take it in a to-go bag and call this one and done. So, already had the music, yes. The verdict music is back. We use the verdict music to get everyone's attention who is lurking and maybe just listening sort of absent-mindedly. It gets their attention, brings them back. We expect to have a verdict read out in court in 24 minutes. 24 minutes. The speed is amazing. Her own words, despite not testifying, could be her downfall. Some of her words that she did get in court, with not directly but through evidence, were her searches on her phone, specifically searching for luxury prisons for the rich and women's prisons in Utah. Those searches and the results might become very, very important shortly as we find out whether or not she's actually found guilty, or if she's going to be free of these charges and the allegations that are against her of killing her husband for the money. Was not expecting it tonight, says MZ. Very happy I'm not faced with this heavy decision, says LexisNexis. So if guilty is sentencing right away in Utah, I can't remember. I think there would still be a pre-sentence investigation. I think. Because I don't think there's just one mandate. It's not like it's like death penalty. Either you get it or not, life or death. I think because there's a range of options for punishment, there probably will be a pre-trial investigation or a pre-sentence investigation. Bloodworth was wonderful and eloquent. Closing was the key, says Cheryl. Dang, I burned my arm on the oven trying to get here, says Donna. I was in my daughter's room and heard Recovery Addict say, "Uh-oh," LOL. I came running. Thank you very much, Selena, by the way, for the heads up on this one. I think we basically got it first, thanks to her timely response. Wendy just gifted 20 memberships. Thank you very much, Wendy. Very generous of you. And OG Sean White says, we're over 1,300 subs. Let's go. Sean White, awesome. Your channel's growing. You're doing amazing. Congratulations, and hope you continue to boom. It's awesome. Thanks for being here, my friend. Why make the family wait more? I think it's a legal thing. It's not that they're just trying to put it off because they don't want to do it right now. There's legal protections that are put in place for the defendant to make sure the sentence is appropriate. Wow, I don't think they could have got to not guilty that fast. JR says, practically sprinted inside my phone, getting one of my cats inside to my phone. Is Selena going to be sad if guilty? I think anyone who's on the side that is not the predominant side feels like a twang of regret and sadness. But I've got to give her credit. She's been absolutely amazing.
Call from
Selena.
Speaking of Selena, thank you very much for the heads up. Verdict in 20
bet. Hey,
minutes.
they've opened the doors again, so I could come out real fast and call you.
Okay.
I'm going to go back in there, but oh my gosh, it's awful quick.
It's really fast. You may be the only member of the public who gets to watch this one, being the only person with a wristband. So
it will be me only. I'm so. Oh my goodness.
No sweat. You're going to do great. Grab some little something and they'll get back in there. And thank you very much. You've been an amazing court watcher. Appreciate all the heads up you've given us.
Hey, so you got the news quick.
You put it in chat and we hit the button. That's pretty much how it went.
Awesome. I knew it. Okay.
I'm drinking some Diet Coke in my truck now real quick because I've been without it, and then I'm going to head in. I will call you after the verdict, okay?
Thank you very much. We'll see you. Bye.
Okay, bye.
Right, we have a verdict. We've updated the title of the show as well, as we're waiting for the jury to come in, the judge to come in, the family to have time to return to the courthouse. I think a lot of people were expecting this to sort of fizzle out tonight, and then the jury to return tomorrow and continue their deliberations. Only 13% of us in chat accurately predicted that we would have a verdict before 3 hours had passed on the timer. That is impressive, very impressive. 2 hours, 56 minutes, 24 seconds roughly ticked off the clock before the verdict came in. Let's see, we've got another call here. Just one second.
Call from
Amanda H.
Amanda, how are you doing?
Hey.
Are you ready for a verdict?
Waiting on a verdict.
Yes.
I'm ready.
Yes.
I'm torn. I'm torn. But I do have a question. So even though her defense spoke to her about not putting on his case, right?
Mm-hmm.
Judge asked her questions. Does that give her the grounds for an appeal for ineffective counsel by not putting on a defense case?
No. Nope.
Okay. I didn't think so, but I wasn't positive on it, so I wanted to find out.
Yeah, I think they have no grounds for ineffective assistance of counsel appeal. They have lots of other things they can appeal.
Oh,
other
agreed
issues.
on that.
But yeah, I think if anything, her lawyers gave her more than her money's worth.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Her money's what? No money?
Yes. It's everyone else's taxpayer dollars at work.
Right. Glad we all could help her.
Yeah.
And then we get to support her for the rest of her life while she sits in jail, too. So, hey, it's all good.
It's a trade-off. So.
Well, okay.
What we don't
that's
know
all
is
I wanted to know.
Yeah, all right. We're all going to be surprised if it's not guilty. I can tell you that. A lot of us are leaning that way because of how quick the verdict came back in.
That's exactly. With it coming back as quick as it did, that's my suspicion is guilty.
Yeah, amazing. Amanda, thank you very much for the call. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Have a good night.
You too. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Let's see. Holy crap, this went fast. I think Kouri is hooped. We have Selena Insider from the channel. How lucky are we? Very, very. And I mean, it's no small thing. Selena's been absolutely amazing. She has to drive like an hour and a half. She lives all the way like up over the mountains, down all the way across the valley to the next mountain range. That's where she has to drive from every day to get to Park City and back down at night. And it's a treacherous canyon. She's just been absolutely amazing doing this trip back and forth for us, and just being like right on the spot, making the calls as soon as there's a break, every break. So this is nuts, but I'm ready for this to be over, says Red Pen. I think all of us get to that point by the end of the case. We're just like, okay, this is about as long as I can wait. It was a great job done by the state for closing argument. So fast, says Nyla. Why everyone's saying guilty? Because it's too fast for a verdict? I think the fact that there were kids who lost a parent, that would make someone pause and rethink their thought process on guilty and not guilty. I think that would be it would be difficult to reach a conclusion and say, yep, not guilty, let her go, knowing that she's going out to those kids. I don't know. I think that would just have some impact on that. Is there a verdict? Yes, there is. The verdict will be read at 6:20. We have about 17 minutes. We're going to start seeing some activity in motion in the courtroom in just a second. Bug Dugger says, can I get an OG? Bug Dugger, did I miss your OG? I apologize. I think you were right here. There you go. OG. It's a good night listening to a chase on the scanner here, and the verdict has come in. What can be better? Woot, 34 months as an attorney. Thank you very much, Bug Dugger. A huge support of the channel. I couldn't do it without support like yours. Thank you. Thank you very much. True OG on the channel. Okay, fellow chatters, what do we do tomorrow? Tomorrow is Tuesday, so we're going to start looking at a couple other court cases to see what the schedules look like, and we might pick up one that's already started. We might pick one up that's about to start, and we'll let you know then. We'll just focus on this one until it's over. Praying for both families. Darlin, I appreciate this thought. On both sides, there are people who are just sick to their stomachs right now. And even if the verdict comes in, it's not a time for celebration. It's not a time for, breaking out the champagne and all that. It's this has impacts on people for the rest of their lives. Greener says, thank you, Selena K. and Recovery Addict, and all of you. Greeners, thank you very much. Fantastic addition to our mod team. Appreciate your help. Speaking of OGs, Matthew Harris Law. Oh, my goodness, Matthew. True OGs in the house. Let's get RA to 70K subs tonight. Matthew, that would be amazing. We're, I think, just under 1,000 away from that. So appreciate all those who do click the subscribe button. That would be awesome if we get there. Matthew, one of the originals. I think I have a shirt somewhere that says, everything I know about law, I learned from Matthew Harris Law. So thank you. One of our original OGest of OGs. Saw you on the I saw you on the radio the other day, Matthew. So you live streamed your radio appearance. That was awesome. I like seeing that when that happens. All right. No more verdict music. We can only do it one time. There's a rule. I have my reasons for that. But Christina upgraded the membership to Jerry. Christina, thank you very much. See, Bloodworth did great today. Thanks for staying overtime. I'm glad we did. Can you imagine if we left and then suddenly had this? Let's see. Kim says, following Greener's lead, thank you, Recovery Addict and Selena K. Thank you. Thank you. Britta Aller says, I'm so happy to be able to watch the verdict with you guys. I have to work tomorrow from 7 to 3. Britta, you got your wish. We have a verdict tonight. It's going to be coming in about 14 minutes. 14 minutes. What was the poll for timing on a verdict? Only 13% of us got the under 3 hours right. I was thinking it would be the 5 to 6 hours. So we had 30% in the 5 to 6, or 32% in the 5 to 6 hours, 30% in 7 to 8 hours, and 13% in the 1 to 3, and then the balance in the last option that was longer. Short deliberations usually lean guilty. That's Trina, that's correct. Nobody wins, but a father man still deserves justice. Yes. Will she throw a fit? I don't think so. I think we're going to see the same Kouri that we've seen every day in court. I don't think she's going to have an emotional breakdown. I don't think she's even going to act surprised. We might get an eyebrow. Like, really? I think she's going to play it cool. She's got this image, right? She projects this image. I'm in the 13%. That's awesome. I guessed 1 to 3, says Sophie. You guys are great. Darlin said I had 7 to 8 hours. Way off. Knitting with me says, I thought they'd sleep on it. I'm so glad I kept the stream on, says Janet by Bayard. Welcome. Let's see. We might get a brow. If she's not guilty, she'll get emotional. I can see that. Victim impact statement day will be a heartbreaker for sure. It's going to basically be replay of day 1 of the court case where, Dad's on the stand. Man, if that doesn't just bring a tear to your eye, I don't know what does. Josh Hutchins says, thanks to everyone for the amazing trial and the best host who I'm honored to call a friend. Josh, thank you very much. Appreciate that. You truly deserve what you put into this channel, and who you are is beyond measure. Josh, absolutely amazing member of our mod team, and arguably probably the best fisherman among all of us. So he definitely gets most time out on the dock. I can tell you that usually while we're live. Rockin' Doc, welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much. Love that green courthouse. Thank you, Amber, for the reminder here. Please be respectful to all the parties in court, on screen, and in chat. We often have friends and family related to the case join us. Mods will assist with a timeout if needed. Yeah, don't make them work, though. They like to watch the case as well. Bev Wolf, gifted a membership. Thank you, Bev Wolf, for your generosity. I think not guilty on attempted murder. It could be a mixed verdict. Can you imagine that? I mean, some of the verdicts, to have a guilty on one, you have to have a guilty on the other. They sort of go hand in hand, like the aggravated murder charge. You need to find for, I think, 3 as well. It has to exist for that to happen. But maybe she will cover her face. She might. This fast must be guilty. Definitely not hung. Yeah, that's not hung. We can cross that off. They have reached a verdict. She doesn't cry, but I bet she covers her face. I was surprised they got the paperwork finished this quick. It's very likely that they pretty much did exactly what the judge told them not to do and what the defense told them not to do, which is they went in there and they just said, where's everyone stand? And if they all said guilty, Then they just said, okay, now we need to just go through the steps and elect, elect a foreman and figure out this paperwork and figure out how we need to fill it out. Let's see. I'll be shocked and slightly worried if they go guilty on the attempted murder. There was literally zero evidence. Says maybe Megan, maybe not. If found guilty, will she be sentenced today? I don't think so. I think we'll have a different court date for sentencing. Probably 30, 60 to 90 days out is usually what we see. I'm sure her heart is about to burst out of her chest. Yeah. Thanks for all those who hit the like button. We're over 2,000. We're over 2,000 likes. We don't get that very often, so thank you very much for that. Does anyone know why the judges tell the jury not to do a straw poll? I can tell you it's because if you do a straw poll initially, you sort of have put it out there where you stand. And sometimes once you put your opinion out there, you become defensive of your opinion and you resist change. So a straw poll where everyone is on the same page, if it's truly like a blind poll where everyone just puts in their vote and they're like, where are we at? It looks like we're all on the same page. I don't have a problem with that. But if you were to do it out loud and just everyone say, where are you at? You're guilty, not guilty. Then you've sort of committed, right? You've sort of drawn a battle line and you've picked, you might even pick sides of who you think you're going to listen to and who you're not from that. And you should keep an open mind. Jen J says, thank you for the coverage. Enjoyed watching with everyone. Prayers for the children. Thank you very much, Jen J. Appreciate that. Bev Wolf, thank you for sticking it out. Member for 25 months makes you an OG. Thank you. Agree, love and peace to the family. I think guilty on the aggravated murder, though. Oh, my goodness. These messages are coming fast. She'll cry for herself, not for the kids or Eric. Holy smokes. B. Gray Backer says, been here since Daryl Brooks. I listen passively at work from the West Coast. Thank you for the entertainment. B. Gray Backer, thank you very much for becoming an unlurker briefly. And thanks for being here. 12 months, hit the year mark. That is wonderful. I'm glad you get to listen. I know some of our court cases start early for you. This West Coast one probably works a little better for your time slot. Love true crimes. I feel sorry for the boys. They lost their father and maybe their mother. Melissa says, I'm out of popcorn, so I'll stick to the Cracker Jacks. Chat Recovery Addict reads every message, even if it doesn't put it on screen. I try, but it's really difficult. Who's the attorney for person? I think it might have been the lawyer lady. Kouri is indigent and didn't pay for an attorney. That's correct. She started paying for an attorney, stopped being able to afford them, and was appointed a court attorney. And they did a great job. So glad I turned on the stream when I did. I'm glad you did as well. Glad you're here.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
Yes, Laura, I see you there. That's your favorite sound effect. All right. The verdict is in 7 minutes. 7 minutes. What's my vote? I've always landed pretty solidly on guilty, although I tried really hard and can see how a jury could get to not guilty on this one for me. And
It's bigger than you. It's bigger than you.
Okay. I've always been one who accepts circumstantial evidence quite readily, like I did in the Zachariah Anderson trial. So that's always just, I don't know, that's just in my nature, I guess. Courtney, our Leo, member for 35 months, says, OMG, it's happening. It is OG. It's happening. We have a verdict here in just a moment. We'll be quiet as soon as the court brings audio. We have audio going live for you right now, so as soon as that starts, you'll hear it. 7 more minutes. The stream is now over 10 hours. Holy cow. I had a lunch break at least. That was good. Did her friend ever get her $45,000 back? No. And not only did she not get the $45,000, she didn't get the money she invested in the house to fix it up and repair things after she bought it, and she didn't get the money back she paid towards the mortgage that she was told that she was paying for. So she lost a lot more than $45,000. Could be upwards of like $70,000 that she lost. And Kouri's lawyers say, well, she couldn't pay it back because she was arrested. Blame the police. Amber says, member for 36 months. Amber! OG, all I can is nothing about this case was on my bingo card. On another note, time has flown by. 36 months, Scott, and a few more really, but proud nonetheless. Amber, thank you. One of our OGs. Great mod as well. Were you surprised at the quick turnaround? Yes. That's about twice as fast as I was expecting. It was a 15-day trial. That means they covered 5 days per hour. If they talked about everything that happened in court. They didn't have time to read all the text messages. Yes, Utah has the death penalty, and yes, the judge can sentence that on aggravated murder. You saying this is a DP case? I thought they weren't going for death penalty on this one. They definitely didn't read 1,000 transcripts. They were expecting 5 weeks, and they just wrapped it up really quickly. Shocked at how quick this was. Lois, this was very quick. I mean, this is one of the quicker ones we've ever had, especially for a multiple-week case. I don't think it's death penalty. I really don't. Not DP. Utah does have the death penalty. Like they have, I think they even have the firing squad as an option for death penalty. Mariner Mom 11 says, I didn't think the verdict would be this fast. Mariner Mom, thank you for 15 months of support. This is very fast. The verdict is going to happen in about 4 minutes. So now is the time to gather around, send the word out. It's not death penalty. Yeah, that's my understanding. They would have made a big deal about that. Usually when they say it's a death penalty case, every time there's an objection by the defense, they'll bring up the point that death is different. It's a little catchphrase that you hear all the time in a death penalty case, because with a death penalty case, there's the punishment is so extreme that they just take extra levels of precaution to make sure that everything is done absolutely perfectly, because there's no second chances once you kill someone, right? Once you carry out that sentence of execution, there's no second chances. So death is different, and we didn't hear that at all during this trial. This one came back faster than Donna. Can she be convicted of lesser includeds? We didn't hear any instruction on that in the closing arguments. So possibly no. Finally won a poll on time, 1-3. Idaho just approved the firing squad. Made it. Welcome. Come on in. Hit the like button if you're here. We're going to, if you haven't already, we have a verdict that's going to be read by the judge in just moments. The jury took less than 3 hours to deliberate, reached a verdict unanimously. Only 8 members on this jury. That's how we do it in Utah. 8 members on the jury. Shannon gifted a membership. Thank you very much. Quilty Girl, welcome to the gallery. Thank you for your continued support. What time are they reading? Miss Chris, about now. We have 3 minutes. 3 minutes, and then we're expecting everybody in court. And they're bouncing the audio right now, so it's about to happen. 3,400 of my closest friends in Recovery Addict. The only way to watch trial, says Laura. A couple of you are bragging you got the time right. I usually get it wrong, as I did this time as well. Reasonable doubt, not guilty. I'm scared, says Donna. Let's see. OG Sean White just gifted 5 memberships. Sean, thank you. Hope they do the sentencing day after Mother's Day or even the Friday before. Oh, Becky, that's a little harsh, right on Mother's Day. Mother's Day on a Sunday, obviously, so it would be on a Friday or a Monday. Did I text Ivan? No, I didn't, but I will. There you go. Texted Ivan. All right, we're gonna sort of be quiet. I'll turn the sounds off so we can listen to court and hear everything that's happening here. We've got great audio in this courtroom, so we should be able to hear the whole reading of the verdict, all 5 charges. Wonder if the lawyer on the jury is the foreperson. Well, if it's a woman that's the foreperson, then the chance of it being the lawyer is 50-50, because there are only 2 women on the jury, and one of them's the lawyer. Ivan's here. He's in. Will there be guests in the gallery? Only Selena is the only member of the public who has a wristband to get in today. Other than that, it's just family members. We don't have a countdown clock for the verdict because right now is the time the judge should be back, like this very second. Hang on 1 second. Sorry, I took that one off the air. Denise says, remind everyone we're all saying guilty, guilty, guilty because it's a fast verdict. But remember, Uvalde was a very fast verdict, and it was not guilty. All right. Like on my briefs, you missed the music. That was half an hour ago. Why can't I hear? Sorry, I just muted the sound for a little bit. Court's not talking right now. So you should get the sound back right now. The camera is moving. Everything's about to happen. Give us a second. We're going to watch for the judge's head. He's going to pop in because he's a tall one. We'll see him just poke his head in when he comes in. How crazy is that, though? The one day the judge orders the family gets to occupy the majority of the courtroom during closings, they get a verdict as well. Yeah, I really wish that decision wouldn't have stood, that they would have opened it back up to the public. Not that I don't want the family to sit there. I think the family should sit in the public seating and just get there first. I mean, I know that's harsh of me. That's harsh, but like at my core, the value for transparency in the court system is such, I hold that so high as a necessity for justice that I just don't like when they close the public out. All right, we are now 2 minutes over when they said they were going to read the verdict. So any second now, we might be waiting for Kouri to be transported. That could take a little bit of time, especially since it's late at night. It's 8:22 here, 6:22 in Utah. True Crime Meltdown, I believe you can get the death penalty with aggravated, but I don't believe they're pursuing the death penalty in this case. If we made a poll right now, I'm thinking the result would be higher for guilty, just based on what we think the jury came back with. Kouri will be in jail attire for this. I think she'll still be in civilian clothing. I believe she'll still be in regular clothing. Can she be convicted of murder, but not aggravated murder? There were two charges. She could be convicted of attempted murder, which was the Valentine's Day incident, and then the aggravated murder, which is the one that actually, succeeded if she's found guilty. I don't know if they can do a lesser included. I think that might be what your question is. I didn't hear any instructions about lesser included for the jury. I live on this channel so much. Wonderful. Love it. Probably the same clothes as today. Might be a change. Depends on when she went back to the courthouse, if they basically took him to the laundry or whatever. She might be in the same clothes. She might be in a new outfit. I have the verdict music on my phone. I'm playing it for myself now. That verdict music is called Right Here, like Right Now or something. It's available from the YouTube music library. If you're a creator with YouTube, you get access to the music library. It's one of the songs that's available there. In England, cameras are not allowed in any courtroom. We have to make do with the chalk drawing. I love your system. Windsor Castle, thank you. It's good to have you here. I love England. Spent some time over there myself. Have family from Wales and Norway and Scotland and those parts. So could very well be a split verdict. I could see that happening. I always feel nauseous before verdict readings, and it's not even my life on the line. That's because we've invested so much time in here. It sort of feels like it is. Red, it's called that on YouTube. It's actually called something else it's called that on YouTube's music library, but it's called something else in YouTube. So if you were to like Shazam the song, you'd come up with some completely different song. Play the music real quick. It sounds like this. Sounds like that. I would be in comfy clothes. Wear something comfortable for my sentencing and verdict. Steel and Stitches had to text my aide at home to tell her we have a verdict. Steel and Stitches, thank you for your support. 17 months on the jury. Appreciate that. Suspense is killing me. We're now 5 minutes over the time. I wonder if the judge was about ready to go home. But if I called the judge, if they called the judge would walk in. Yeah, that's usually what happens. Or I start eating, right? My wife brought me some food, which is getting cold. But sure, you have some Irish connections. Also, happy St. Patrick's Day from Ireland. I have a family member who has a birthday on St. Patrick's Day. So, and then mine's in a week from St. Patrick's Day. I think the court is waiting on counsel, says Cindy. I need to go to bed. Please hurry, says Patricia. Let's go. Patience, grasshoppers. If someone posted that we're waiting for Eric's dad. What's your dinner? It looks like a fettuccine Alfredo with chicken. Family is Scottish. Our tartan is Stuart. I think your family and my family fought a long time ago. Shannon, no grudges. I'm not holding a grudge against you, but I'm pretty sure your family fought our family and whooped us, and then took a bunch of our stuff, which was what you do, and then you made us pay tribute to you every year: a fatted calf in winter and a snowball in summer. So you guys are just brutal. So that happened. Let's see. They're waiting on Eric's dad. Add some broccoli to it. Okay, I like broccoli. It's like little trees, right? Last night or yesterday we did baked vegetables, broccoli, tomatoes, potatoes, carrots, just baked on a cookie sheet. Little oil, little seasoning. So good. Absolutely. Both sides are probably just a bundle of nerves. I'm a bundle of nerves. We did get some audio clips from this trial, and we can possibly pull a couple more because we have the entire feed saved, every single minute of every single day from the pool feed. I was worried I was gone and would miss the verdict. No, but I imagine in the next 2 minutes we're probably going to start whether or not his dad is there or not. Shannon says, I hold no grudges, especially now that I know my family. My family beat your family. When I play board games, I always say I'm not competitive. I just like to win. There you go. Typical Stewarts. It might have been the Campbells, come to think of it. I might be slandering the wrong Scottish family. It might have been the Campbells and not the Stewarts. All right. I was born in Scotland. I have a family from the Banff area, if I go back far enough. Gigi says KR is visibly shaking. Sound calm. It's this cool microphone. It does amazing things. Nate just posted Eric's dad just arrived in the courtroom. That means we're probably very, very close to being done with our wait. Simon Campbell. There you go. One of y'all whooped my family and then teased us with a. Yeah. Anyway. Who's been sitting next to Eric's dad? I thought it was his wife. She looks sort of like his daughters, so that's who I put together. Emma McGregor and the Campbells whooped us. Join the club, PNW Shelley. We have a verdict already. Yes, we do. It took 2 hours, 56 minutes, and 24 seconds, roughly. Maybe we could probably strike about a minute off that from when I was notified, when I was able to actually stop the timer. But there's the judge. He's here. The jury's here. They decided to stay late. They got lunch for them and said, we're going to make this happen tonight. They chose to stay late, and that was a very quick verdict.
We're back on the record in 231-500139, State of Utah versus Kouri Richins. Counsel for the state and the defendant are present. Ms. Richins is present as well. The court is informed that the jury has reached a verdict. I do not know what it is. We'll invite the jury in a moment. When I do, I'll ask the foreperson a simple yes or no question. Have you reached a unanimous verdict? I expect that person will say yes. I'll ask them to hand the verdict to the bailiff, hand it to me. I will read the verdict. This brings me to important instruction number 1. There can be no outward reactions whatsoever to the verdict. These folks are here against their will. They, all the lawyers, Ms. Richins, every attendee, my court staff, the bailiffs, everybody deserves your respect. There simply cannot be any outward reactions. You have to keep your hands folded in your lap. If you feel overcome with emotion, just look down. We cannot have any outward reaction. Second, once the verdict is read and the jury is discharged, you need to stay seated and follow the deputy's instructions about how we will leave the courtroom in an orderly fashion. If anybody in here can't follow these instructions, this is your chance to leave.
That's the sternest we've heard the judge ever.
All right. Fair warning. Counsel, Ms. Richins, it is my practice to ask all the lawyers and the defendant to stand in respect for the jury as I read the verdict. I just don't want you to be surprised.
Mr. Ramos looks like he has
Mr. Bloodrose,
rosary
are we
beads
ready
in his hands.
for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis.
We are.
All right.
Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis are flanking Kouri Richins with Ramos behind her, surrounded by her team.
I do not. Do you want me to? I can put out my instant messaging.
We've turned off sound effects and the phone for right now. We're not taking interruptions.
Okay.
She's just trying to breathe right now. Oh, they are like right around her, almost like a Roman legion formation, literally supporting on all sides. Here we go.
Folks, please have a seat as you come in. Please have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, would the foreperson you've selected please stand? May I ask you a yes or no question? Has the jury reached a unanimous verdict?
Yes, we have.
Would you please hand the verdict form to the deputy, and you can have a seat. Thank you.
Judge will review the verdict to make sure it's all filled out correctly.
All right. Counsel, Ms. Richins, please stand. Count 1, aggravated murder. We, the jury, unanimously find that the defendant, Kouri Richins, is guilty of aggravated murder. We, the jury, unanimously agree that the prosecution has proved the following circumstance or circumstances regarding count 1 beyond a reasonable doubt. The homicide was committed for pecuniary gain, and the homicide was committed by means of the administration of any substance administered in a lethal amount, dosage, or quantity. Count 2, attempted aggravated murder. We, the jury, unanimously find that the defendant, Kouri Richins, is guilty of attempted aggravated murder. We, the jury, unanimously agree the prosecution has proved the following circumstance or circumstances regarding count 2 beyond a reasonable doubt. The attempted homicide was committed for pecuniary gain. Count 3, insurance fraud. We, the jury, unanimously find that the defendant, Kouri Richins, is guilty of insurance fraud. Count 4, insurance fraud. We, the jury, unanimously find that the defendant, Kouri Richins, is guilty of insurance fraud. Count 5, forgery. We, the jury, unanimously find that the defendant, Kouri Richins, is guilty of forgery. It's signed by the foreperson.
They're going to
Please
pull
have
the
a
jury
seat.
here.
Madam Foreperson, is this the verdict that the jury reached unanimously?
Yes, it is.
Okay, you may have a seat. Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, do you wish the jury to be polled?
Yes, please.
All right. Folks, I'll ask you the same yes or no question, one at a time, starting on my left, working this way. Front row first. If you could show me your lanyard number as I ask you. Juror number 5, is this the verdict you voted in favor of?
Yes.
Juror number 4, is this a verdict you voted in favor of? Juror number 3. I can't see your number, I'm so sorry. The foreperson, I just need to ask you again, I'm sorry. Juror number 2.
Yes, it is.
Juror number 1.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir. Juror number 8.
Yes.
Juror number 7.
Yes.
Juror number 6.
Yes.
All right. Counsel, is there anything further on this case before the jury is discharged? Mr. Bloodworth.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Lewis.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this trial is now finished. Thank you for your service. The American system of justice relies on your time and your sound judgment, and you have been generous with both. You serve justice by your fair and impartial decision. All of my previous admonitions are now lifted. You may speak about this case with anyone or with no one at all. It is entirely up to you. You might be contacted in the future by the press or by the lawyers. You do not have to talk with them or with anyone else, but you may if you would like. The choice is yours entirely. I'm now turning to the attorneys and instructing them to honor your wishes as officers of the court if you indicate that you do not want to talk about this case. If you do talk about the case, please respect the privacy of your fellow jurors. The confidences they may have shared with you during deliberation are not yours to share with others. Thank you, all of you, for your service. Please rise for the jury. All right, please have a seat. Ms. Lewis, we need to get a pre-sentence investigation report, and we need to set sentencing. I imagine, Mr. Bloodworth, that the state would request that that be special set.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Lewis, does defendant waive the 45-day limit for sentencing?
Yes, we will.
All right. Let me call up my calendar.
Had a little audio playing in court. Not sure who that was.
Should we be looking in May, Ms. Lewis?
That's fine.
Do you have a sense of it, Mr. Bloodworth? April is not possible. In May, do you have a sense of when would be appropriate?
Your Honor, can I step back and talk to the victim's family?
Sure. And Ms. Lewis, if you need a moment to confer with anyone.
They don't. Lots of shaking of heads.
Your Honor, any day in May works.
Without having to move something, which I am, of course, willing to do, I could do it during the week of May 25 or the morning of May 13. But if those times don't work, or if the week of May 25 is too far out, I'll move something to accommodate council schedules. Ms. Lewis, why don't I begin with you?
Either of those days would work for the defense.
Is a morning enough time?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Okay. We'll set sentencing for 9:30 a.m. Wednesday, May 13. We're hereby referring Ms. Richins for the preparation of a pre-sentence investigation report. Ms. Lewis, anything else on the record today?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Richins, I'll see you again, May 13, 9:30 a.m. I need everyone to stay seated, follow the instructions of the Summit County deputies. The court is in recess. Travel safely.
She has remained fixated, staring at something on the desk in front of her since her. Wow, that was quick. They went black fast. That was amazing. All right. Okay, we're going to stop the Top Mark Media. All right. Good evening. Thanks for all you do. May we approach? Thank you very much. What a clean sweep. All five counts. They were found guilty. It did sound like there was a female juror foreperson. We're going to sort of wait just for a minute. They're going to dismiss the families separately, so they're not all out at the same time. That's just to make sure that there's no emotions that boil over in the hallway or anything like that. But 5 guilty verdicts across the board. The jury was polled. Each member said, yes, this was our verdict. And they reached it in under 3 hours. But that concludes the saga with everything except for the sentencing for Kouri Richins, which is going to take place in May on the 13th. So I think that it's about 30, 60, 90 days. That's 60 days roughly out. Who's raising their kids? I believe Katie has the kids. She's also managing the trust on their behalf. So with that, that's Eric's birthday. thought it was. Are we sure Are we sure that's his birthday? Can you believe it? Sentencing on your birthday. Is Selena sitting directly in front of Katie? Yes, she was. She was on the row behind the Kouri Richins family and in front of the Eric's family, just the public row there, which really wasn't public. It was just for her and one other person. All right. Let's see. Everyone was told to look down and fixate on something rather than outburst. That is what she has done. Yet people criticize her. No, not criticizing her, just noticing that she did it. OG Bunny, Nicole Wise, member for 28 months. Thank you. Welcome to the gallery. Appreciate your OG status. Yes, another murder put away. Love streaming with URA and the rest of the Addicts. Best YouTube channel ever. Thanks for staying up late for us. Happy to do it. Yes, just looked at Eric's obituary. So victim impact statements on Eric's birthday. And then a sentencing on his birthday as well. That is, I guess you could say, poetic justice, but bittersweet at the same time. Even though the defense doesn't have to prove anything, the fact they didn't even try gives jurors pause. They should have said something. Any interviews?
So they want to make sure that there's no conflict, that everyone gets out fine and safe. We also learned that they set a sentencing date for Kouri Richins. I believe it's Wednesday, May 13th, 9:30 in the morning. So that's when we'll be back here to hear about that. I want to talk a little bit about Kouri's reaction there. The judge had her stand along with her attorneys, and she stood very still, looked very solemn, and I saw she hung her head when she heard that first guilty, and her head stayed there. And then she kept her eyes trained on the desk in front of her.
That bird is called a killdeer.
So,
and they are
the
extremely
jury only deliberated for about 3 hours, a little less.
Hang on. Selena, are you there?
Yeah, should I call back?
Oh, no, you're good. You're good. We're seeing a live feed from outside court right now from our pool feed.
Somebody said they see my truck. I'm waving if you see it.
Oh, well, you must be parked right out front, or you drove by.
I am.
Okay, we're watching, facing the entrance, the main entrance from the main parking lot on the courthouse. Just
okay. Back. Hi, Greeners. Yep, I'm waving from my truck.
Tell us a little bit about the jury as they walked in. Were there?
They had a poker face on. Mm-hmm. Very poker face. The oldest lady was the foreperson.
The oldest lady. Okay. So we think she might have been the retired lawyer.
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
That's probably why she was the foreperson, I'm thinking.
Well, that might have hastened the process of deliberation if she's very familiar with it. But what an
it was
amazing...
intense. I'm telling you, I'm not sure I want to sit in a courtroom for another verdict, a live one.
Yeah.
I was squeezing my hands so tight that they were purple. I really didn't care it didn't matter which way it went. It's just so intense.
Yeah. That carried across the screen as well. That was a very intense courtroom. We've seen a lot of different verdicts being read out, and that one, for a lot of us, all of our stomachs were just like in a knot. We're just like, oh my goodness, this is so almost surreal at that moment as it's playing.
Yeah, as you come out the front doors, I'm sitting in my gray Dodge pickup, and you can see me probably.
We can see a white Toyota 4Runner.
I'm on the other side. I'm in the handicap parking.
I see you straight ahead. Yep. If you put your hand up and waved in the center console, they panned off you. So, but looks like
anyway. It was so. Yeah, and we got to hear the judge's dad voice. Did you notice that?
That was the most stern we've heard the judge when he was, very protective of the jury and the responsibility they've shouldered. Saying you will be respectful to them, but
yeah, and that was definitely a strong. If you didn't think you could do it, you should have left the courtroom after that.
Yeah. We do see the view they're giving us right now is basically the press row there in back and to the right of you. It's also give us the view of the backside of the Wasatch Mountains with those snow-capped hills.
Yeah.
Just a beautiful view.
I'm gonna go get interviewed again after about the verdict. But oh my gosh, of course her family just took off so fast, and I don't blame them. It was awful because Eric had so much family out in the outside just celebrating, and they just whisked away. I wanted to give her sister a hug, but I'll call her. I have her number.
Awesome. Thank you, Selena.
It's sad for both families. It's tragic.
It is.
It's just tragic.
It's. I would say it's not a time to celebrate. Obviously, that one side feels they got justice, and the other side is just gutted. It's just gutted.
No, I didn't like the celebrating, knowing that her family had to walk out. They didn't get to go out a separate way.
Yeah, there's only that one entrance that they use.
Right.
So. Yeah. Well, Selena, thank you very much. We're going to turn on the audio from the pool feed here. Is there anything else you wanted to share with us?
All right. Okay.
Appreciate you, Selena. We'll be in touch.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Oh, here's my reporter to do my interview.
Okay. Good luck.
Yes, Greener. I need an agent. Bye.
All right. Bye. All right, Selena.
There's many people with Kouri's side.
This
And
is
I also
KSL
want to point
5
out,
right there.
We've mentioned Kouri's kids so much throughout this trial, and you have to wonder how those young boys are doing.
This is what's called a live hit. That KSL 5 reporter holding the microphone has in her ear the anchors back in the studio, so they're talking to her right now. She'll be nodding and smiling while they talk and then respond one more time. It does sort of have a Holiday Inn type appearance to it. Is that Ms. Lewis?
I want you to blast his face.
That big thing they're holding there is a light reflector, trying to get rid of some of these long shadows from this evening hours as the sun's setting. The cameraman also acting as director, ready to cue the talent there. Dang it, okay. She's off air right now.
Okay. Yeah, so cut to video of the verdict, all scene set, and then wrap.
Coming to us.
Okay, sure. Yeah, happy to do it.
This is Summit County, Utah.
I'm not sure if this car's leaving or not.
Well,
but if she's not, when they've got that up, it blocks the light. So don't get too close to me. Stay back and maybe more this way. So you're looking more at the sun. Plus I can see that angle.
Jopa, almost 1 o'clock in the morning, absolutely pooped off to bed. Slept all night since. OG, 34 months. Thank you, Jopa. Appreciate it. Waiting for a possible press conference if the attorneys come out here.
Thank you. And thanks for trying media.
Little red Tesla pulling out there. Cherry red. See what zooms they have on this camera. Looks like Nate Eaton there in the red and black jacket.
any sign of jurors? I wrote them a letter.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to say I reached out through the courts.
A little behind the scenes happening here as we wait for.
Okay, dang. Would have loved to finish it out.
We're clear from this. They're not coming back to us.
So Channel 5's already done with this story. They've got everything they need.
That's what Tanya was saying, I guess. That nobody's like. I just killed you.
Nobody's talking.
Some of the final outcomes from the prosecution actually getting ready to write
Little Betty's trying to back out.
a lot of information that was taken into this trial for just smoking gun well, they were watched. What about, them moving objects within the house before they took the pictures? That really messed up a lot of things for the trial. And the prosecution came out.
All right, we're just waiting to see if anybody comes out and talks to us. Apparently the jurors are not interested in talking, but there's a chance that prosecutors might.
Well, I mean, at least it's not 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
I have been up for so long. I love these hot mics.
You're the only one who's I don't want to eat, but that is the
Yeah, but then I gotta do a thing, so then you
that's why I is to do that. But also, I don't know if you see any of them and you're not on there.
Oh, yeah.
Give me a heads up, I might also just head over there if the sheriff's don't yell at me.
I've got to close my phone so bad.
Still waiting for a prosecution to come out, possibly talk to the press. We did hear from at least one reporter that they had reached out to the jurors asking to speak to them afterwards. Looks like none of them availed themselves.
I appreciate the hands.
Lots of dirty cars there. Utah uses salt to keep the snow off the roads. It makes a mess of the cars.
Did you talk to them?
Huh?
Did you talk to anyone or no?
No. He just said he doesn't want to talk. Yeah, I'm gonna guess nobody's talking.
There's our court TV person, Connie.
Yeah, no interviews.
No interviews, right?
My fucking pizza's late.
What time is it? He said 6:25. Now I have to wait till 7. Fuck, I'm so pissed off with this guy.
Okay, we're gonna cut. We're gonna cut from that. No interviews. No interviews. They said. So nothing post afterwards. My pizza's late. Yes.
Outside, right? Or no, you guys could take it to go. Yeah, take it. I'm gonna take one slice. I don't give you the rest of it. Because those guys are gonna go to the bar.
Do you know if they're locking the door?
All right. I think they're done. I think they're done.
I just have a cord.
All right, we're going to turn it off. All right, May 13th is Eric's birthday. It is. That's the next day we're going to be back with Kouri Richins' sentencing. What's the temp in Utah? I think it's probably in the 60s, maybe a little cooler. Eric lost his life, and no one wins. No one. You're right. Sentencing May 13th at 9:30 a.m. All right. It's warmer. Runkle's on. We might toss over to Runkle here real quick. That would be great. We can jump over there and see his take on the events of today. Let me redirect that way. All right, he's live. All right, so with that, we're going to play our closing music. You guys, this has been a really good case. I've enjoyed watching it with you and watching it play out in the courtroom with some amazing lawyers, amazing judge, some wonderful witnesses as well. This is why we like watching the court process. I love the transparency. It's hard at the end. It's not a time to celebrate, but it's another case that's achieved justice. Whether or not you agree with the outcome, that might be a different thing. But tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone. Make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again tomorrow morning. We'll see if we can announce a new court case, or at least do some court hopping there. It looks like camera's still making its way around, looking for something. Oh no, they're talking. Why are they talking? And it's gone. They cut it. Bummer. They're changing the mic settings right now. It's the menu system for the camera. I have 123 minutes left of battery. Keep.
Tried to stay together and let justice prevail.
Can you take a contact with me more now that this is completed?
Everybody can. Where do you go for the kids?
Figure out the new normal. Sure.
What are you hoping happens to court on sentencing day?
Let the courts figure that out. I'm going to say, I think that justice will prevail with that as well.
There are 3 little boys at the heart of this. Do you have any hopes and wishes for them?
They're just love. They have a lot of love surrounding them. They're great boys, and they're gonna be fine.
Mm-hmm. Obviously, we're all here for this murder trial, but how do you want Eric to be remembered beyond the circumstances of his death?
He was an amazing father, brother, son, nephew, person, friend. He was everyone's best friend. Everyone you asked, how do you know Eric? He was his best friend. So he was an amazing person. The most contagious laugh out there. So we loved him, and he's got some great boys, and we're just excited to
surround them with love. We're just gonna wrap them up. And, yeah, we're just gonna make their lives as good as we can. I mean, they're a great family.
How taxing has this been, particularly on Dean? You see Katie, Amy crying there. How's it been for them, watching them go through this?
It's rough to relive it. One thing to have someone pass away, and then a year later to have the circumstance kind of flip, and you have to deal with that again and be sad all over again, but under different circumstances, and it's been tough.
Put it on them. I'm sure they can speak for that on their own at a later time. Yeah, we're just here for them and the family. Here for Eric. Eric did a lot for everybody. He was my cousin. I miss him every day. Think of him every day. I love him. I mean, I'm here to support him. I mean,
Just walk away. Just walk away.
Walk away. Chance, we just get your names real quick. What's that? No or yes? Can we get your name? Your name, sir?
Richins family.
Richins
family.
Eric's
your last cousin?
Are you cousins?
Oh, yeah.
Cousins?
So the family's not giving their names.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you.
There's Nate Eaton. Just a mess of cameras up there. So a business card changed hands. I'm sure that a lot of people would like to get a little more information on the story behind the scenes now that it's over. More business cards. Now a rush to give out cards. Everyone wants to get the interview. It's Connie from Court TV talking to him now.
I saw you working here, right? I know. Looks at
So I
it.
saw
Yeah. That's so. Yeah. I got that memo. Let me get a picture of the two of you.
That was cousins of Eric who were there to support the family. They're the only ones who spoke to police. They ended up not wanting to give their names at the end. They did say that they would, that they don't have any wishes for what's going to happen to Kouri with her sentencing. That the courts will figure that out, and let justice prevail. They also said they're just their path forward right now is just to wrap their arms around the little boys, those three boys, and love them, and just give them the best they can. So that's the message that's shared from family there. It's a fire truck. I'm not sure why the fire truck's showing up.
So this is first big.
All right, we're gonna bail on this one. All right, with that, we're gonna play one more time. We're gonna play the music. You get a double outro. All right, the mountains are beautiful. That is it's a wonderful, amazing area. Absolutely stunning. The courthouse is sort of away from everything. It's beautiful out there. It's sort of deserty, but at the same time mountain desert. So you've got some pine trees. You've got the ski slopes in the background. It's just absolutely gorgeous. Get one last view as we're sort of wrapping things up there. It is sort of out, they built the Justice Center just away from everything else, right? Nobody wants the jail in town. So this was built away from everything else, but now everything else is building up around the jail. So that's it. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe. To go live tomorrow. It'll be about, 9 o'clock, 8:30, 9 o'clock, I don't know. We're trying to get back in the early schedule again. But thank you all. Appreciate every one of you. Thanks to our amazing mods who have been working overtime on this one. Thank you. If you're brand new here, thank you very much. We appreciate you spending time on the channel. I know you're a lot of different places you could go. It means a lot that you're here. We'd love to have you back. We'd love to have you join us as we continue watching court and pursuit of justice around the country. And hopefully you can earn your views. Guys, thank you very much. Have a good night. We'll see you.